Schools educates the whole child by creating a student-centered school culture that addresses students' physical, social, and emotional and academic needs by creating a safe and healthy learning environment in which students are challenged, supported, and engaged. Core values. In Barnstable Public Schools, we value commitment, collaboration, and community. Commitment. We are dedicated to the continuous learning and growth for all. Collaboration. We work together while keeping student needs at the center of all decision-making. Community. We build strong, respectful partnerships that support student success. Item 1.2, statement by the chair. Video and audio recording of meeting. The school committee meeting is being recorded and broadcast on the Town of Barnstable's Government Access Channel. In accordance with Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 30, Section 20, the chair must inquire whether anyone else is recording this meeting, and if so, to please make their presence known. Okay, thank you. Pledge of Allegiance. This Pledge of Allegiance this evening will be led by our Barnstable Intermediate School students, Harper DeLulis. Is she here? Okay. And Bishlix Pradhan. So if you would like to come up to the front podium and lead us.
I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Excellent job.
All right, thank you. So we were hoping that the BIS students might want to share some information with us about Barnstable Intermediate School. Usually we have only our student envoys, and they update us on what's happening at Barnstable High School. Would either of you like to come to the mic and tell us how your school year is starting, and if there's anything you think we should know? You know what, it might be easier if you can sit at the table and then turn your mics on. There's a button. Okay. Yes, that might be a little easier than standing.
Hi, how are you?
Welcome.
Welcome.
I'm good. How
Good.
are you?
Excellent. How's the school year going?
This school year has been going very excellent. For the past 204 days of me going to Barnstable Intermediate School, it has always been a place of creativity, ambitions, and bonds for everyone who comes. And there is one thing me and my peers do every day to ensure this factor, and that is to rise. What does that mean exactly? RISE is an acronym that stands for respect, integrity, safety, and effort. Since me and my peers do this every day, this creates a balance between having sports, clubs, and educational activities while still being fair to the rules, completing our assignments, and doing the right thing.
Thank you.
Wow. Kathy, if you ever retire as chair of the committee,
I think
I have a suggestion.
Right there. Absolutely. All right, Harper, would you like to share anything?
My school year has been going well. I enjoy how now my school year is set into periods and how I have a different teacher for every single subject. The staff and teachers and faculty have been welcoming and helpful as I enter a new school. I enjoy all the subjects, and I'm looking forward to the rest of the school year.
That's
Terrific.
great, thank
Terrific.
you. So I haven't been in BIS yet this year, but when I went last year, it was a wonderful building, and you could see everybody was working hard and also enjoying themselves. So I appreciate your coming tonight. Does anybody have anything? Jen? No, great job, thank you. Yeah, Peter? Thank you. Andre?
Yes, very good. I was wondering the grades. I think we have a sixth grader making the transition from the United School, and it seems to be going well thus far. Very good. Young man, you are
I am seventh grade.
seventh grade, so your second year, and I see the progress that's being made, and you're doing well to begin with, and you're going to have a good year. Thank you.
Excellent job. It's always nerve-wracking coming up and talking in front of people, but you are pros at it. So excellent job. Good job.
So our student envoys had an after-school, I think it was a sporting event or an activity. So they're coming along a little bit late. I would like to move down, pardon me? To the highlight in education, right. So we have BIS, BHS community mentorships, and BIS, BHS coaching, teaching, and mentorship class. So is anybody here for that?
Want to join? No, that's impromptu. Yeah, great. Yeah, to talk about this highlight in education, it starts with collaboration between BIS and BHS. So we had a unique opportunity to develop the mentorship program in two facets, which I think lives in both of our school improvement plans. The first one being is the mentorship model, where we have student mentors and we have adult mentors that so we started to pilot this initiative last year at BIS with an Everybody Gets a Hello, kind of a tier 1 leveled initiative. And this year we've worked with Lee Doherty to kind of make that a 3-tiered model. So we have the Everyone Gets a Hello. Mr. Canet has been over the building with some of our adult mentors, greeting every single student as they come into the building. Second layer of that is Doc and his team are in the process of working with the student mentors on restorative practices and circle training. So we're going to be rolling out into our student advisories at BIS, BHS trained students to come and lead circles on various topics to support social and emotional needs in advisories. And then the adult mentorship program will live in that tier 3 intervention. Our counselors are identifying students who just need that adult mentorship. So that's our kind of tiered approach with that model. And then we're excited about the pathway class of coaching, teaching, and mentoring that exists at BHS and Megan Fligg. And what's happening with that class is students are coming down from BHS, and we're partnering with our teachers based on their interest in one of these either teaching, coaching, or mentorship type pathways. So if we have a student at BHS who's interested in being a social studies teacher, we're partnering that student with an educator who's modeling best practices. That student is basically a teaching assistant and working with our students on a daily basis. Where this yields a great advantage for us is we've actually gone a step further and partnered our students that are multilingual, and they're assisting our students in these classes as well.
Huge.
So hopefully we're feeding our pipeline of educators internally with this type of program.
It's just about making connections. In the 3 years I've been here, it's about making connections. The more that we can collaborate, the easier a transition will be, not just within the school from 6th to 7th grade, but really going on to the high school. If we can work together, coming into the high school and not knowing what is going on is very scary for some of our 8th graders, but having a sense of what the expectation is, seeing familiar faces, just really eases the transition and stuff. So it was great to go back to BIS. It was great to see familiar faces, but I think that is the goal, is to have a familiar face. Is when you come into a building, you can recognize someone, you can go to that person, you trust that individual, and then that person can push you to achieve at a great level. So we're going to continue to work. We're going to continue to find ways that we can improve. We have areas of concerns that we have to hit both at the intermediate level and the high school level, but I think that will come from the feedback that we receive from the staff, from the students, and from the community. So we are still learning. This is ongoing, but I think we have a great foundation to really hit home on all the students and also support all the staff as well. So looking forward to seeing what comes in the future with this.
Thank you. Any questions? Jen?
Yeah, I mean, this is absolutely essential, bridging the gap between those two schools especially. I remember when Dante was going into 8th grade, he was terrified because he was little and didn't know anybody. So this is absolutely crucial, and I'm really thankful that you're taking it on. I think we'll see huge returns in the future on that. It's a great concept. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the mentoring program. I know how important it is for veteran staff to mentor new staff, how valuable that is. So this program seems to just follow that same idea, and I think it sounds great.
Yeah, for me, thank you for the overview of the program. As I understand it, what we have developed at the high school under the leadership of Lee Doherty and our community mentors there that have had a tremendous impact on a number of levels, making connections, establishing relationships, academic improvement.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right, once those students feel they have someone to go to, they feel welcome. So what we're seeing is now we're going to integrate this at the intermediate school and try to see some of those gains at that level as well. Are we seeing reduced incidences of discipline? Because again, the students are having individuals who they can connect with. They're feeling welcome. They're seeing representation. Are we seeing reduced discipline?
It's very early in the year to look at the data that we have, but I can tell you right now that from speaking with our hubs, our AAs, our APs, and teachers for that matter, there's a lot less traffic in the hubs, and I think there's more face time with a student that can go somewhere to a trusted adult. And at times, students and staff, and really anyone, just need a timeout and need a break and can go to that trusted individual, kind of vent, they hear from them, they talk it out, and then they have a game plan to go back in the classroom. So the more connections that we can make, the more we can have students re-enter the class. And really, that's the focus, is how to re-engage students back in the classroom. So I think with this approach, we have more ways to re-engage students back in the class, but you're also going into the class with a game plan.
And to add on to that, Andre, too, I think you also, aside from discipline, have to look at your attendance rate and your attendance data and the students wanting to be with our teachers, they're wanting to be in the building. So I think we're going to see a vast improvement of that because of these connections that are being fostered at BHS and BIS.
Thank you. Now, to conclude, you did mention something about encouraging our young students to become educators and planting that seed and showing them if they take the responsibility now in the classroom with their fellow students, especially with our ELL students, that we're growing our own. We're replenishing that supply of teachers into the community with homegrown staff members. So that was very encouraging, and I'd like to be hearing more about that. I'd like to be hearing more about that as the year goes on, how we're encouraging those students to see themselves as future teachers, which are so very much needed, and especially those homegrown teachers that can have a tremendous impact. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Good job. So a couple things, so first of all, I echo what Jen said about the whole transition. We have a lot of transitions in Barnstable, we all know, and it's always a kind of a conversation piece. So I think anytime you can make those transitions easier, especially going into the high school, you're going to be in the high school for 5 years. So like anything that can happen to make that, bringing down different programs, bringing sports in, bringing whatever, there's all different ways. You guys are experts on that, not me. So I agree with anything you can do for that is a big thing. The teacher thing I'm kind of interested in about because I talk a lot about homegrown teachers and stuff like that, and I know I'm glad to see that's kind of moving forward. And what I mean by that is my daughter, who graduated a couple of years ago, I think she was the first class who went down to BIS and just talked to the kids for a day. Yeah. They kind of came in and they kind of like, anybody who wanted to be a teacher could kind of come in and they would tell them about the early childhood development program and kind of like talked it up a little bit. And they had kids from all different pathways, but that was one of them. So it sounds like you're kind of like taking that to the next step, which progress is a good thing. So excellent job, and like anything you can do to, I am huge about pathways in general, just because I always say that we all pay taxes for our school system. And if you can have somebody try, I don't care if it's teaching or business or environmental science or whatever the case may be, if they could try a class when it's free, that's a really good thing, because then it's great if they love it and they're like, oh, that's what I want to go to college for. Great. But it's, to me, as a dad of 4 kids, it's way more important that if they try something and they don't like it. Right. I mean, my son went to Bryan at, I think, $9,000 a class. So if you can decide that you don't like accounting before you stop paying $9,000 a class, that's a good thing for all of us as parents, you know what I mean? So anything you can do for the pathways. I know you're doing a teaching one, but I would assume maybe bring other things down at some point. I would assume, maybe not, whatever. But excellent job with bringing that stuff. And once again, it's also just kind of bridging that gap between 6, 7 and the high school. So excellent job. Really good job. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I have nothing that somebody hasn't already said, but I appreciate you taking the time to share that with us. And I look forward to visiting the building at some point.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Spot.
All right. Boys, catch your breath.
Hi. Run here. So Student Council met with Mr. Canetta to discuss concerns and successes we are seeing within the school. One of the concerns we addressed is the lack of a homework policy within the student handbook. In order to rectify this, Student Council is taking surveys to see how students and teachers feel about it, and we're getting that data back to Mr. Canetta, and he will deal with it accordingly.
Last Friday, we had our first stable time, which is like an hour-and-a-half block of time to encourage more school spirit, almost like what we had in like 6th and 7th grade, where we have like assemblies, games, try to like encourage like more fun in the school. Our first one was a club fair and dodgeball. The club fair students would go and look at 3 clubs for a block of about 10 minutes apiece. Allowed students to get a feel for more of the clubs and see what they are actually like. The dodgeball was a lot of fun. It was grade versus grade, and seniors came out with the win. And as a reward, we are doing class points now, which is what is it called? A reward basis to encourage school spirit and for people to get more involved. So seniors got the highest amount of points, and it tapered down to like who lost. And yeah, 8th graders who lost. And also you could get school spirit points by dressing up, doing something good. And there's a reward at the end of the year. And it's just a competition, gets kids more involved, which is really needed. School spirit has been something we have needed to address for a little bit. It's been down since COVID, so I'm happy to see it getting built back up. I especially saw that last Friday, so yeah.
And finally, the pep band is extending their range of sports. Typically, they only perform at the football games, and now they're going to more games. This gives them an opportunity to be recognized across the board, and they're very talented, and it's great to see them supporting other sports. Thank you.
Thank you, yeah.
All right, any questions or comments?
Yeah, I'm just wondering how the team did.
It was a pretty good game. We did lose 2-1, but we almost tied. Super defensive game. Very hard, but
I get them next
good.
time.
We'll get him next time.
I wonder if you should mix up the policies of seniors versus 8th graders a little bit. So that maybe do something like where 8th graders are the strong ones and get the seniors at the bottom of the pile. Figure something out like that.
To be fair, they did play the freshman class first, and then they lost from that.
Okay.
So we, you know, if we came out on top, we can't say anything about that.
Mr. Canetta wants to say something.
The seniors were on the ropes for that final game.
All right.
So now the truth comes out. It wasn't that.
Duly noted. We'll put that in the record for tonight.
Maybe we should scale the results or something, right?
All right, Peter, you good? Andre?
Yeah, it's great to hear that dodgeball has returned. I know that some of our staff members were essential in getting that back going. I saw some of the pictures out on the football field. Good turnout all around. I'm pleased in terms of what I'm hearing about the spirit, the morale. in the building, you know, the sense of purpose and confidence and connection with each other. I would just, homecoming was early this year. How did that go? I saw there was a number of sporting events, not just one particular sport, but a number of our athletic teams were participating, as well as some of our co-curricular clubs. So can you speak to homecoming weekend?
Yeah, so homecoming week and weekend was super great. I did see a lot of people dressing up for Spirit Week, which isn't super typical, but it was really great to see it this year. Most sports did pretty good. Football was a rainy game, so attendance was low, but we did pull out the win. Field hockey had a game, and soccer had a game as well. I'm pretty sure soccer won. Is that their first win?
No, I think it was before that, but
Okay, soccer had their first win in 3 years, girls soccer. Not that same weekend, but congrats. But it was a super fun week, and homecoming itself was great. They moved the location from the field house to the main cafeteria, which was a very huge improvement because if you've ever been in the field house, you know. So that was great. And the music and the DJ and overall attendance at homecoming was great.
Mike?
All set.
So I have a couple questions. You mentioned that there was a concern about homework and the policy. What's the concern?
So mainly right now in the handbook, all it says in regard to the homework policy is that teachers are allowed to give students homework. There is no amount, no max or min that they are allowed to give. And a lot of students have expressed a sense of just stress in regards to that. A lot of teachers are also stressed about the amount of work they're giving themselves. So since there is no regulation on it, we're just trying to take account of what students and teachers think in order to implement some sort of regulation that helps the entire school population, not just the students.
Thank you. My other question was about the point system. So when you gather your points, is there a reward at the end, or can you,
Yeah.
what happens if you're the winner of the points?
like at the end of the year, I think it was like, do we say a pizza party or cookout? A cookout at the end of the year for the winning class.
That sounds great. Okay, I figured there was a prize at the end. Okay, thank you so much.
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You too.
All right, item 3.2, public comment. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes per individual and 30 minutes total. There will be no debate or action taken on public comment items. The committee will take items under advisement, or the individual will request an item to be placed on a future agenda. The chair will also allow public comment at her discretion during the meeting. Is anybody here for public comment? Okay, you can make sure that when you come up, you state your name and your village, and make sure the mic is on.
Green means on, right? Okay. Hi, everybody. Probably getting tired of seeing my face. I am Danielle Hill. I am a 30-year tax-paying resident of Barnstable. I have graduated. I'm losing count of how many students from the Barnstable High School. I currently have 2 in the high school and 1 at BUES. So my attendance here is not narrow. Okay, I have a dual reason for being here. But I want to start just briefly. I'm here primarily to make sure that nobody thinks that we're going away, okay? So I wanted to start by talking a little bit about microaggressions and whether or not you folks are familiar with what microaggressions are and whether or not you've ever experienced them. I'm sure that you probably have, with or without knowledge. I have seen microaggressions happen in this room by committee members, directed at other committee members. And the reason why I bring up microaggressions is because it goes a long way towards what some of the students in the high school are experiencing, have been experiencing over a significant amount of time, but who are experiencing without support currently with the absence of Hope Taylor in the building. I say that to give you a couple of examples. For example, this year and last, I believe, school lunch is free for all students in the state of Massachusetts. So then why is a little brown boy being accused of stealing a milk in the cafeteria? That's a microaggression. It's not something that should be happening in our school system. There have been incidences where groups of brown children have been left unsupervised and trusted in an empty classroom, and other teachers have raised a fuss about those students being unsupervised, where similar students of a different color have been left unsupervised, and nobody seems to take issue with that. And those are the type of microaggressions that have happened in the high school over a number of years, but they are the type of microaggressions that Hope Taylor has protected the students from. I say that, let me just add, recently, I received a telephone call from another parent in the district about a very serious accusation that was made by another student against my child. If Hope Taylor had been in the building, I would have received a phone call from Hope Taylor. We would have had a sit-down meeting with the other student who made the accusation, their parent, and any teachers who might have been involved or had any knowledge about what the situation was. That phone call came to me on the 29th of September. And no, I'm sorry, the 26th of September, and I still have not received any phone call from the school. Nobody's reached out to discuss what the issue might be. And I know for a fact that the issue would be gone by now if Hope Taylor had been in the building to address it. Those are the types of things, those small things that she was in the building to do for our children that are now lost. She has been the protector of our children. When it comes to the incident that led to her termination, this is something that she has organized and executed for 10 plus years without incident or issue. And she's always benefited the marginalized children in the school. And now I have to question, you know, who is, we talk about the safety of our children and the emotional, social and emotional well-being of the children, and I just have to question, like, who is protecting our children now? And we talked about the people that are safe, and now you're reestablishing those safe people, and I question whether or not those safe people that have been removed from the building are being replaced in a timely enough fashion for the children to feel safe. I wanted to highlight that the importance of this issue to the community is obvious by our continued presence and by our continued statements and our support of Mrs. Taylor. And I also am formally requesting for the community, on behalf of the community, that this issue going forward becomes an agenda issue, because it's not going to go away. I feel strongly that Hope's termination was wrong, and I can back that up by saying that if she was not capable of keeping children safe, then the other people on the trip were also not capable of keeping children safe. And if...
Okay, it's been beyond the 3 minutes, so can you please wrap up?
I certainly can. So I've spoken tonight about the social and emotional well-being of the children and the importance of that, and it's part of this committee and the school district's mission to teach the whole child, including their social, emotional, and their physical well-being. And that being said, I know that there are a number of individuals in the room that are chomping at the bit to speak to the children's physical well-being, and I support their agenda as well, because I also have a children that is experiencing some physical difficulties as a result of what these folks are going to discuss. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Alice Bowen. I'm a retired teacher from Worcester. I was a teacher, an administrator, and a union official. I was the first administrative chair put in. I have taken more trips than you want to know. I'm here because I read about Hope Taylor. I have taken trips as a Girl Scout leader. In 1978, the first trip ever out of Worcester, I had to go into the board and tell them, we need to change the law because we can only go 30 miles. I had gotten a grant to go to Disney World. $100 for 10 days at Disney World per girl. They matched the money. They had to sing on the plane all the way down and all the way back. You can imagine what that was like, telling a bunch of women that were older than God that I, the 30-year-old, was going to take them to Disney World. We couldn't even go to Boston. Now come back. I'm a teacher in Worcester. We're going all over. If you knew all the mistakes we made on trips and had go wrong, I'm going to tell you two. Go to Eastern States. Come back. We're missing 2 teachers. We have to leave at 4 because when we get back to Worcester, the buses were going to be there to take the kids on all over the city because we were a magnet school.
4 o'clock came, they weren't answering their phones. We left. I made the decision. I was the assistant principal. We're going back. Can't have all those buses waiting. We went back. Half an hour after we got back, the 2 teachers and 2 kids I didn't even know were there. They were not on the list because the 2 teachers had taken them in the morning because they forgot them. They told the school secretary to put them on the list, but they didn't tell me because they knew I'd kill them. Anyway, one of them belonged to a fraternal organization. He called a friend who got him chauffeured to Spencer. Spencer chauffeured him to Leicester. Leicester chauffeured him to Auburn. Auburn brought him back to Worcester. Half an hour after we got in, he came up the driveway. No one knew that happened. Our principal had our back. She knew because the parent was there. We had 2 kids. He had them. We had no repercussion. Our superintendent didn't find out because we were on our day off. It was a Saturday, just like your Hope Taylor did. She was so grateful that we took the kids. It was a thing that was an incentive that they had to earn an honor roll once. She never would have ever done anything but support us. And that's the problem that's here. There's no trust now because you don't know who's going to be trusted. Another time we were in New York, a kid fell and ripped his whole knee open. He had to be shuttled by the fireboat over to the ambulance. The ambulance had to take him to the hospital. We were 2 hours late coming back. Nobody said anything. We had a permission slip from the parent that I was to do the medical. I went through the operation with them. I don't want to tell you what that was like because the knee was just gross. But we came back. Nobody said anything. Nobody said anything to the superintendent. There was no big hoo-ha. I talked to the mother on the phone during the whole operation, but the principal had my back. We had done all this on our own time. With teaching, you have to know that the administration's behind you. And when a crisis comes, the faculty has to know that they're there for you. And we had 2 crises where I had to call the teachers at 11 o'clock, some of them, and say, come back to school. I have to tell you something. And at 5 o'clock, I had to do an announcement, call all the teachers in at 5 in the morning because a teacher had died. And we had to tell them that. They had to know we had their back. We meant something. We had to have a plan in place. We had to do stuff because the kids were going to come in, and we had to tell them one of their favorite teachers had been killed during the night. And when you do that, you have to know that the teachers are there, and they're going to do what you tell them, and they have to know, we got your back, because it was a horrible week. I can't tell you how bad it was.
Excuse
And
me,
that's-
you're
I know.
beyond your 3 minutes. I have to remind everybody, public comment is 3 minutes
All right.
per individual.
I'm ready to go, but I feel it shouldn't have been in the paper. You never see anything that goes wrong in the Worcester Public Schools in the paper. They know not to put, nothing goes in. That was on the TV. She has a job. She should have privacy. That should never have been done. You got me out of retirement to come to a school committee. I had done them for 35 years. I was never coming back. This is important. She was not treated right, I don't believe. And I hope you reinstate her. The kids miss her. The kids miss her. Kids in this system aren't going to want to be a teacher because they know what they did to their favorite teacher. I went to buy a piece of jewelry the other day.
Miss, I
I'm
have to
going-
ask you to please take your seat. It's well beyond 3 minutes. I'm going to remind everybody, we have a lot of people here who want to speak. We have 30 minutes total as our allotted time, and I'm going to ask that you stay within your 3 minutes, please. Okay, go ahead.
Good evening, afternoon, whatever you want to call it. My name is Mary Ann Barboza. And when I first heard about this, I said, I'm not going to react because I didn't know enough about it. And then when I've learned exactly what happened, I said, okay, as far as a suspension without pay, I thought it should have been kept private as well. But I thought that was fair. I have nothing to say. As far as the parents and their children, I support them 100% because when I first heard it, That was my reaction. What? But to be fired behind something that was an accident? No. And especially being a teacher of color. Now, if the people on this board don't understand, you're educators. If you don't realize how important it is for a child to see someone that looks like them, how about we empty the school out and put all teachers of color in? Or we put all whatever. You've got to be fair, especially in this climate today. Our kids need to know. And if no one on this board can understand that, maybe we should get together and get rid of the board. Because this can't be. Our babies need to know. It's just like that poster was back in the day that's hung in every doctor's office. Children learn what they live. Our children have learned criticism, so they learn to condemn. They've learned hostility from their community. And then you all wonder why. Why don't they smile so much? Well, we fought to get them to a place where they are part of the community, and the community is going to respect them. But all of a sudden, to sit back and act like one of their favorite teachers, now, she had done 1,000 things wrong. Do whatever you want. She made a mistake. Miss Taylor and the parents are the only ones in this whole thing that have needed to regroup and get their emotional selves together. But all this other stuff is ridiculous. And if you all don't understand how important it is to have kids of color or people of color, Mr. Reed isn't there. God rest his soul, there were no other teachers of color there. I mean, I know we have people, but not to interact with them. As a parent, my children are grown, but I went on every one of my children's field trips. I've had white children, black children. Babies are babies to me. They didn't have enough coaches. Me and my foolish self became a coach. I'm talking about the kids that they hit the ball and go to third base. That's the age I had. And I had more white kids than I did black kids. And you know what? Some of those kids today call me auntie or ma or whatever. When I see them in the street, when they're messing up, I get on their case. I know, I'm going to finish up, but let me finish up. Because I promise you, if they are left out to dry and you all can't understand how important this is for them to have people that they can rely on and look at and trust.
All right.
I understand, but this won't be over.
All right,
will be
we're going to
fighting.
recess if people can't follow the public comment rules until people can follow,
I didn't go over 3
please.
minutes. That was like right there. So don't do that.
I need to remind everybody that we have the 30 minutes.
I need to remind you how important it is for our children to see someone that looks like them.
Hi, my name's Erin Peterson. I'm from Catuit, and I have a daughter in Barnstable United Elementary School. I'm here again for the third time to talk about the mold issue, and I'm not happy. What started out as a cautiously optimistic concern quickly turned into an overwhelming sense of being dismissed. And now, after the last email, after what's been revealed since the last email went out, I feel nothing short of insulted. I can guarantee the feeling is mutual in the community. With all due respect, the most recent email felt like a sloppy attempt at appeasing the public. The information shared was not only incomplete, it was evasive and misleading. I said this wasn't going to go away, and I think it's becoming apparent. The people here today have either done their research or have been personally affected, and they're prepared to fight this and protect our children. I would encourage that you listen very carefully, as you have a very short window of opportunity to make a 180 and do the right thing. The bureaucratic process towards remediation that I assume will be eventually be presented to us in a PowerPoint slide will not be adequate. Actions speak louder than words, and action needs to be taken now. The last thing I would like to mention to anyone that's listening, any parents and guardians of current or past students, educators and staff, please get tested if you believe that you have witnessed or experienced any symptoms of mold toxicity. Speak to your physician about a mycotoxin test. There's one available through Mosaic Diagnostics, which will provide a comprehensive assessment with a 1 to 2 week turnaround. Also, remember to organize your documentation. If things continue to progress the way they have been, you're going to need it. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Allison Amster, and I am the parent of 4 children in the Barnstable public school system. I'm concerned also with how the mold issue is being handled. It is unacceptable that staff and students have been knowingly exposed to these unsafe conditions for years. It is troubling that the problem was severe enough to make a staff member so ill that she had to stop working. This woman even received a settlement for the damage caused by the mold exposure, yet no further action was taken to protect others. As parents, we expect the buildings where our children spend over 30 hours each week to be safe. The health and safety of both students and staff must be the highest priority, and it is time to take immediate and transparent action. My oldest daughter was hospitalized with a rare autoimmune condition towards the end of her 4th grade year at BUES. She completed her prescribed treatment and was doing well that summer. 3 months into her 5th grade year, she was hospitalized again for the same condition, and this time needed chemotherapy. She has had a chronic cough ever since. I have no doubt that the toxic mold she was exposed to while at the school triggered her autoimmune response. My youngest daughter now has been experiencing persistent headaches since January. She has seen her pediatrician multiple times, been referred to neurology, undergone various tests and lab work. She has tried multiple medications and is now scheduled for a brain MRI on October 18th. Given my daughter's ongoing symptoms and the lack of any medical explanation, I'm becoming increasingly concerned about the potential environmental factors, such as mold in her school. I find the decision not to retest the building to be irresponsible. In fact, I urge the district to implement regular mold checks and air quality testing in all schools across the district. When mold becomes visible, the problem has often already got out of hand. We cannot afford to wait until another crisis occurs. Furthermore, I implore that you make this information public and keep us informed of test results and steps being taken. Transparency is essential for building trust within a community. Unfortunately, I and many others have lost trust in the people responsible for safeguarding our schools. I sincerely hope that you take the necessary steps to restore our trust. Dr. Ahern, I urge you to take these matters seriously and fulfill your ethical obligation as superintendent. Please know that we will continue to show up until you do your job and keep our children and the staff of Barnstable safe and well.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rosalie Padini, and I teach 4th grade at Barnstable United. This is my 7th year at BUE. I am here to speak about the ongoing mold issue in our building and the effects it is having on my health, and to be a voice for my students who are directly affected by this as well. Last year, I noticed a significant change in my health over the course of the year. I was sick constantly with respiratory issues. Many symptoms included shortness of breath, wheezing, coughing, congestion, sneezing, headaches, and fatigue. I went to the doctor several times as I became concerned about what was going on with me. I had always been a healthy person with no history of allergies or asthma. During the last 3 months of school, I also started experiencing hives and rashes that were all over my body that were extremely itchy and uncomfortable. I was prescribed both antibiotics and prednisone, neither of which helped any of the symptoms long term. I decided to wait and see how I felt once I got out of school for the summer. I had already started to question if mold was the cause of my health issues. By the 3rd week of summer, I was not having any symptoms. When we returned to our classrooms on August 29th, after the school had been closed for cleaning since mid-July, I assumed my classroom would be clean and ready for teaching and learning. However, this was not the case. There was mold on student chairs, across the wall, and in 2 doorways of my room. Although this mold was cleaned, new mold has been found since then. With no surprise, all of my symptoms started coming back within a few days of returning to our building and have gotten worse each week. Yesterday, I had a chest x-ray done and was prescribed prednisone once again. The summary from the doctor states that I have bronchitis secondary to mold exposure and to do a chest x-ray again in 3 months. I've missed 2 days of school because of it. Not only that, I have had to watch many of my students who are just 9 and 10 years old exhibit similar symptoms over the last few weeks. The amount of sneezing, horrible coughing, and asking to see the nurse for their inhalers is alarming. Honestly, I have never had a sicker group of students at once. I can't help but believe that the mold still being found in our classrooms and all around our building is what is causing these issues. I am very passionate about my role as an educator at Barnstable United. I am incredibly grateful to have a job that I love and that I look forward to going to every day. I don't want to leave. I want a safe working and learning environment for our staff and students. I'm asking for the mold to please be addressed in a way that is going to resolve this ongoing problem we've had for years. I'm also asking for continued mold testing in each classroom. Please help us do the jobs we love safely. Even more importantly, please help keep the children of Barnstable healthy and safe. They are depending on you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Holly Feltis. I am a fourth grade teacher at Barnstable United Elementary School. I'm a parent of a fourth grader at Barnstable United Elementary School, and I'm also a taxpayer. I'm curious if you will be reading letters that 2 teachers had submitted. Will you be reading that as part of public comment?
So when somebody contacted me, the preference is if someone else is here in their place to read, that's the preference, but I made the exception because the person was ill. So if there were audience members who could step up, that would be better.
I have 2 letters from 2 teachers who are ill, who can't be here, so I'll just
then
read one.
what I'll do is start with the first letter.
Okay.
And then when that 3 minutes is up, then you can speak and read the second letter for us.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
This letter is from Erin McGrath, and I'm just going to read it as if I were Erin. My name is Erin McGrath, and I'm a school adjustment counselor at Barnstable United Elementary School. I have been working for the district since January 2020 in this role and hope to continue working for the district in the future as a dedicated Barnstable employee. As a school adjustment counselor, I work with at-risk and emotionally fragile students who require therapeutic support in order to access the curriculum or successfully manage their emotions and behaviors through the school day. Unfortunately, since the 2024-2025 school year started, I have not been able to provide a high level of care for these students due to pervasive mold infestation throughout the school. My fellow counseling department colleagues and I have moved our desks out of our small windowless office due to our spaces being negatively impacted by mold over the summer. Our offices are one of the few areas in the building that still have carpeting, and we were shocked to see the carpets were not removed upon our return in August. A typical scenario of a day of a counselor includes 4 fourth grade students enjoying lunch group in one of our carpeted, small, not well ventilated spaces. During our lesson, some students spill milk on the carpet in addition to crumbs or other food debris from having lunch in a private, appropriate location. My colleagues and I have always done our best to clean up our own spaces, but have also struggled with the lack of custodial support in our building over the last few years, resulting in subpar cleanliness in our space. Can the district guarantee there is no mold under these rugs in our small, windowless offices? Students need to feel safe and comfortable in these office spaces to share troubling information from school, home, or in the community. Currently, our counseling department is operating out of one large shared room and bringing students to our offices for short periods of time not to offer them privacy. We've been trying to offer groups in an open space where all 5 counselors are trying to meet with students and work at the same time. We requested our carpets be removed on August 28th, and there is currently no communicated plan or time frame to remove the carpeting so that we can return to providing the exceptional counseling care we want to deliver and that our students deserve. While spending time outside of our offices this school year, we have noticed and reported mold on our ceiling beams and have provided photos of the extensive mold growth to our building principal. The mold is not only a concern in the counseling department. It saddens me to say our visible mold growth on the ceiling is far less pervasive than the mold growth occurring in many of my colleagues' classrooms and workspaces, and far less than the mold growth in the cafeteria, where our cafeteria workers are expected to cook and prepare food to serve to our students, your community's children. I am writing this letter today as she is 6 months pregnant with my second child. I was pregnant and had my first child at the end of the 23 school year. I am writing This letter today, because I have never been as sick as I have over the past 2 years. I have had numerous documented upper respiratory infections that could not be diagnosed as the common strep throat or bronchitis. In the last 10 months, I have suffered from 2 severe respiratory infections and pneumonia. Additionally, I have experienced itchy eyes, headaches, and cold symptoms daily, all symptoms which suddenly resolve and disappear over the summer months while I'm not working at Barnstable United Elementary School. I am writing this letter today in support of my colleagues and our students whom we all love and strive to support. The students of our community deserve to learn in a clean, safe school building that is not a risk to their health. I am writing this letter today. May I finish this letter? Okay. I am writing this letter today because I worry about my stepdaughter, daughter, and soon-to-arrive son, questioning if I have potentially endangered my own children due to their in vitro exposure to mold while I work in a compromised building doing a job I love and care deeply about. As a wife, mother, daughter, counselor, and proud Barnstable employee, please consider my health and well-being. Please consider my colleagues' health and well-being, but most of all, please consider the students of Barnstable and their health and well-being. Please contemplate all necessary and appropriate measures to guarantee safety for us so we can resume doing the jobs we love without fear of what the condition of this building is silently doing to our health.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to take a break? Let somebody go for you're good? You take a breath.
Sorry, I tried to be fast.
I know,
That's
you're a
just like
speed
my
reader.
classroom, right? Thank you. Okay, thank you for your patience. This is from Elizabeth Tannis, who is a 4th grade teacher. My name is Liz Tannis, and this is my 8th year teaching 4th grade at Barnstable United Elementary School. I wish I could attend in person tonight, but unfortunately I am unable as I am sick. I am writing on behalf of everyone in the building to plead for help regarding the mold at our school. Last year, I found myself feeling ill throughout most of the year. Things got worse around late December as I have had severe nasal congestion, a bad cough, chest tightness, shortness of breath, and wheezing. I have asthma, and until last year, it has always been well controlled to the point that I was not taking any inhalers at the start of the 2023-24 school year. Last year, however, I was prescribed a new steroid inhaler, and my dosage needed to be increased as the first dose I was prescribed did not alleviate my symptoms. My cough and congestion continued until I went on maternity leave just after April vacation. Within a week and a half of being out on maternity leave, the cough and congestion I had for over 4 months resolved, and I could breathe again. I was able to completely stop taking the steroid inhaler and albuterol over the summer. Within a week of being back at BUES, however, my symptoms have returned, necessitating that I resume taking my steroid inhaler, as well as albuterol inhaler daily. My throat is so irritated some days, I feel like I can't clear it. The congestion in my chest has continued to get worse since the beginning of the year, and at times it's such a struggle that even holding my infant daughter on my chest feels like it's too much. I, like everyone else, was excited and eager to get back into the classroom after summer vacation. I was optimistic that the work being done over the summer would solve the problem and that I would feel better this year. I was still concerned about how quickly the start date for the school year was approaching and all the work that needed to be done per the report. So I wrote a letter to our superintendent expressing my concerns and sharing with her the symptoms I experienced last year. We have been reassured that the mold is being resolved, and I want to believe it. However, I continuously find mold in my classroom, and every week I feel worse. My body is telling me that something is not right. I have reported mold each and every time I have found it, as well as documented it through photographs. In addition to my classroom, there was also a large patch of mold in the closet of the nurse's office where I was pumping milk for my baby. I pumped milk in that closet for 2 weeks, twice a day, with symptoms before I was made aware that the spots on the floor were in fact mold. My concern is that spot treating mold as it pops up is not treating the root problem. I understand that treating the mold is a massive undertaking, and I appreciate the steps that have been taken so far, but the problem is far from being remediated. How long are we expected to document and wait for permanent solutions when every day more of us are getting sick? I don't want to leave my school. Teaching is truly a passion for me. I love my colleagues, administrators, and my students deeply. I feel that I am being forced to choose between my health and a career that I love. It is unfair to the staff, and most importantly, for the children that attend our school, to be forced to work and learn in an environment that is hazardous to our collective health. As educators and as a district, it is our responsibility to ensure that our students are safe. I implore you to please help protect our children and our staff. Thank you, Elizabeth Tannis.
Thank you for reading those. I appreciate it.
I just drove up from Worcester, so I didn't really plan anything, but I recognize a lot of you. I'm Christine Pratt-Goral. I was a teacher in Barnstable for 34 years. I recently retired from BUE in May. I was 19 years at MME before I moved over, when they moved the fourth grades over to BU. MME is West Villages, sorry. One thing I noticed about the two buildings, MME does not have air conditioning. There was a lot of, when you open the doors, the wind just blows through the two rooms. It's built not to have air conditioning. You can open the windows, you can open the doors, and the breeze just comes through. BUE without air conditioning doesn't work. It wasn't built for that. The doors aren't aligned. There's very few windows. There's no cross ventilation in that school. So right now, the air conditioning's off. That means there's no cross ventilation. In 2000, I was an athlete my whole life, a college runner. I competed at UMass as a Division I distance runner. I competed in many triathlons on Cape. I was a Cape Cod runner for a long time, part of CCAC. In 2018, that kind of all stopped. I started getting really bad bronchitis. My sister couldn't believe it. I couldn't walk down. We were in Boston. I couldn't walk down one corner without stopping to breathe. This problem continued. It's still to this day. I'm on 2 inhalers. I've been hospitalized for low oxygen levels once, almost hospitalized last year for low oxygen levels. I kind of begged my way out of it because it's awful being in the hospital. So this problem is still with me. I was x-rayed this scan this summer on my lungs to see what's going on, to see if I can get some more solutions. And I'm meeting with my pulmonologist next week. This was never an issue my whole entire life. And I'm concerned that this has been going on since 2018 at least. And I know that there was problems with the air conditioning back then. And that still, it's there and nothing. And I know it's a huge problem, but it's going to need a huge solution. And it's going to need a solution that's more than a Band-Aid work that I think that's been happening for the last few years. And when my sister heard about the newspaper article and what's going on, and what happened this summer where they closed down the schools, she just said, "Thank God you're not going back there this year," because she was really worried about my health. So I hope that you can solve this problem. I've loved being a teacher for Barnstable. I've loved working with the staff. I love my principal at Barnstable United. He's just awesome. And so I love the people I worked with. I hope you can really address this problem so people can go there and feel safe. Barnstable has a great school system. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Amanda McGarrigle. I'm a parent to one child in the Barnstable school system, and I'm also a licensed clinical social worker who treats adolescents and adults in our local community. I know that sticking to the facts of the situation at hand will be most effective in advocating for what our children deserve, a safe and healthy learning environment to live in. Children spend hours with teachers, and they all deserve to be in a safe and healthy environment. Teachers are already up against so many systems, assessments, and measures that they have to meet. My son told me that his teacher only gets 15 minutes for lunch, and this is really upsetting to him. After spending several hours going through all of the indoor air quality reports from 2012 and again in 2019 and also in 2024, I was shocked and really upset. I'm not an expert, but I do know that if you can see mold, the problem is already too big. My question is, what is behind those ceiling tiles? What's in the attic spaces and between the walls? There was a picture taken this morning at BUES that indicates that the issue is far more widespread than we can see and really much worse than we've been told. Although I appreciate the scramble to address the issue in July and August, I refuse to get behind the idea that this was unexpected or an emergency. The HVAC system in BUES has outlived its life by 15 years, and this was noted in the report from 2012 and again in 2019. One of the emails we received mentioned a long-term capital improvement plan. I believe it's only fair that parents can review this plan and are given an appropriate timeline to when this HVAC system can be addressed. And by addressed, I mean replaced. Because I thought about bringing a box of Band-Aids and dumping them on the ground tonight, because that's essentially what's being done to handle this issue. My husband and I are very lucky to have a kid who transitions really easily and is not immunocompromised. He loves school, and it would break his heart for us to pull him out, but we're thinking about doing it if this is not addressed.
What about all the children in the NECC? Barnstable is the only district that offers that program. There are some families that cannot make the decision to pull their child out of Barnstable for school choice. As a therapist and a mandated reporter, I can imagine some of you are too. I can tell you how damaging it is for a child to tell an adult something concerning or bothersome to them and have the adult do nothing about it. It's disheartening to hear the number of children who are coming to their homes and telling their parents about the mold they see after being told that there's no mold. I do think that everyone would agree that we need to teach our children that they can trust adults to do the right thing. I find it extremely dismissive and insulting to be told that then since there's no standard for testing, testing won't be done. The mass.gov IAQ site says, if testing is not recommended, how do you determine whether mold is present? And the answer is visual evidence of mold growth and other presence of musty odors are reliable indicators of mold problems that are correlated with health risks in buildings where indoor environmental complaints have been made. So it sounds like a reason to continue testing in BUES. I have 20 seconds left. We want truthful transparency. We want to know the plan. We deserve to see more intentional action, not panic, emergency, reactivity, and lip service emails. Our property taxes increased 40% 2 years ago, which helps fund the school budget. In 2024, the proposed school budget only offered a 6% increase budgeted for building maintenance, extraordinary maintenance, utilities, and heat. The superintendent's office, however, budgeted their office a 29% increase. We pay for our children to go to school in a safe and healthy environment, and I know budgets and funding have always been an issue for public schools. However, we cannot turn a blind eye. If any of you have children in the Barnstable school system, can you honestly look us all in the eye and say that you're comfortable with the air that the children and the faculty are breathing? If we don't already have enough to worry about concerning the physical safety of our children in our schools, if we can install metal detectors, we can install air quality detectors and an HVAC system that works. I'll say it again, we're not going away, which means we need to find a way to make this right and do it immediately. Thank you.
Going to try to get through this without crying. I'm a little emotional. My name is Brittany Burt. I'm a resident of Marston's Mills, and I am here to express my concerns about BUES and the mold and moisture that continues to be a problem. As we all know, mold comes from moisture, so I propose further testing for moisture. According to mass.gov website, there are 2 action steps to monitor a public building for humidity and moisture levels. Action step 1 is to conduct regular walkthroughs to observe conditions of the building. And action step 2, which I would highly recommend, is to install indoor air sensors. Indoor air sensors become more sophisticated and less expensive. They can be placed directly in the classrooms to measure and provide accurate, real-time information back to the user via an app or a web-based dashboard, eliminating the need for personnel to take measurements with handheld equipment. This would let school staff know when the humidity and moisture levels are not where they should be, and action steps from there can be implemented to stop what will happen next, which is mold growth. Waiting until mold is visible is not the answer. According to the CDC, the best way to control indoor mold growth is to control moisture, and that can be done by conducting routine inspections for mold and moisture problems to be able to protect the indoor air quality. According to the CDC, mold can cause a variety of health problems, increased allergic reactions, asthma attacks. My son has to take 2 allergy medicines every single day before school, and my child should not have to medicate in order to receive a public education.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mike McTighe, and my daughter is Heather Ray. She's been a teacher here in the school forever. She loves her job. She loves the kids. But she's really thinking about, she has to maybe, I'm not saying this here, maybe go to another school. She went to school today and she taught until 11:30. Then she had to go to a doctor's appointment that she had scheduled. She really needed it. And she has like a staph infection on her arm that she showed me. And the doctor looked at it and she asked the doctor, she says, how come I've got these bloody noses? And so he checked it. He says, he investigated her. He says, well, you don't have just that. He said, you have ulcers in both nostrils. Ulcers in both nostrils. And, she says, could that be affected by mold? He said, certainly. So I'm just saying is that And then she has to undergo more tests next week for pulmonology. So I'm just saying, when I left there, she came over to the house tonight, and I said, when I listened to her and watched her, I said, I got to go over there. And she says, don't speak. So I'm trusting you. None of you will remember me, and do not tell her I was here.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. State Representative Kip Diggs here. I'm here to I'm listening to my constituents about a couple of issues. You know, I know Hope Taylor issue. You know, being that I went to Barnstable, Mr. Reed was my man. And he helped me. And yes, I was a good athlete and all that stuff, but I also had, you know, I wasn't the best athlete, I wasn't the best student, but I needed some help and I needed some guidance. But if I didn't have Mr. Reed, I didn't have anything. And, you know, I did have a lot of love in that school. There was other people, but I also still always had that blanket of Mr. Reed being able to help me. That's all I'm going to say about that. I think you guys can understand the rest. I mean, Mr. Reed was a component that was really, he did a lot of great things for our community. Was he perfect? None of us are, but we all know that the love and compassion that he gave. And I think that's what also Hope does. Hearing about, you know, everyone's different. Everyone, you know, when I was in school, first of all, my mother and father were the guys, were the parents. Like, if you have to go to the hospital, then you go to the hospital. But if not, you're in school. So I couldn't miss school. So if I missed school, then I was sick. But to hear if our teachers that are there, I mean, we also know our teachers don't want to complain because some of them may not be there, that have not been there that long, to be able to make sure that they're vested, to make sure that, hey, if I miss school, if I miss this, then I may not be able to come back to work. So having your security of making sure that you're okay, that you want to make sure that you have a job, that's important. And, you know, our teachers don't get paid a ton of money, but their money's their money. But their health is the most important thing, and they're around our children constantly. And if there's a problem, and it looks like there's a problem, we have to do our due diligence, period. If there's a problem, we have to find out, because we don't need anyone dying, because then think of even that. You know, my son is no longer here, and that's really why I'm a state representative, because my community lifted me up when I was down. So now I'm lifting my community up while they're down. They're telling us there's a problem. So we have to do our due diligence to find out if there's a problem. We don't want anyone getting sick. We don't want anyone getting sick. So let's find out, hey, if that means that the school has to close for a day, or if we have to do, I mean, what did we do when COVID happened? We had school still happening, but we did it at home. I'd rather us be home in getting that situation cleared up so that they can come, because we definitely do need our children need to vibe with their kids, but also vibe with their friends and vibe with their teachers. So that's really all I have to say. I mean, I know that you guys care, but there's something going on. We have to do our due diligence to find out what it is. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Jillian Tushko from Barnstable. I have a letter to read from an employee that wants to remain anonymous, which I'm very sad that the teachers at this school are scared enough to not show their faces here and not speak up because they are afraid of whatever. I'm not exactly sure, but everybody should be speaking up about this. And I also have a student at BUES who was sick all year last year on prednisone, antibiotics, coughing, and I've had several other people reach out to me and say, I knew your daughter was coughing all year long, and it was so concerning. So something needs to be done for the students, for the staff. This is absolutely outrageous, and it will not be tolerated by anybody. This has gone on way too long. All the pictures right there are the proof. This is the letter from the teacher. I am in a
1 second. I need to make sure our policy states that
I'll make a motion that we continue public comment.
No, it's not about the time limit. People are supposed to state their name
Oh, yeah.
and their town, and so I just don't want to violate
I'll make a
anything.
motion then that we make an exception and let this person stay anonymous.
Second.
I don't.
Thank you.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time. I am an employee as well as a parent of a student at BUES. Just like most of you here, I have a huge concern about the quality of the building. The condition of the building is not manageable by regular custodial maintenance. There is mold and water damage far beyond the ceiling tiles visible to the eye. There are constantly leaking pipes and ceilings. Aside from the mold, there are inches and inches of thick dust piled up on every surface of the gymnasium, a place our children go to run around and breathe for exercise. That alone is unacceptable. That dust issue I have personally now brought to our superintendent's attention more than once last year and this year with a response of, it's on the list. Today, we had no drinking water. Over 700 children and staff had no clean water to drink, nor were water bottles supplied for anyone. This was due to a pipe issue being addressed yesterday, resulting in the water being shut off, and when it turned back on, the water was cloudy and discolored. Due to budget cuts, staff already had water stations taken away at the end of last year. So today, we all really had no clean water to access. Never mind the already ongoing issues with the bubblers we do have, most of which do not even have a filter. I personally cannot speak on budgets and how much things actually cost, but I can imagine a whole new ELA curriculum being something costly. This year, a new program was more important than ensuring clean water stations and maintenance to our building. Many of the emails I have seen talk about the budget or waiting results of a test that was done on the building. It's all Band-Aid fixes and beating around the bush. This goes above and beyond the admin of the school. This is a district and beyond. This needs to be taken care of immediately. The building is truly disgusting. Prisons are maintained better than this. Sincerely, a concerned parent and staff member.
Thank you.
Hello. My name is Sarah O'Connor, and I'm from West Barnstable, and I have a fifth grader at BUES. I'm just very short and sweet with mine. We've heard a lot of facts, a lot of information, everything going around. There's a lot of stories going around and shared experiences that we can all relate to, which is kind of scary to think of, that this kind of all came out when a few of us started a couple Facebook groups a week ago, and it's still growing daily and every single day and every hour almost. I feel like we're hearing a new story and a new experience, a new situation. It's very unsettling and disturbing. But just a few more facts to add into everything else that's been shared today. There's, as we know, clearly a lot of similar issues going on with respiratory issues, things like continuous strep throat. I have a best friend's daughter who has had strep throat every single month that she's attended BUES, except for the summer. She was okay. After 1 month of attending BUES this year, on September 25th, diagnosed with strep throat again. I talked to the principal, probably, I think last week, right around September 25th, asked him if they're checking to see if all these absences that they're concerned about are related in any such way, like the continued respiratory issues, the autoimmune issues, the strep throat, and he said they don't. So that's kind of concerning to me if this has been an issue that's gone on for a long time, that no one's looking into that, but they're concerned about attendance and consistent attendance. It's kind of alarming there that they wouldn't even look into seeing why are all these kids absent? Were they similar issues? Are they related to this mold crisis that we're having right now? That's very irresponsible, in my opinion, that hasn't even been thought about yet. But as well as these awesome poster boards that I encourage all of you to come look at if you haven't yet, because there's lots of information and facts right there. I was told last week that the week prior, an administrator's office was deemed inhabitable. If something is deemed inhabitable, they shut down a whole building. So instead, they just moved her office. That there's something wrong there. I have a friend who was born and raised in Barnstable school system. His daughter was entering 4th grade this year. He reached out to me asking, what's going on? I don't think I can send my daughter here. And instead, he looked into it, heard my concerns, saw everyone else's concerns. He's going out of his way to commute to Mashpee every single day to make sure his daughter is healthy and getting the education she's supposed to be getting. And unfortunately, no one wants to do that, but there are a lot of us who are thinking about doing that if this issue isn't fixed immediately and not Band-Aid like everyone keeps saying. So I myself am requesting, what is the school's daily, weekly, monthly cleaning schedule? What does it entail? Do you have enough staff to keep up with this cleaning schedule on a regular basis to keep up with the remediation? And I'm also requesting regular air quality testing, whether it's biannually, quarterly, or at the minimum, as of right now, there should be a date set for an air quality test for after the heat is mandatory to be turned on in October in a few weeks. That's scary to me. And also, we would like to request an alternative like Kip Diggs just brought up. There should be an alternative right now, like Zoom or something else, until this issue is fully resolved and not just slightly resolved enough so you can have parents come in for an hour and make it look clean and smell clean. That's not acceptable. And like these other parents have said, we're not going away. We're not. Then that's why you've probably seen there was a lot more attendance at this meeting than the last one. And we will keep showing up and hopefully with more people. And we're going to continue to contact the media, the state, and whoever else we need to. I actually had someone reach out to me on Facebook from Channel 7 News that I will be calling as soon as I leave this building today. We're not going away. And we hope that we can trust you all to do the right thing.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sean O'Reilly from West Barnstable. First, I want to just thank Sarah Hearn. I spoke today, and she took my phone call within a few hours, so I appreciate that, even with all the stress that's going on. I also like to thank Steven Zaros for writing a letter to Ms. Ahern on my behalf. We have a son. He's in 4th grade. Obviously, it's upsetting. I was talking to you as well. He's been there for 3 or 4 weeks now, and he's also now starting to have coughing at night, and I'm sleeping with him the past 3 nights. I didn't know about Miss Bedini's illness until she came and spoke, and he's in her classroom. All I knew is he was out sick. To make this short and sweet, we're probably not going to return our son to BUES. We're probably going to either seek homeschooling or seek a private education, which I don't feel like we should have to do. Especially hearing her concerns, it makes me even more upset. When I was speaking to Ms. Ahern, she seemed genuinely concerned, so I know that's not what everyone who's been up here might have thought, but I really do feel she did come across that way. The one thing I think that we definitely disagree on is, where do you draw the line? Where do you have issues within the school? And we spoke about the structure of the school. We spoke about deferred maintenance of the school. We spoke about capital projects and how long these capital projects take to actually get accomplished. And what we might be seeing here is just an accumulation of deferred maintenance, poor design, and lack of expedited capital projects. And it's all coming to a head. And I think at some point, like what everyone has already mentioned, is you have to at some point say, okay, time out, it's enough. When you're in the midst of an issue, sometimes you get lost in that issue and need someone from outside the issue to help direct you into what should you be doing, how should you be doing it, and maybe give you a different perspective on what you're seeing. It's not thinking outside the box. Everyone says that 30,000 or 50,000 foot view. I do think at this point there might be an independent third-party person that comes in that is not affiliated with the school, that we haven't hired before, that isn't a town employee, that has no skin in the game, we're not going to hire again, that looks at this situation and helps to make the decision. And then that's not saying that neither even the school committee or the administration isn't qualified or knowledgeable or cares enough to make that decision. It's just from the community's perspective, maybe have someone who hasn't violated other people's trust in their perspective, or who could see it from a different angle and go from there. But I think as a town, you should be able to send your kid to the school. It shouldn't have mold. They're right. If you have mold popping up in the building, there's already an issue somewhere else. It doesn't just come. I know that they talked about different metals and different structures and touching mold, but if you're touching mold, if you're breathing in mold, if it's getting into your body, we don't know what's going to do short term. We don't know what's going to do long term. People may have health deficits going into this. They may develop health deficits. We don't know, but it leaves that question mark. And I'll finish up now. But it also leaves the town with liability. And it also leaves questions, should we seek general counsel in paying for that private education? So I do think the school committee should probably look into that to help the school prevent any class action lawsuits, for example, for the mold and having to pay for people's education to go elsewhere, or school choice. And we didn't get school choice, so we probably would have been in Sandwich. So that's why we went to BUS in the first place, because we heard about these issues. So, but thank you for your time. And again, I appreciate your time and calling me back today. So thank you, guys.
Thank you.
I have the name of that teacher from the letter. Okay, can I speak for myself then? That was from somebody else.
So you spoke a little bit for yourself, and then you spoke for the other person, so you can finish your 3 minutes.
Thank you. I just also wanted to say that there's a vulnerable community of children with autism that go to the BUES, and there's no other option of schools for them to go to. I could say I'm going to school choice my kid to a different school, and I feel good about that. But there's a vulnerable community of disabled children that go to that school, and the program is not offered anywhere else, and that is not fair to have these students have no other option of schooling. And it's not safe for anybody, but the autism community is extremely vulnerable, and everybody needs to stand up for, if not everybody, especially them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
My name is Courtney DeLamba. I am a resident of Hyannis. My son goes to BUES. Following what she said, my son is in the NEC program. He's medically compromised already. I don't even want to send him to school, but I don't have another program to send him to. So when you sit here and you say, we're not going to test, that's a disgrace to my child. I am putting his life at risk, sending him to school every day. He's nonverbal autistic, asthmatic, epileptic. So needless to say, this is a huge concern for me. A huge concern. We are back and forth monthly to Children's Hospital because of this. He's not sleeping at night. He's not getting up for school because of it. He's wheezing daily. He can't tell me when he can't breathe. And the fact that he's not close to the nurse's office is a concern. Now that I'm hearing that there's mold in the nurse's office, I don't even want him to go down there to get his meds twice a day that he's on. So we need to do something, and we need to do something now, because I'm going to be that parent that you're not going to get rid of. I refuse to let this go.
Thank you. Is anybody here for public comment? All right, public comment is now closed. So item 3.3, school committee comments and subcommittee liaison reports. Jen?
I want to thank everyone for coming out tonight. I'm one of those moms. I get it, 100%. And I will fight always for the safety of our kids. I listened to every single one of you. And I know how upsetting it is when it's challenging anyway, and those things happen. We have to come to some sort of an understanding where there's trust on both sides, and I'm going to work toward that in the capacity that I can as a school committee member, which probably isn't the capacity that you want, because I can't just make it happen. But I'm listening to you, and I understand it's a very serious situation, and I just want you to know that I hear you.
Peter?
Yeah, I had a few subjects to talk about tonight, but I'll forget them for this, the BUES situation. And all I got to say is, wow. I'm looking for some clarification with the ongoing issues. You know, I go back to emails saying the building and fire inspector said in late August no concerns were cited. And the indoor air quality director from Department of Public Health said no hazard remains. I know we've purchased fans, hygrometers, HEPA filters, to name a few. And I know we're not providing ongoing mold testing. I know Sarah has stated that as issues arise in the building, they'll be addressed. We've heard from faculty members. We've heard from parents about ongoing situations. I heard, I think it was yesterday, the day before, about an ongoing leak. And I've heard from some faculty members saying all's well. So, you know, I don't know. I think if I'm reading this right, that the administration is saying there's a little problem and we're working on it, and the teachers and the parents are saying, no, there's a big problem here. I'm looking for clarification for the situation. I think we need a monthly report from the superintendent, maybe more than that, because we meet monthly regarding the concerns. But we cannot keep on going like this with almost two different pictures being painted regarding mold. I personally don't know what to do about this. This is a huge issue. But we got to be hearing accurate information. I personally am all for more testing, so we have something to point to or something to report, so we feel safer. Be it air quality detectors, air sensors, daily, weekly, monthly, air quality testing, but we got to do something. This is crazy.
Andre.
No, thank you, Kathy. So, to start, because we're addressing a couple different issues, but I just want to say that diversity in education is the foundation for effective schools, and it benefits all aspects of student learning, and most of all, the academic outcomes of our students. And it's something that we say and we're going to do in Barnstable. We're going to honor, we're going to recognize, and we're going to have diversity in education. We're going to support all of our staff members so that our students can be successful. In terms of the situation with mold, I'm hearing dismiss. I'm hearing insult. I'm hearing evasive from the community regarding our response to an existential issue. Absolutely unacceptable. For us as a committee, me personally, a graduate of Barnstable, I reach out and let us know what is going on in real time. I'm an educator. Other staff members here are educators. We live this on a day-to-day basis. This is what we tell our students in the classes. This is what we tell our parents in the classes. And that's the way that we as a school committee ought to operate, and that's how I know many of us operate. So when there's things going on, we want to hear about it. And these words that I'm hearing, I'll say them again, because I don't want to ever hear them again from the community about who dismiss, insult, evade. We're going to do better. I'm not somebody that comes from the construction background, so I'm not going to act as if I have a specific understanding of what's going on, but a consistent theme. I don't understand why we're not testing. If there's not a problem, then why not show there's not a problem? That does not make sense to me. We said it at the last meeting, that whatever agency recommended that when the temperature goes down, the possibility of mold therefore decreases, and then you don't need to do the testing because the probability of mold is lower, so it's essentially unnecessary. Okay? We need to show the community that our schools are safe. It's a no-brainer. If there's no issue, then show that there's no issue so that we can dispel, that we can dismiss a lot of these concerns that we're having to start with. Continual recommendations that I'm in support of. Air quality protectors, air quality sensors, looking at the cross-ventilation in the schools. There's hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars of taxpayer money that's going into getting this right. There's no reason why these steps can't be taken to show that our schools are safe, and if there is an issue, what is the issue? How is it being addressed? How can we move forward? This is a community, this is a nation that came through a global pandemic and returned to schools. We cannot address one facility and one particular issue that has been continual for years and decades. This is a solvable issue. It starts with testing. Beyond that, If the community is asking for these certain things that are clearly reasonable, they will be getting in the near future these remedies, if I have anything to say with it.
So, wow. So last month, I voiced here that we should be doing ongoing testing because my whole philosophy on it was, okay, even the stuff you see, what don't you see, and it's still in the air. So I said it last month. I'm like, what about the hidden spaces that no one cleans and no one sees? Like, to me, that's like, by the time it's like, I don't know. To me, it's just like, okay, I see it in places, but what about the places I don't see? That's what's going to get me. So I'm a little different than most people here. I'm a retired firefighter paramedic, and I am 100% obviously about action. So the gentleman that he left, the gentleman from West Barnstable, what I would recommend immediately is we need to bring in somebody from the outside. We need to bring in not the state. We need to bring in, I don't know who that is. I'm going to be honest with you. I think we need to bring in somebody from the outside to do the whole 9 yards from why do we keep having this to what is it this time to what can we do to stop the Band-Aid, to fix it once and for all. So there's a trust issue. So let's bring in, like he said, bring in a third party from the outside that has no skin in the game and let them come back and whatever they say, they say. You know what? It's the parents and the teachers. It's not us, right? It's not us, or it's not the school administration. Or the district's administration. It's somebody completely non-biased. So to me, that makes the most amount of sense because I don't see us getting out of this without a third party getting involved in this. I just don't. I don't see a way to get out of it. Like, because no matter what is said from the administration, there's going to be the skeptics, and it's to that point. It has to be done by a third party. So that's my own personal take on it. As far as, and I would say, and I know it doesn't solve the problem immediately, but I think if you bring a third party in, then you go by their recommendations. If they say these sensors, if they say you clean it once a month, they say you do whatever you do, those are the recommendations we go by. Because you read stuff all over the internet and like you never have an ailment and then go on WebMD and see what it is because it's always worse. So, and I'm not trying to minimize it. I'm just simply saying that we need to get a third party in here who knows what they're talking about and tell us what we need to do to fix the problem. That's simple. That's like, to me, that's where you start and that's how you figure it out. So that's my recommendation.
Okay, thank you. So I don't think I can add any more to what's been said. I agree with my colleagues, and I recognize that it's a problem. I did go through that building and spoke with everybody. I will work closely with Superintendent Ahern to see if we can come up with a better solution and an immediate solution. And so I thank all of you for coming out tonight. In addition, I have a couple more items just to share with my colleagues. Earlier this month, or actually it's October, on September 6th, I attended the MASC update on public comment. It was a webinar that was presented by Esquire Elizabeth Valerio. It covered the latest updates on public comment procedures in school districts and public meetings, including the recent developments, the legal considerations, and the best practices for fostering respectful public participation. I intend to share this information with the policy subcommittee and pull the two public comment policies to review to see whether or not, well, I do know that we have some things that are not in line with the suggestions provided at this seminar, so we will have those on the agenda for the subcommittee meeting. And then after the subcommittee meets, we'll go through our regular process where we bring it to the school committee for consideration. So I just wanted to note that. And I don't have anything other than that. So if we can move on to item.
Kathy, a quick point of order. I did have a few slides.
I'm going to ask that since we extended public comment by more than a half hour, if you could just post those and people can look at your slides.
Kathy, maybe a different time in the meeting would be good. I will do them at a later time in the meeting. We do have some important updates.
I can do it at the end after.
That sounds good, Kathy.
So item 3.4, Superintendent.
Thank you. I have two things this evening, but I think I'll reduce it to one just to give everybody an update on Barnstable United Elementary School and keep it focused. And I really regret that people are feeling dismissed and unheard and brushed off. It's very hard to convey much of this in writing, particularly over email. And then to do so with the entire community and have them follow the whole story is even more of a challenge. So if that felt vague or evasive, it was really intended to be a synthesis with additional information on the BUES website. It's a struggle for me to not do ongoing testing. I think that feels like a really attractive solution. It's very, very hard to know what an appropriate testing protocol would be when there's no guidance. So while I want to say yes, it just doesn't, there's no information coming from the Department of Public Health saying, here's how you do it, here's the frequency, here's what a problem is defined as or an issue is defined as. And so it's a challenge. We do recognize that there is a problem, an ongoing problem at the Barnstable United Elementary School. To a lesser extent, there's mold mitigation happening in other buildings across the district. Because this is a wet climate, and when it's hot and humid, mold is prone to grow. My intention has been to give monthly updates, and this is one of the forums. Peter, I completely agree with you. I think it needs to be more frequent. Mr. Wojciechowski and Doug Bowlanger, our facilities director, have started to update the faculty in a Friday email. We'll share that with the community and the school committee as well. Since the last meeting, we engaged a second opinion, an additional resource to provide guidance on our ongoing efforts to maintain vigilance against moisture and mold. Because what I did commit to in previous messages was that constant vigilance if something arose that we were going to address it. I have had a few additional people reach out to me, and I'm collecting resumes to see what third parties and additional resources might be helpful to us, and I appreciate those who reached out. We certainly can put out quotes as well. We reached out to Dr. Marina Brock. She's an environmental health specialist of the Barnstable County Health Department, and have spoken with her and conducted a walkthrough with Dr. Brock earlier today. She did do some further analysis. It's not an air quality test, but we thought that it would be helpful for her. She offered to do some tape testing and tape analysis to lift particles from various sites across the school in specific locations. These tape samples will assist in identifying mold species. It can also identify other types of particles such as dust and pollen, which could also be contributing to respiratory concerns. So it'll help parse some of that out and provide a further analysis of our spaces. There's more detail here. I'm just going to read all of the detail that I included. One area that we had our test included pipe insulation above the ceiling tiles, knowing that there's concerns about things that people aren't seeing and can't see up in the ceiling tiles. And we know that it's an area of concern for staff. One thing to note about the insulation is that previous mold growth would leave a stain behind. So some people may see things that appear like they're mold, but they have actually been remediated by Service Master. But we did have her lift samples and test those to be sure. And we can be more informed about decisions related to the pipe insulation. She's willing to continue to work with us and serve not only as a resource to administration, but also to our staff and to our families. And Kathy and I have been Kathy and I have been discussing holding a special meeting and having these additional resources come and work with our staff and work with our families. They are a wealth of information, including on the health impacts. That is beyond my scope of practice to talk about, but they can also talk about health impacts. We've been continuing work around the school to control moisture and attend to the HVAC. Air Restoration, who we brought in this summer, has completed their work. After the initial cleaning, they continued to work on standard and routine maintenance of all secondary exhaust units above the ceilings and on the roof. As part of the process, some deficiencies within the HVAC system were identified. There were components that were still running but nearing the end of life. So rather than waiting for them to fail, these have been addressed and repaired. Going forward, Air Masters is our on-call contractor who is ready to respond to any issues that arise.
I'm going to ask that the public refrain from talking because public comment is now over. Thank you.
Efforts continue to have the building dry out. The facilities department has removed a significant number of trees and shrubs. They've been clearing the wheat poles on the school's exterior to be sure that any moisture in the exterior wall is leaving. A major issue was clogging in the gutters, which have now been cleaned out. Towards the back corner of the building, there is an area with thicker vegetation, and we are exploring what can be done to thin that out. And additionally, the floor grade in that back corner may be allowing water to collect in the soil, also contributing to moisture in that part of the building. And the facilities grounds folks will be exploring gravel to help with drainage and removal of water from that area after it comes off of the roof. Areas in the school with carpet have been measured, and we are working to get new flooring as soon as we can. Counselor offices will be converted to floor tile, and we're relooking to do some of the office spaces. The library may have to happen last as the scope of the project is much larger and a more extensive time frame might be needed. These projects do take a while to move through procurement, seeking requests for proposals, so it does take some time. Service Master has been back to address issues in the kitchen that were noted. We did take tape samples from the kitchen today in the dishwasher area, which may be a source of moisture. So in terms of monitoring, that is something that we are actively doing. Also examining the efficacy of the exhaust in the kitchen. There indeed was a pipe leak, and there's been some pictures that have posted in one of our hallways. The facilities department had the pipe repaired yesterday, and the space is awaiting a new ceiling tile. Dr. Brock provided her second opinion on ongoing mold testing. We did ask the question. She also is not advising continued air quality testing for mold specifically, but as it relates to indoor air quality testing, the district had been on a regular cycle of indoor air quality testing, which Mr. Bowlanger is putting in place to resume across all of our buildings. The results can be hard to interpret. The tests are a moment in time, and minutes later, the results could be different. And I already mentioned no guidance on how frequently to test or with which methods. Keeping the building is of paramount concern. The facilities department is working hard with the custodial staff on cleaning routines and will be communicating more with faculty and staff about these. We are working very hard to fill our vacancies within the department. And we are increasing our reliance on contracted services to fill the gap. This will have budgetary implications, which I think is important to note, and I think we've demonstrated through our actions since July that we are putting resources towards solving the problem, and it's implementing the recommendations from DPH is something we're committed to, but is going to take time. Asked point blank, Dr. Brock indicated that we are doing exactly what we ought to be doing and affirmed that we can occupy the building. So in terms of decision making, I'm seeking external advice from the Department of Health in making any of those determinations. We are committed to addressing the issues as they appear at BUE and if and when they arise in other buildings. So our communications will continue to come forth, and I do want the committee to consider having a special meeting, bringing the specialists in so we can further explore this at length.
Public is welcome to attend any meeting that we have, because all the meetings are open meetings, and I'm going to please ask for the audience not to interrupt the speakers.
That's all I've got, yeah.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
Officer? Thank you. I have a few things. You know, it's one thing if we're told we're doing everything that we should be doing, but it's another thing if the people that are inhabiting the school are uncomfortable there, and if they're showing visible signs of sickness and chronicling it so that we know that in the summer they're not ill. This is huge. You know, I wonder if there's not a switch we can just pull. And I know it's a million moving parts. I get a lot of parents don't have care for their children and can't be home with their kids. But is there a remote option on any way that we can handle, that we could do to make people feel better about not having to attend the school, especially if they're already compromised medically? I mean, I don't know what to say. It's real. This is really a big deal. I wouldn't send my kid there. And what we want to do, we're always talking about, we need more teachers, we need more this, we need more teachers, we need more butts in seats, we need this, we need that, and we're going to lose them because it's not safe. They don't feel safe. So regardless of whether, thank you, regardless of whether it's safe, they don't feel safe. That's not cool. And I know you know that. Yeah. I mean, I want to make it really clear that Sarah Hearn has a good heart. She has a good heart. And please, she does. And we're working, this committee and Sarah and the administration did not create the problem. We're trying to mitigate the problem. One of the reasons I ran for school committee is because the facilities are a mess. And we just, good money after bad every friggin' year. Excuse me, I can't say that, beep. But that's what we see. When I was on town council, that's what we did. We just kept passing money. It's frustrating. This is our newest building. And now we have an HVAC thing slated for 2025, but there's several things. Can we speed it up? Can we get it? Can we hit the ground running? We got to put some gas on this fire. It's got to go. We got to get it done. I'm so frustrated with this situation. It's not okay. And by the way, when the lawsuits start to hit, the taxpayers pay for that too. So, either way, they're holding the bag. It's not okay. I really encourage you to look at a possibility of remote learning for the most fragile populations in the school, and really look for another location while we're mitigating this, because this is going to get bigger and bigger and bigger until we finally pull the plug. Also, I need a timeline for these projects. I mean, you listed a bunch of stuff. I know it's a huge issue, but so now what? Now we're like in spring and we still have these problems, and Tommy still has hives, and this is going on, and we have 4 teachers out because, it's really, you got to make the people feel safe. That's our number one thing up here is the teachers and the kids have got to be safe if we're going to be seen as a viable school system. In addition, emails don't cut it. I really believe that there should be, Zoom calls for updates, weekly maybe if necessary, where we're communicating with the public. It can just be you talking. It can be you and whatever expert you have. But, the trust is gone and it needs to be rebuilt. And that only happens through persistent, unending communication. And I'll tell you right now, I wouldn't go there if I worked there. What a shame. We work so hard to make Barnstable great. We read our little credo every time we're up here. We can't have teachers sick, and we can't have kids that are compromised facing that and not sleeping through the night. Come on. We got to figure out a remote option or something, or somewhere for them to go while we fix the problem, because this can't continue.
Peter?
Yeah, just the word remote options kind of scares me from COVID, but I do know we need persistent communication. And I don't, I know Sarah meets with so many groups, I don't know if this group that's here is that well organized that they could get 3 or 4 people together to meet weekly or something like that. Sarah is a person that literally meets with anyone. So I don't know if that's helpful. It's just a suggestion. And even if this air quality testing does us no good, it may bring some relief if it comes out to be, the test is fine. There's small issues and it's fine, it's safe. I, as a parent, would feel better. So I'm still saying, and I do understand the logic, but I'm saying let's test it.
Andre?
Yeah, Peter, just to add on to what you've noted, Dr. Hearn, all due respect to Dr. Brock and their in their statement that we don't need testing, I reject that, flat out. So Dr. Brock says that we don't need testing because one day you could test and it would be one thing, and the next day you can test. So you test consistently and see if there's a pattern. Done. So that's all due respect, okay? I reject it flat out. And again, so these testing, it's hard. How do we then know how can anybody know if there's mold? There has to be a test to know if there's mold. If we test here, if we test on Tuesday, we can't know. That's preposterous, okay? There are tests that can show the presence of mold. It's 2024. Let's use these tests to understand what the situation is. Those examples are non-starters, and they're ridiculous. So there are air quality tests. Again, all of these, you just test consistently, you see a pattern, you know that it's an issue. You don't see a pattern, you're in a good place. You test for longer, it's not happening, then you don't have that issue. So all of this talk, and I know it's a difficult issue and so on and forth, but the doublespeak and the cloudiness, the murkiness, what is the test? When can we do it? How often? Done. And then these further steps that are available, air sensors, so on and forth, we do. These issues are going to be addressed head on immediately. We don't meet to meet. The community informs us we have a pertinent, pressing issue. I was in school in mid-March in 2020. The state said, we're thinking about the students being out for 2 weeks. We didn't go back to school for 2 weeks. Then they said a month, then they said you're done. Over. Immediate. So there's no delay here or possibility. We need tomorrow, this week, Monday, to address these. And specifically, Dr. Brock, all due respect, okay, we can test. What is the test? When do we start?
Mike?
It's kind of what I already said. So the test, so let me get this straight. If you don't see it, you don't deal with it. But there's been pictures of stuff that have happened since they came in and cleaned. But even if you go back to when they cleaned in August, so there's still a problem. Like, that's what I don't understand, is there's still a problem. So my thing is, I understand we have to clean it when we see it. I get it, but we need to figure out what the root cause is. And that's why I'm still saying bring in a third party. And I'm not saying just for like testing. I'm saying like, hey, school committee, this is what you need to do to make that building safe, period. Whatever it may be, whether it's replace the HVAC, whether it's whatever it may be. I don't know what it is. I'm not the expert in that. But that's where, like, to me, the fact that there was even some today means there's still an underlying cause that is causing the moisture, which is causing the mold, period. So we need to figure out what that underlying cause is, because otherwise we're going to be chasing our tails for the next, and as somebody said, this is our newest school. This was the newest design, I know. So that's where I'm like, so my whole thing is we need to come, and I'm not blaming you, Sarah. You're the superintendent of education. And so this is beyond superintendent. You're not the mold expert. So what I'm saying is, we as a school committee, and I don't think you need to, I think we as a school committee need to bring people in and and we need to bring people in that are the experts and tell us what we need to do to stop the mold growing in BUES, period. That's what we need to do at this point. Because otherwise, we're just going to keep, every time it pops up, we clean it, okay? And another month it pops up, we clean it. And it's just, we can't keep doing that. We got to fix this problem once and for all.
I want to thank you, Sarah, for the report. There's really not much, we're all saying the same thing, so for the sake of time, I would like to move on to the next item, which is the Assistant Superintendent's report. And then I think what we'll do, since it's been pretty long, is, Kristen, when you're done with your report, we'll just take a short 5-minute recess, and then we'll come back.
Point of information, Kathy, before everybody leaves, maybe we could talk about when we'll have a special meeting. If we could
We
do
need
that.
to, we can't set that right now here because we've got to look at the calendars and the availability of the space. So we'll set the meeting the same manner that we set all the meetings.
All right, so please stay tuned.
I know I'm not supposed to make a comment, but my husband is a construction superintendent watching live, and he has recommendations for third-party companies that you can have to do the testing. If you're interested.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So I just want to provide you with a curriculum update. I know that I haven't given you a recent update regarding GLEAM. That was a real bulk of our work last year. Well, GLEAM work does continue. We are in year 1 of implementation of our new literacy program, K-5. We continue to be supported by TNTP for strategic advising and implementation support. To that end, we've been awarded $350,000 for the final year of the GLEAM grant. This funding goes towards our consulting support, professional development, stipends for our implementation team, which consists of 18 educators, our school administrators across K-5. And this is to support implementation at the school level, along with funds for the purchase of additional materials. Similar to our grant award from last year, any materials that we do purchase using the grant, the district has to match to 50-50 split. The funds allocated to supplies are greatly reduced over last year. We had a large amount of money provided by GLEAM in order to purchase our literacy materials for implementation. TNTP, as part of our work with TNTP, they were actually in the district this week, or are in the district this week, to conduct walkthroughs with school leaders to see firsthand the early implementation of CKLA and identify ways in which they can continue to support our work this year. Over the course of the GLEAM grant, we have learned a lot about the process for evaluating and selecting high-quality instructional materials. So we have applied these procedures to our curriculum review cycle and are in the process of evaluating curriculum materials for K-12 health and grades 6 through 12 math. Both curriculum review teams, so there are 2 projects going on at the same time, are in about the same place in the process. In both areas, we've narrowed the field of curricula down to 3 programs that we're looking at for health and 3 for secondary math. Our work in our teams is currently looking at designing the pilot for both of the health and math field testing of materials. We've also arranged for vendors for each of the products to present an overview of their respective programs to staff during one of the PD sessions during our November 5th in-service. And department staff have also had a chance to review samples that have been provided to the district by the vendors. So all of this will help with the curriculum review teams. As they look to narrow the programs, we're looking to hopefully pilot 2 health curricula and 2 math programs as well. And the field test is slated to start in January, running about a 10-week pilot in each of those content areas. And I will make sure I continue to update you on the progress of our curriculum review in those two areas over the coming months. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. Any questions? Peter? Andre? Mike?
I just have one question. I had a couple staff members reach out to me about the Gleam grant, and something about, is there an ELL component to the, what is it, whatever the name of the program we got is, I always forget. Is there an ELL component, and is it, I was told that this district isn't buying it this year. Is that true, or that's kind of the rumor going around? So I'm kind of letting you have the public venue to.
It's untrue, so I can start there. So CKLA has a component called Language Studio. We had free access provided last year during the pilot. We have purchased the materials. People still currently, all of our EL staff have access to. Still the lingering remains of the free as we're waiting for the arrival of our hands-on program, the hands-on materials. So we do have.
So they have an online component. We're waiting for the tarot, the consumables.
We do have some from last year, but we're waiting for the rest of that order to come. But everyone has access to both paper and online, but we don't have all of the paper materials yet.
Okay.
They should be arriving anytime.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We're going to do a 5-minute recess, and then we'll come back. right. Thank you. We're now going to go to item 4.1, discussion on cell phones in schools. Sarah, do you want to start, or Peter, would you want to start to talk about the trip you went on?
Sarah, if you want to start, I'll be happy to
Sure, I'll
chime
start
in
by
later.
just providing a
Yeah.
brief update on some of the things that I've learned from colleagues. We had talked about doing some surveys, so I reached out to
Yeah.
colleagues a little bit about the processes that they followed, and I got some interesting information just to sort of share back with you. I did collect some survey examples, some surveys from districts that surveyed staff. Some districts did not survey families. They focused more on staff, but some districts did survey both staff and families. And the majority of districts have language in their handbooks. For some school committees, handbooks are considered policy. So when they talk about policy, they're talking about a policy that resides in the handbook. And I think that may help clarify the level at which some of these decisions are being made. There are a number of districts that are governed similarly where handbook is not policy. And of those districts, including here on the Cape, there's a simple policy, for example, that Dennis Yarmouth has, but the regulations reside in the handbook. But by and large, I think what many of the districts are doing is putting language in handbooks to support expectations regarding cell phones. I have not taken any further steps in terms of doing surveys, just gathering some additional information. Also knew that there was a visit happening under Principal Canetta's leadership to neighboring or nearby districts who are implementing more strict cell phone policies. And so with that, that's my brief update.
Okay. And then Principal Canada, why don't you go ahead and go, and then we'll have Peter.
Sure. So
Okay.
right now, our cell phone policy, it's staff governed, staff managed, but really the focus is the instructional time. So at the high school, phones are away the moment that bell rings to the moment that bell rings. And we have emphasized that since day one. I think when you have a cell phone policy that's staff managed, staff governed, the number one thing you have to do is the communication piece. So the students hear it. They hear it a lot. They hear it from me in the morning announcements. The community hears it in my weekly, daily, whatever you want to call them, communications. And we also model it. You know, there's, not to talk about my job, but I am flooded with emails on a regular basis. And I could be checking my emails hundreds of times a day, but I'm in the halls as well, because it's that face time that we want to show the students. It's very, very important. I don't want to speak on behalf of school committee member Mr. Good, but when we went to Brockton, you saw a whole different aspect of
I sure did.
and it was great. It was, for me personally, it was great to see my former students, but it was also, and there's a unwritten etiquette. If you talk about a principal, you probably want to give them a heads up. So I have not talked to Dr. McCaskill about this, but he is doing a phenomenal job. When we went into the school, there was just a level of respect with students coming in. 99% of the students knew the policy. They took their phones, they put it in the pouch, they went on with their business. Once in a while, students needed reminders. Students are students. But I think what we saw was the FaceTime in the hallways versus what we have right now. So our policy is when students are in passing time, they're able to check their phones. When students are in the cafeteria, they're able to check their phones. But the way that we've communicated to our students was, your instructional time is extremely important. We value your instructional time. We want you to value your instructional time, but we also want you to respect the instructional time for the educators that are teaching the class. Just like we are going to respect your time when you're in the halls and when you are in the cafeteria. And that level of respect goes well past cell phones versus when you look at a implementation of a Yonder bag that is specific to a cell phone. So there's pros and cons to whichever way you want to look at it, but it was great to see a school the size of 3,700 implement a Yonder pouch that I think it's safe to say 99% of students were okay with. And
Probably 100 from what I saw.
and again, kudos to Dr. McCaskill and his administrative team. Hallways were great. We were walking through hallways. There's 3,700 students that go to that school, and they implemented a policy. If they implement a policy, there's no reason why any school in the state of Massachusetts can't implement a policy. It's about the execution. So I can speak on behalf of Barnstable High School. I want to say at this point, we've done a great job the first month. I can't speak on behalf of every single educator, but the majority of educators that I've spoken to, the majority of students I've spoken to, we have had little to no interruption in the educational process in the classrooms. More specifically, I have yet to have a case where I had to work with a child that was defiant on giving up their cell phone and had to either be removed from the class or either further circumstances have been sent home. I have not had one of those yet. Even students, whether we were at Brockton High or at Barnstable High, they understand the importance of it. And our students, they don't want the educational process to be interrupted as well. So there are ways we can implement whatever it is that we need to implement, but I think we all need to understand that this is a huge problem. This is not just a Barnstable High School problem. This is not just a high school problem. I coach under 12 girls soccer, and I say this because last week, one of my players did a phenomenal job. And what do you think they're going to do? They're going to look up, and they want to make sure that their parent or guardian sees what they're doing. What do you think that parent was doing? It's a huge problem that adults have a very difficult time curbing, yet we're expecting 13 to 17 or even older students to just all of a sudden 0-60 cold turkey. I don't know if that's the right solution. I don't think any of us know what the right solution is. So I think networking to other districts, and more specifically districts that are around our area, that are a size or larger, is really going to give us a great opportunity to know what we can do and what works versus what doesn't work. I understand the whole idea of yonder bags is that's going to fix everything. There's a lot of negatives that come with the yonder bags too. Yonder is not going to give us 100,000 bags for free. It's going to cost quite a pricey amount. Plus, you also have to look at, and we saw the entrance and exit of students coming in and out. So it's going to change the entire process of how students are coming in. So you have to think about personnel. You have to think about, are we equipped with students coming in to take their yonder bags? Even looking at the way that students came in and how they were marked for the day is completely different than how we do it at Barnstable High School. It's not to say what Brockton High School is doing is better or worse. It just opens up our eyes that there's so many options that we have. But I think what we really need to do is get down to where the biggest issues were. And in May and June of the previous school year, Mr. Pye sent out a survey, and one of the biggest issues was cell phones, but it was the instructional time was being compromised. So that was our number one focus. Is it our only issue? It's not. But I think the instructional time and being compromised was the number one plan of action that we wanted to hit, and we wanted to hit it hard. And I think we've done a great job, but now we have to sustain that. And I think with that is presence in the hallways. I've had to walk into a few classrooms, and I see someone down here on the phone, and I have to go around and say, listen, I wrote the book. I know what you're doing right there. Put the cell phone away. But our presence is very, very important, especially at the high school level. We're here to help and support the students, but we also need them to understand that there are rules and regulations that everyone has to follow. Staff, students, myself. So if we can exhibit those behaviors, that's the delivery and the execution that I think you need if you are not going to use a yonder bag and really go on the staff governed, staff managed policy. But we have a few more schools that we're going to go to. We're going to go to Randolph High School, again, another place I was, and they were going to implement yonder bags at the beginning of the year. They haven't been able to because there's other areas of concern that they've seen. You can't just roll it out overnight. There are so many layers that you have to go in. I also bring up middle school because, as we've seen, and I might be going on a tangent here, some of what we do at the middle school transitions to the high school as well. We see it in our cafeteria behaviors. At the middle school, we ask students to sit down, be seated. You're dismissed up to grab your food. You're dismissed to exit and clean up after yourselves. We're seeing those behaviors in the 8th and 9th grade at the high school as well because we've ingrained that in their minds. So if we have a policy to just have it at the high school, that's great, but it's going to be more robust if we can implement policies at the lower levels so they know the expectations coming to the high school. Normanton Middle School, Dr. William Kennard was a principal that I worked with in Randolph, a phenomenal educator. He went up to school committee and said, instead of going the yonder pouch route, please let us, for a month, go the staff managed, staff governed route, and I'll save you $40,000, $50,000. And I can report on behalf of Dr. Kennard, they are seeing similar success with us. It's about respect, it's about the execution, but you have to have everyone on board. And not every school is able to execute that. I think it just depends on where you are with the level of urgency with regards to cell phones. So going back to the initial question, the number one concern was the instructional time and time being compromised. I have heard little to no issues with the time being compromised. I'm not saying that we have, the issue is still there. It's just we have to now figure out the added layers. I'm happy to continue to go to schools. I'm happy to go to schools with you all. You know the door is always open. You can come and see firsthand. But really, I think with the cell phones, you have to see it firsthand. You have to talk with the students. You have to talk with the communities and really understand why it's so important in the community's eyes and the students' eyes to have a cell phone on them at all times. Sometimes it's a layer of protection. So we go back to, is the phone in your pocket compromising the 60 minutes of instructional time? It shouldn't. But when the phone comes out, then you are compromising that time. So it's about communication. It's about execution. We're here reporting this because of our staff. So I owe everything to the staff for really being on top of this. You are as good as your team is. So thank you to all the BHS staff. I think we've done a great job. But this is just the start. Let's see how we do in November. Let's see how we do in December. We have to have a great finish to the end of it. So we'll see every month. And thank you for coming. It was
It was my pleasure. And if you don't
great.
mind staying here for a
Okay.
moment or two. Yep.
Go ahead, Pete.
I like what he's saying about the execution. Yes, I have heard from staff saying something has to be done about these cell phones, and it's pleasing to hear that Jason is saying that it may not be as big of an issue this year. That's great. It's October now, but that's September. I know in Barnstable we can have a phone in the hallway. We can have a phone at lunch.
During the passing time. So
Passing
even
time,
if
yeah.
you're in the hallway during instructional time, you're on the clock, instructional time. That phone should not be out. You should be doing what you need to do, and
Well,
you need to get back to that class.
I think it's safe to say that kids are using their phones in the halls at Barnstable High, at least from what I'm hearing. And when we went to Brockton High, so first of all, he's kind of a rock star at Brockton. I don't know if you know this. It was very impressive to me, in all seriousness. We were in an extreme, the principal took us to the most crowded section of Brockton High School. And it's packed in the hallway.
It is.
And so many kids reached out to him because he was the principal at the middle school. A lot of kids ignore when they see I walk in a supermarket, oh, geez, here he is again, and they duck. And they were going up to him, giving him a hug. It was very impressive.
I'm not a hugger. I don't, and they know that.
Oh, he's
so I
a
think
hugger.
they
Let me tell you, he's a hugger.
So they were messing with you, is what you were saying.
They know.
But the other thing that impressed me is their heads were up as they saw Principal Canetta. They saw him. I'm afraid in Barnstable High, since everyone's like this, they would walk right by him. That is so. It was amazing to see, and I'm so glad I went, because if you told me about the site visit, I'd be, yeah, that's nice. But to see it is quite amazing. And yes, we used they used the yonder pouch, and it locks. The cell phone problem is gone the second they walk through that door.
Right.
It doesn't exist anymore until the end of the day. And yes, there's a cost to this. I actually manned a door, and the assistant principal let me lock and not one kid had an issue.
Right.
There was no complaint. There was nothing. It was just, this is what we do now at Brockton High School, and phones are gone. the principal at Brockton was telling us how the halls were getting dangerous, fights, other trouble in the recent past. It made the news.
They were.
And there were no problems that time that we were there. There were happy kids in the hallway as they're moving around. And the principal has said the discipline issues have dramatically decreased since cell phones have not been part of the school experience. He was clear telling us that his job was to provide safety and anything that he can do to promote the academic experience. Those are his two jobs. Safety and anything to do to promote the academic experience. And getting rid of cell phones were key in both. You know, we know that access to one's phone in school distracts, impairs a student's learning. We know this. I don't know why we will continue to allow it. Mental health, of course, is at risk, et cetera. I think we need to intervene. This was very impressive what I saw. I was really shocked at what I saw, how well it ran. Do you know when this group is going to Randolph? Is there a date set up for that?
So we're still going back and forth with
Okay.
Randolph because
Yeah.
they're going to implement this in the coming weeks.
Oh, in the coming weeks.
So
Okay,
it's
okay.
happening in
Yeah.
the coming weeks. We're actually also going to Silver Lake.
Okay.
For several other things, but one of which is also to kind of
All
look
right.
at how
Can I
they-
join?
You may.
Okay,
Absolutely.
great. Yeah, let me know.
Okay.
Because I don't know if Yonder's the answer. It sure was at Brockton High School.
Right.
Don't you agree?
I do, but I think every school is different. And it's
Yeah.
just, you know, what is the end result? What are you hoping for? Every school is at a different level. But I'll tell you right now, we've talked about the instructional time. That was the number one focus. But I can't tell you how many times I'm telling students, pick your heads up. Pick your heads up. In the cafeteria, I'd say 40, and if students are listening, I'm sorry if I'm offending you, but half the students, their heads are down.
Yes.
What
Yeah.
you're missing
Yeah.
out on life. Pick your heads up in the hallways. And I'm sorry, I've seen a few students, and not to make fun of anyone, but I've seen students walk into the walls and walk into the lockers and walk into each other, probably texting each other. I have no idea. That's a big problem. So one of the issues, of course, it's the instructional process that we don't want to compromise. But now our problem is 50% of our students are looking at their shoes on the phones, walking in the halls. That's get your heads up. And that's the next issue that we're going to have to talk about. So there's multiple layers to this, but I think the best part that we've taken out of this is we can implement anything that needs to be implemented. It's all about the execution. And what I can say is I believe our staff at the high school have done a great job with the execution. So I want to thank everyone. And I also want to thank the students that have complied with the rules and understood how important it is, the educational process for them.
Yeah.
So I want to thank
but still the staff is left to having to deal with this.
Yep.
As I say, Yonder, problem gone.
So my question is I get the instructional time, but a lot of the staff had concerns about, because it was kind of just, you kind of started it, the conversation was, are you having any incidences of, and I know it's only the first month, but there was a lot of concern from the staff that because they were the police on this, they were telling the kid to put it away, and they were getting threatened. That was kind of, it was, so you're talking about the respect side of it, right? No matter what we do, and I said to it then, that's a bigger problem than cell phones, as you said. Like, okay, so it's in a pouch. Well, so when they tell, the teacher says put it in the pouch and they start yelling at them, just like they did in the classroom. To me, the cell phone issue is a microcosm of a bigger issue, which is the respect issue and the discipline issue. You can't tell you can't threaten a teacher for any reason. I don't care if it's a cell phone or anything else, and it needs to be repercussions.
Correct.
So to me, as I said last month, whatever we do for a policy, it has to have teeth.
Absolutely.
It has to be some kids just aren't going to respect. Some adults don't respect. So there has to be consequences. Listen, we're going to tell you to put it away. We're not going to beg you. And that's, I think, a key component of anything and the entire school in general.
Absolutely.
See, that's
the
what
lack
that
of respect.
I agree. The Yonder pouch eliminates that.
Yeah, but you still got to have people at the door to say, put it in.
You have administrators there, and so if a kid tells the administrator, "I'm not going to do it," well, hopefully that kid's not getting into the building. I mean, you know, who's running the show here? You put your phone in the pouch. You want to get into school. Simple as that. It's locked, and you unlock it at the end of school. It's done.
I still think but the phones is only one part of it. I think we have a bigger problem at Barnstable and at probably every high school about respect. And I know we're talking about cell phones, so I'm putting it in that.
No, and just to be frank with you, the first day when we came back, I addressed the staff in this type of manner where if a student is not complying to a school rule, whether it's a cell phone, but we're talking about cell phone, now we don't have a cell phone issue. Now we have insubordination.
And a respect issue.
And if someone asks you to do something and you do not comply, that is insubordination. That is an issue that can be cell phones or failure to comply or doing something that is unsafe. But we put it in the context of the staff member that if a child is insubordinate, it's not a cell phone issue anymore. Now it's coming to our attention. And we also let the students know. We had grade level assemblies on the first and second day with each of our grades. And we said just that. Again, it's the delivery and the communication. It's so important. We can't hold students accountable if we don't explain to them what it is that we're holding them accountable for. Then, when we do explain to them, the question is going to be, we informed you of this, why were you insubordinate? Or why X, Y, and Z? And that's where you can really start to work on each individual child. Some students are going to have a more difficult time with other students for whatever reasons. And there's a whole magnitude of situations. There isn't a one-size-fits-all because students' needs and how dependent they are with the cell phones, we see it with our adults as well. I'm sorry to say, but it is what it is. So 1,800 students, all in different areas of how glued they are to their phone, a one-size-fits-all approach is going to hit the majority. You're still going to have some outliers that you really have to look at some external supports.
Jen?
Yeah, a couple things. I think that the respect thing is kind of built into your model of educating the younger kids because, you know, you went to Brockton and you were the middle school principal and they still respect you. There you go. So I think that model will really work for you, especially since you just came from BIS. And I definitely think that that's a good place to start is BIS with the pouches. I worry about, and I hate to even say it, but school shootings and people not having access to their telephones.
Sure.
And I wonder what you hear about other parents or in other focus groups that you've been to about that. I mean, I that's a big concern.
Right.
And
that's the number one thing
Yeah.
is the parents and guardians will say, I want my child to have their cell phones on them at all time if and when there is a situation. And I'm a father of four. I get it. I understand. And I also know that where my children go to school, there's procedures for if and when there is a situation, but there is that just level of comfort that you want that person to have that tangible thing on their waist at all times in case of an emergency.
Yeah.
So parents are going to be parents, guardians are going to be guardians, and the Yonder pouch takes away from that just level of it's there. However, I will say, and going back to Dr. McCaskill,
Yes.
he spent months in community forums talking with the community members. That is very important as well, because if you just implement a policy and say, hey, here you go, parents and guardians don't have a venue to discuss things. And that is one of the biggest challenges is you implement something, but there's no time for people to process things. And we're all educators. We know sometimes people need more time to process things.
Yeah.
So Brockton made a great opportunity for staff, for parents and even staff.
And during the meeting, he said there were some parents that were consistent. And he said, the last thing I want you to do for your child's safety is to be calling them during a state of emergency where we're telling them to do one thing, and you may be saying, do the other thing. And he said, that's the last thing we want you to do. We're trying to protect the child's safety. So
I don't know. I mean, as one of those moms, I would tell you that I would rather speak with my child in a point of emergency than have an administrator do it. That's just the way I think. But do you envision having those meetings in Barnstable if you decide to go with the Yonder pouches? Like
I think any implementation, we have to have open forum. Just as one parent, you know, if there's a policy that's changed, you know, if I have a question about it, I'm not going to feel comfortable sending my child to that school if I don't have my questions answered. So I wouldn't limit to a cell phone. I wouldn't limit to anything. Any change in policy that is going to have some question or concern, I think it's the least we can do is open ourselves up to the community to answer any questions or possibly hear some more feedback on some areas that maybe we didn't discover. So I just think it's great practice.
Yeah, I think that's really good to do that. And again, I really like the idea of starting maybe with BIS because the population's smaller.
Sure.
So it's easier to implement, probably. I mean, I don't know all the details of the
They don't use the
25,000
yonder
points.
pouch at Brockton Middle School, do they?
Oh, they
No,
don't.
I'm saying, though, because of the respect thing we were just talking about,
But
right?
New
Like, yeah.
Bedford is starting it at the middle school and not doing it at the high
See?
school. So there's so many, listen, I think if we all had that shiny ball and we'd all want the answers right there. And
Yeah.
it's just, I don't think it's there. I think we think it's there, but there's so many layers to something that we think is going to be a one-size-fits-all approach that we saw firsthand that there's cost and there's other factors that we have to put in place because to execute something of this nature, you have to think everything A to Z or else you may create even more of a situation.
Yeah, and I want to mention one other thing, even though people don't agree with me necessarily on it, that different cultures need accessibility to their children for different things sometimes, i.e. talking to the plumber or whatever at midday. Right. And I just hope that whatever groups you have are multicultural groups that can speak to these things and talk about stresses of being immigrants and living in this community. And I just think that's a really important voice that's often left out.
Absolutely.
And even though it seems like minutia to us, it's not minutia when you need your kid to translate for you, So I just think that's a really important thing.
I agree. If the more areas of the community that are with us, the better as a whole everyone's going to buy into the policies and procedures. Absolutely. I agree.
Yeah, Jason, a lot of my colleagues have alluded to a number of things. First of all, your approach to start with that you implemented in Brockton to establish those relationships so that when you go back, those connections are still there. That relationship then instills a respect so that we don't have these further issues my colleagues are kind of alluding to. So the model that you're taking, being present, being out in the hallways, engaging them, that it works. And seen it in Brockton, what you're doing. And I think the thing that you've continued to say, which is appropriate, is we need to recognize what's appropriate in what space. Mm-hmm. And that it's not going to be, this is an important issue. This is, how am I trying to say? Include the staff members as well. And I know that you're doing that. The community forums in terms of informing, in terms of parents understanding what we're rolling out, so we're all on the same page, that we'll have the success. But to Peter's point and the feedback that I've heard, staff have opinions, ideas, and it's a pressing issue. The bottom line is this: it's an academic issue, but it's a socialization issue, as you've alluded to. It's twofold in terms of why we're doing this. Nobody wants to stop people from having a technology in the 21st century when it's an information age. It's not what we're talking about, okay? It's the academic outcomes, but I think from a parent standpoint, it's the socialization outcomes which necessitate us doing this. You cannot live in the hot media space 24/7. Then that's the next piece that it goes to is the mental health, because you live in this. You live in the cell phone, you don't develop those interpersonal skills, and then you end up having problems down the road. Absolutely. So I think understanding both of those points, it's going to academically benefit, and then the social emotional piece is going to benefit. I think then you'll get the buy-in in support. You've noted a couple examples. Springfield Public Schools, in terms of the Yonder Pouch, receiving funds, rolling it out. I'm in New Bedford, so this policy has gone out at Roosevelt Middle School. There's 3 middle schools. Yep. So Roosevelt has implemented the Yonder Pouches. Normandin has an approach that's working, and they're guiding it. And then we're at Keith Middle School. We're working through what we have. Mm-hmm. So that speaks to your point. It's going to be counterproductive if we try, we need to understand what works, what fits, and then go from there. I concur with Committee Member Cullum in that I do think the middle school might be the place, if we're going to do the Yonder Pouches, to start at that middle school level and then possibly bring it to the high school. They have the understanding, and then it kind of moves forward from there. In conclusion, I know we've talked about this, so good job. Include those staff members, right, that have the opinions, include the community, and we'll move forward with a successful resolution.
Thank you.
Mike, are you all set?
Yeah, you're doing a great job. Honestly, I haven't heard anything. You're doing a phenomenal job there. Keep up. I know you're only a month in, and I realize the honeymoon period, and they'll all hate you by January. But for right now, you're doing a phenomenal job.
The credit goes to all the staff.
No, honestly, I talk to kids all the time, as I was just talking to you about, and honestly, you're doing an unbelievable job. Keep up the work. Keep up the good work, and anything that we can do to help you make your job easier, then if it's the yonder poach or with any issue, please come forward, because you are doing a great job.
Thank you. The staff are really stepping up since day one, since I've been there. They've opened up their arms and they've embraced change in a positive way. But of course, we're going to hit some adversity very soon. We've all worked in schools before, but I really owe it to all the staff at BHS. So thank you to everyone there.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming and staying to help us work through this issue.
I'll be back up here again.
Yep. All right, we're on item 5.1, school improvement plans for Barnstable United, Barnstable Intermediate, and Barnstable High School.
So we have our three principals here to share school improvement plans for BUES, BIS, and the high school. I'll invite Mike Wojciechowski up first to share the plan for BUES. The plans are consistent with the district improvement plan, including an expectation that they have a goal related to, our first goal related to shared vision and safe and inclusive environment. And then the second goal around curriculum and instruction. And then each building also has its own school-specific goals that they're working on. This presentation will be replicated in November with our pre-K to 3 schools sharing their school improvement goals for the year. And so this is for your information. I'll turn it over to Mike.
Oh, no, it
There you
did
go.
go back. All right, great. Good evening. So I'm obviously here as a principal and educator to talk about the school improvement plan for Barnstable United Elementary School. But obviously the vast focus of this meeting today has been about the building that I work in every day and what the building is like with the mold problem. And I just want to say, much like the mold has been the focus of this meeting, for better or for worse, it has been the focus of my work since the middle of July. Now, I have a master's in education. I do not have any degrees in chemistry, biology, microbiology, or anything like that. I took biology without a lab in college because I'm not a science guy and it was easier. I'm sorry, Dr. Hearn, I know that's not your degree. But I say that because I've learned a lot in the last couple of months. And I need everybody to know, as someone who has been principal in the building for 6+ years, working with some of the staff that you heard from tonight, like folks that I hired. And, much like Principal Canetta said, talking about the staff of Barnstable High School, I don't make the building of Barnstable United. It is my staff, and then they are the ones who obviously, work daily with students, passionately with students, and give their all to students in the classrooms. And those are obviously the students that families, much like I'm a family with 3 kids in the town of Barnstable, entrust schools with. So this whole situation hits very close to me, obviously, in my profession, which is the reason you guys pay me money, but it also hits as a taxpayer and as a parent. And I need people to know that, because the focus of the work for me has been the mold. Now, a lot of it sometimes seems a little bit like that game of whack-a-mole that you may have played at Chuck E. Cheese at a birthday party when you were 10. That you're addressing, okay, this issue, let's remediate that mold, let's remediate this mold, okay, let's look at that leak, let's see what's going on with that. So obviously, you're kind of triaging what's happening, and I'm responding to things from staff, whether it was stuff at the very beginning of the year when, we reopened and we needed staff to kind of go through the things in their room, or if it's things that have happened in the last couple days due to the, little bit of spike in mold that we've been having, which, could very well possibly be linked to the rains of a week ago. I don't know. Again, I'm not an expert on these things. But I do know that I will continue to work tirelessly with district administration, with facilities, with families, some of whom I spoke to, behind you at different times in the last couple weeks, to figure out how to keep the building safe and clean and figure out what the cause of the problem is. Because obviously, on one level, we know that it's the antiquated air conditioning system. It couldn't keep up with the humidity this summer. Well, we need to do something about it because it's not going to be able to suddenly perform better next summer. But obviously, I'm sitting here listening tonight. You guys are listening tonight. But we will continue to work to figure out the why so that the building is a good place for all. So I know that's not on the agenda, but I just felt the need to speak about it. Thank you so much for your time. All right. In terms of, I'm not even on. All right. So in terms of Barnstable United, Bish, who is a seventh grader from BIS, who spoke earlier today at the very beginning of this meeting, talked about their acronym of RISE. Well, ours is very much birds of a feather, the acronym of SOAR, which involves students being safe, owning whatever they do, whether it's a success or whether it's a teachable moment. It's achieving socially, it's achieving academically. And, a really big thing, obviously, in any school that's going to have 9 and 10 and 11 years olds in it, it's that respect item. Mr. Kinetic was talking a little bit, and Mr. Judge talking about respect that students have for their teachers, right? And obviously, one of the benefits of being in an upper elementary school is having worked above that in grades 6 through 12, it's a little bit easier to come by, like with a 4th or a 5th grade student, but it's not always there, right? So it's working with students to respect what adults are doing, but I would say almost more importantly, at the ages of 9 and 10, getting students to work with each other and respect differences of opinions, right? And it could be something at recess, the ball was in or the ball was out, right? And, this is game 7 of the World Series. It is the World Cup. It is the NBA Finals. A message I am constantly giving to students is, I don't have any college scouts at recess. The people who are watching you at recess are your teachers. They don't know Bill Belichick. They don't know Lionel Messi, all right? So it's just getting students to work on that respect and realizing that when there is a setback, it is not the end of the world. And their best friend, who was their best friend until 5 seconds ago when there was a foul on the soccer field, which, by the way, is now our favorite sport at recess. It's not the end of the world, and it can very much be a teachable moment. So there is a connection between BIS and BUES with that. In terms of the plan for the year, connecting with the district's plan for a culture of belonging, has to do with something that we're trying to institute with students, behavior learning modules. So, we do have students who don't always make the right decisions, and we've worked in the past with having students have reflection sheets, right? Okay, what did you do? Why did you do it? What are you going to do next time? And sometimes those work. But then we also have students who, kind of do the same thing over and over again. And obviously there's that definition that you guys all know. If you continue to do the same thing over and over again and expect different results, that is the definition of, I believe, it's insanity. So we're trying something different, especially with students who are kind of always just haven't learned from their mistakes. And that really has to do with dealing with specific behaviors, creating some articles, short articles, grade appropriate for them to read at 4th and 5th grade, and then having them discuss those articles, whether it's with the school counselor, whether it's with their grade level assistant principal, whether it's with me, to try to get a deeper kind of connection, a deeper reflection, and then revisiting it. And maybe it's not just revisiting it, if the student has done something wrong. Maybe it's that check-in, in the morning. Okay, how are you doing with that? How are you doing with that aggression at sports? And I bring that up only because it just happens, okay? And as the father of 2 boys, I see it in sporting events. I see it with their teammates. I coached my daughter's softball team this summer. It was a completely different experience. Just so different than coaching boys. And so, but it's just, that exists in that 4th and 5th grade level because, if you talk to a lot of the students, their long-term plan is, I'm going to be a professional athlete, so that recess becomes that place where they can shine. So we're going to be working with that and trying to get a different form of reflection with students who are just not doing what they're supposed to in that way. The other thing, obviously, curriculum. That obviously I would love for that to be the focus of the work. And it is a focus a lot with our new literacy curriculum. And Kristen Harmon alluded to school visits from TNTP. I know they're coming to my school tomorrow to do some classroom visits. And, so that really is a plan for our year in terms of what kind of support can we give the staff? Because that's really the focus of it. I have teachers who have been teaching for, 5, 10, 20, 30 years who are excellent teachers. And then you give them a brand new curriculum. And while they have experience and while they have tools and while they have deep and developed skills, on another level, they become neophytes because it's a brand new curriculum. And it's a new story, and there's new vocabulary. And one of the things that's really cool about this new CKLA curriculum, especially in the 4th and 5th grade level, is there's lots of writing. But another thing that becomes very difficult for a teacher, and I'm going to say this as a former high school English teacher, is there's a lot of writing. Because when there is writing, students need to have some feedback on it. Right? Now, not everything has to be taken home and graded, and it's not necessarily picked apart with red pen in the way that, movies would have you see writing, but students need feedback. So we're using PLCs, which are weekly grade level meetings with all the ELA teachers. We're using PD. We're using department meetings as avenues for teachers to get together and discuss their experiences. I was running a PLC, I guess it was last week, and this whole conversation, just organically, how are things going? And it became about the different vocabulary in the story. And it was something from the 1950s. And I'm sorry for getting it, but it wasn't a word that a kid today in 2024, heck, a kid probably in 2004 would necessarily know. So the discussion was about, well, how do we get there? Or is it really important? Is that word integral to the story? And is it integral to the setting? So a lot of the discussions have been really great. We've been talking about varying assessments, which assessments are going to be common, what are we going to do with the data, how are we going to collect the data. So it is a very exciting time from a curricular point of view, and that really becomes, it's a great focus for the year. The other thing I think that is really important, because it still exists, is there's an achievement gap. Right? And I have some good news to report in that if I think about our current 4th grade students, they are the students that we've had recently who have been least impacted by COVID. So that is very good in terms of like when they were born and the fact that they're in 4th grade. If you go back and do the math, I believe they were in kindergarten when the world shut down in March of 2020. So what we're seeing socially, but also academically, some of the gaps are not as large, and I think that's a really good thing. But, excuse me, one of the things that we've adopted along with all of the other schools in Barnstable is a school-wide curriculum accommodation plan. And what that is a list of various teaching strategies and various accommodations that are available to all students if they need them. Now, that could be something as easy as a standing desk, right? Or the use of I don't know a way to describe it, like a giant rubber band on a seat so that a student can kind of move his or her foot up and down and not be disruptive to the class. It could go all the way to use of a private bathroom in the nurses, preferential seating, all things like that. So we're trying to make sure that students can have their needs met in the curriculum area, and they wouldn't necessarily need to have these needs met by an IEP or an 504. So teachers were part of the process last year of making these aspects and accommodations from Barnstable United that are part of this, and we're going to have ongoing training in faculty meetings and PLCs in terms of how are we establishing this, how are we utilizing it, and how does it fit in to our MTSS system, which obviously also could possibly include ed plans and 504s. Another thing that's not necessarily on the plan, but I think is just a really important thing, is one of the things obviously we worked on last year was working on community from like a student point of view. And whether it was with the house meetings, our messaging, our SOAR tickets, and things like that, I think that's been a great success, and a big kudos to my 2 assistant principals, Justin Umlin and Dr. Valerie Smith, for their work on that. But one of the things that we're working on this year, which kind of dovetails off some work we did last spring, it involves obviously the Youth Truth Survey, which you guys know about, is just working with the wonderful faculty and staff at Barnstable United on just creating a sense of community and a sense of belonging with them. Now, obviously, that work has been a little bit sidetracked by the state of the building. I had a whole plan in place for our opening of the year, and I guess one of the important things of being a leader is knowing when to stick to the plan and knowing when to veer off in the direction needs to be veered off, but that is some work that we will be continuing as the year progresses. So what questions have I created for you?
Jen? Anything?
I think it's a very well thought out strategy that you have. I know a lot of kids in that age bracket that have, in like the 9 to 10 age bracket, just for some reason in my neighborhood, there's, you know, and in friends, among friends, there's a lot of kids that seem to need a little extra attention, that need the guidance and need the patience and need the adaptation, but don't necessarily need the IEP. And I think that's crucial, because I remember when my son was really young, I was always concerned about him just being triaged and labeled, when in fact that wasn't what he needed. So I think that's a really important thing. And I'm sorry about the building, and we're going to work on it.
All right.
Thank you.
Pete?
Peter?
Hi, Mike. How you doing?
All right.
Yeah, as we were walking up, I was going to say school improvement plan. I have an idea. Get rid of the mold. There we go. That will fix it.
It's been the focus, Mr.
I know
Cook.
that. I know that. And I'm glad you started your speech with that. I'm glad. And your presentation was excellent. I appreciate it. I have a random question, because thought came back to me with our 2 student ambassadors dealing with homework. Do kids still have homework in grades 4 and 5?
Yes, I mean, they do. It varies on teacher. But yeah,
Okay.
I mean, a lot of it can just be a reading log or some math work. We've really tried to get away. I have teachers who don't even have their students take the Chromebooks home. We've really tried to actually decrease screen time, and we don't allow the
Yep.
Chromebooks to go home over the weekend.
I like that idea, yeah.
Because, well, unintended students on technology isn't a good idea, whether they're 9 or whether they're 19. But yes,
Okay.
the vast majority of our students do have some work to do,
Yeah.
but
Yeah, okay.
not, I would say this, not in the high school point of view, Peter, like that you and I would do of, all right, you got to read this chapter in your psychology book, or you got to read this chapter in the Scarlet Letter, and we're going to talk about tomorrow, and there could be a quiz. But I mean, you know, there are obviously tests and quizzes, but it's a little less traditional than high school.
Thank you.
Andre?
Yeah, Mike, for me, and I do want to look at things like language acquisition. I want to look at MCAS. We're getting into the school year. The existential issue is the mold. And you started with that. The place that you're at, knowing you, having worked with you over the years, you've been at BUES, I have no doubts about your leadership and what you're doing. The community has notable doubts.
I understand.
And so what we're going to be doing is getting the community closer to where you are in terms of their understanding and their just, so that's, and you addressed it, thank you. That's the immediate work that begins, it begins in earnest. The MCAS, where our scores are, how we're going to improve, you know, that's what I want to dive into. Maybe this isn't the meeting for that, but I'm pleased to see that that's one of your goals, reducing those achievement gaps, and for us to get to an understanding of what you have in place and how we're going to achieve that. But thank you for starting with the primary issue, and then we can get to the further issues once that is resolved.
Thank you,
Mike?
Andre.
Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for starting it out the way you started it. We're all parents up here. We're all like, we get it. Like, we get both sides, right? So, like, we're all parents. We're all, you're an educator. Like, you worked in the classroom, you're in the building. So, like, thank you for starting off, because sometimes I think it's the human nature is kind of missed. But, like, good job. Excellent presentation. And thank you for doing the work you're doing. I'm sure I know you, and I'm sure you're working your tail off. And I'm sure it's keeping you up at night, and I know you care, and I'm sure it is. And I thank you for everything that you've done, and I'm going to continue to do. So, excellent presentation.
Thanks, Mike. Kathy?
You're right, and I like that school-wide curriculum accommodation plan, because I agree, you know, this student body is so diverse right now, far more than they were decades ago. And it's nice to hear that fourth grade group seems to be a different group.
I mean, there's obviously, there's still work that we have to do. It's a notable difference over the last couple of years. That's all.
Well, they don't know any different. So kindergarten, they didn't really know much, and if they came back into first grade, and first grade was relatively typical, that could.
Yeah,
that-
and their second and
it's
third
nice
grade
to
years
hear
were
that
very
it's-
typical.
It's at least a tick up. And I'm glad that Peter brought up the homework, because I know that's been a concern of mine, and it has changed in Barnstable over the years. And from when my children were all in school. But what I see once they exit, the technology had provided a tool, or has provided a tool, that is so useful in so many ways, but there are so many skills that are lacking from graduates of the last few years, because they didn't need to use the skills. Note-taking, looking something up. You can't escape reading, and at times you can't escape print material. And, you know, we're teaching them, graduates of high school, how to look things up. And do you know what an index is? They've never needed an index, but if they get into a situation. So, and then the challenge with the homework, because they really don't know how to budget their time and they're so used to the instant answer when they use the computer. So that's why I followed up with our high school envoys. Sounds to me like they were leaning towards there's too much homework maybe, but it's hard to go. They used to go in increments.
Yes, the policy.
Remember
Yeah,
that?
the older policy.
The
about,
older
like,
policy,
50 minutes
10
in grade
minutes
5,
one
60 minutes
night.
in grade 6. I think it was
Yes.
up by 10 minutes a grade. Yes.
Right, and then days and their weekends free, just so they learned that discipline that you need to learn outside of the classroom. You need to have something, because that's a tough skill for our recent graduates going into college. They struggle with that. So I think if we can backpedal a bit and put a little more structure into that, it would be great. And artificial intelligence is a great tool for this school-wide curriculum accommodation plan. There's pros and cons, but I've seen some things where you can take a passage or take something and ask AI to alter it to meet a specific student need, and it's phenomenal how that comes out. And I sure wish that had been the case when my youngest was going through that level of school, because it would have been extremely helpful. So thank you so much. It's well thought out. I like the culture of belonging piece. And it's nice to hear children are outside having fun again.
They are.
Thank you.
They are. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, folks. Appreciate it.
Okay. BIS.
Thank you. Where am I pointing this? Is it over the computer? Great. And I want to take Mike's lead just for a moment and actually speak to him as a father of my daughter Lydia is a 4th grade student at BUES. And, we've talked about a lot of other things here. And Mike, you said you put a sense of belonging to the side to focus on other initiatives. Lydia comes home every single day feeling like she belongs. She's making friends. She's got 2 wonderful teachers, Miss Curtis, Miss Kerr. She loves every experience with BUES, so a testament to your team, Val, Justin, and her teacher, so thank you.
Thank you, John.
You're incorporating that. Another shout out to my envoys. That was a great experience for me. They were nervous, but I enjoyed that, so to Harper, to Bish, that had this experience. It was more an experience for me because, I met with him a couple times. I did not write Bish's speech in any capacity. That was all him, and he does have a lot of ideas, and I hope he has that confidence to kind of share a little bit more next time he comes back.
He can come back anytime. He was very entertaining.
He was great. But just to speak of my experience with them, it's nice to hear their voice. So I did meet with them twice prior to coming here, and they gave me insight. Harper didn't say it today, but she was talking about lunchtime and how she wants that extended. I don't have enough time to eat. I want to socialize. This is my opportunity. So they're putting information, passing information to me that is going to help, serve our school better. So thank you for that opportunity, and to their families for bringing them here tonight.
They should also be, I was trying to draw them out. They should be encouraged, to share some of those thoughts, because I think it's important for students to realize that they have a voice, and it's important to learn how to express your voice respectfully. And it was great to have them here. I'm thrilled that we're bringing in the younger students, and hopefully see more of them.
Yeah, and I think they learned from the high schoolers and on how they presented. So I think round 2, we might see a different approach for them, different confidences as they get up and speak. I mean, it's difficult, me being here speaking to all you, let alone a room full of, the community. So
Adults usually get nervous. They usually get up to there. Usually up there, and adults, like, their eyes get really big and they just stare at one person. And for kids to do it, it's just amazing. It always amazes me because most adults get super nervous, let alone like kids that were like, whoa, it's a room full of adults. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
But I think a lot of the kids that come in and share with us are, they're really well-rounded, and they the kids that go on the field trips and come in and share their experiences, they're like deep concepts that they're like talking about, they're like, it's like American history, the belly of the beast, like when they go to DC, it's really interesting to hear their perspectives. So I love it. Yeah.
So to speak a little bit more about BIS and just a little bit about me as a practitioner, I'm very much a data-driven, data drives my decisions in every aspect of it. So this school improvement plan, I had to step a little bit out of my comfort zone to identify the needs of the building. So what you're going to see is a similar theme to in alignment with the district, what Mike just spoke of with the sense of a belonging. So I really took kind of a qualitative social emotional approach to this school improvement plan and the strategic initiatives that we're putting in place. But I feel like once we foster that true sense of belonging at BIS, we're going to yield positive quantitative results in our accountability data. So a lot of what I'm speaking to today is, again, a social emotional element that's going to foster that sense of belonging and, again, hopefully yield positive results with our accountability. So to speak of the first one in the district strategic initiative, culture of belonging, the highlight in education was the two mentorship programs that we're putting into place in collaboration with Barnstable High School. So we have our tiered mentors, our student mentors, and our community mentors assisting BIS students, and we have the pathway course for teaching, coaching, and mentorship. Again, we spoke to that earlier in the year, so I don't want to waste too much airtime on that with you all. District Strategic Initiative 2, talking about rigorous curriculum, and some of the strategic alignment that we have is the professional development from TNTP 6 through 12. That's the supporting multilingual learners through Tier 1 instruction. All our professional development this year is allocated towards that time. It's a learning opportunity for not only staff, but also administrators in the building to refine our practices. I think I've said this in the building before, but it's been a long time since I've taken retail and SEI endorsements, and this is new information that we all need to support not only this demographic, but the strategies that we're learning. Scaffolding differentiation is going to support all learners. We're in the process of a curriculum cycle review for mathematics, health, and wellness. We're working on refining the MTSS implementation process at BIS. The reason we're focusing on that this year, it is alignment with the district initiative, but also our MTSS team did take a hit and kind of staff rollover. So we're refining that process to make sure that we're up and running to support our students. And new practice this year, we're implementing peer observations. We're looking at 4 peer observations a year for staff members, so an opportunity to professionally learn from each other. And as we roll that out, it is a kind of a soft rollout because we want teachers to be comfortable opening their doors. I was a science teacher. I always had my door open, and I taught loud. And I appreciate people walking down the hallways with doors open, and you can hear that learning going on. So part of the peer observations is to open these doors, get comfortable with people being in your classroom, get comfortable sharing, building this professional learning community with your colleagues. So we're excited to see that, and teachers learn from one another and provide feedback. And lastly, we're working on implementation of leadership team learning walks in collaboration with TNTP to support district initiatives and any school initiatives that we have. Getting into our school improvement goals, again, focusing on that sense of belonging, building a positive, caring relationships with students, family members, staff to ensure that the community members feel valued, respected, equitably supported, and a sense of belonging at BIS. So our strategic objective number 1 is promoting effective partnerships with families through regular two-way communication and an emphasis on positive communication. So all too often, we're reaching out to families about what your son or daughter is or is not doing. We want to kind of change that narrative. So we've developed a positive message spreadsheet at BIS, and we're sending out 4 positive messages to every single student in the building through the course of the year. And that's a collaboration between not just the teams, but every educator, every administrator in the building. I've been fortunate enough to reach out to families today where I got a write-up on a volleyball win last night against DY, where one of our athletes had 7 successful serves or digs, and I'm writing to the families each morning to say, just want to recognize your child for representing BIS as a student athlete. So we need to increase that positive communication going home. It will, in turn, have the parents reach out and communicate with us when they do have a concern or a need. Second initiative that we're talking about is fostering a sense of belonging. It's a new initiative, and it's in collaboration with the Harvard Graduate School of Education and Making Caring Common. We are piloting student-to-adult relationship mapping. So what we're doing, and it's about to roll out in this next week, is through survey data, we're going to identify students that can identify a positive adult relationship that they have in the building. And that data is going to come back to us from a 0 to a 6 level rating. You know, if you're a 6th grade student, you might not have any positive relationships with any adults in the building because you're new to us. We're going to take that data and we're going to map you with an advisor, with an adult in the building to make sure you do have that relationship. So our social worker, Rachel Sarapak, is taking the lead on that, and she'll offer our advisor strategies to support those students. So we're confident that this is going to yield positive results and hopefully develop some type of sustainability for not only our school, but if we do yield successes, you know, show the process to other buildings as well. Into our school improvement plan number 2, so develop and organize systems that need to go into place to support students. This is where my data mine comes in. So we're looking at chronic absenteeism. I'd like to reduce that by 2% by implementing an attendance intervention plan. Part of that intervention plan is going to focus on celebrating attendance. When I say celebrating attendance, no, I'm not talking about the kid who had perfect attendance every day, because I don't think that's attainable for all students. I don't think that's equitable for all students. So we're looking at different ways to publish our data. I look at it every single day. Today we are at a 95.7 attendance rate with a 11% chronic absenteeism. So we want to publish this data. I'm sending it out to the community. It's in our staff memo every single day. I'm on the announcements every morning talking about our attendance, talking about our tardiness, talking about the importance of being in schools. When our mentors from the high school come in, they're going to walk kids to class and talking about the importance of being in front of your teachers. So again, there's that element of a qualitative feel, a mentorship, getting you to class, you're in front of your teachers, that hopefully should yield a positive result quantitatively with attendance rate and hopefully academically as well. The 2% is an internal measure. I did that in collaboration with my team. I think we can probably get it to 4.5% to 5% and hopefully get us under a certain threshold. Next strategic initiative we're going to focus on is our suspension rate, reducing that by 3%. Looking at data over the past 3 years, we were yielding probably an 11% to a 9% to last year, a 12% suspension rate. We want to reduce that, similar to what Mike was talking about, through restorative practices and restorative modules. So we did go to a conference last year about kind of designing and developing a resource to teach students. You know, we do have, you know, repeat behavioral infractions, but if we can take that time to teach about the behavior, that's as equally as important as teaching in any content area. Teaching them the why, teaching them who they harmed and how to repair that relationship. So hopefully through some of the development of these restorative modules, we'll be able to reduce that suspension rate as well. And I've just moved on to Jason's. Any questions regarding to anything that I spoke of today?
Yeah, I have a question. So the mentor program, who do you see the high school mentors helping? Is it the straight A students? Is it students that are being suspended? You know, where does that fit in with the student body?
So talking about Doc's program, it depends. And when we met with Doc over the summer to talk about rollout, we did focus on the 3 tiers. So tier 1, we're looking at, you know, our all students and just building a positive relationships with everybody in the building. So we've done that with the greetings of hello. They've been in lunches, sitting with students. Tier 2, it's going to be a little bit more targeted, and we could identify students that have a certain need, and the high school mentors, when trained, could come in and do restorative circles with them. So case-by-case need. There could also be something going on in the community that we could run a circle on, so in a tier 2 intervention. And then tier 3 is more targeted with the adult mentorship, an at-risk student. We're going to make that partnership. We're focusing on grade 7 right now, so we can build that continuity as they transition into high school and keep that mentorship and relationship going.
I think this program is going to be wildly successful because I know so many kids that just got lost in the abyss of the high school because a few years ago, BIS didn't have this sort of management, right? It didn't have the same priorities. There wasn't a real focus. It felt like it was all over the map when my son attended there. I have to say one thing that, when kids are given an opportunity, even if they're not perfect kids, right? Even if they're not the straight A students, when kids are given an opportunity to teach and to mentor, I've seen it happen many times with my own child in like learning karate and then teaching karate, how they digest that information. It helps them become a better leader, and it helps them self-reflect so much. So it's not just going to be helping the seventh grader. It's going to be helping every single student mentor there is learn and grow and learn empathy and learn, the hard way of doing things and explain, this is why you have to be to school on time, and then say to themselves the next day, why aren't I at school on time? When I'm telling other people to do it, right?
Yeah.
So I just think it's going to be really beneficial on both sides. I'm really thankful for that.
Great.
Thanks.
Excellent presentation again, Principal Allington, and you said many things I could comment on, but I see we're going into our 4th hour here of this meeting, and we're probably halfway done. So I'll just pick out the peer observations. How valuable. I was a teacher for many, many years, and I was often there were many young teachers who would come into my class and observe, and they found it very valuable. To see an experienced teacher, and whatever program you have going, I can tell you it'll be a valuable program. So thank you. Great idea. Keep it going.
Thank you, Peter.
Yeah, for me, 2 points. You noted community engagement. You have a PTO at the intermediate school that did tremendous work and is now continuing. We didn't have a PTO at the intermediate school for many years. And so school dances, there were donations made going into MCAS testing, just reaching out to the teachers. So I'm looking forward to this strong relationship between the administration and that PTO to continue, and those exceedingly important co-curricular activities, the dances, the basketball game, students and staff, keep that ball rolling, and we'll continue to glean good results. In terms of the chronic absenteeism, this is something that I have to note. Incentivize those students that are showing up every single day. And I know that we go back and forth, incentivize, meaning there's no reason that these students can't be recognized and highlighted. We have a student in Barnstable that missed 0 days of school in their entire educational journey. Okay, that student was recently awarded and recognized, and that plaque is in a place of prominence at our school. And so it's not just to talk about what we don't want to see. You do have students showing up every single day doing the right things. So we need to kind of give them, we're recognizing them as well. So that's just what I wanted to note. We do have the issues with the absenteeism, but for those people doing the right things all the time, and again, we don't have to distinguish them. We don't have to pick them out. Student Devin Harris that missed no days of school for the entirety of his academic journey, went on to have a successful career in college. Now he's serving in our armed forces. We had to go and find, and that was years in advance, years after the fact, but an achievement of that magnitude. So again, when we talk about chronic absenteeism, we want to get our arms around those students that need to be brought in, but at the same time, those students that are doing the right things all the time, let's highlight them and let's give that example, for those students to aspire towards.
Thanks. I'm in agreement, and we're looking at different pockets of data. I've reached out to Mo on this to try to develop team-level data too, to foster a little sense of competition. Team Calmus, we're at a 98%, but Team Cobal's, we're at 89%. What do we need to do to get that up? So we're looking at a lot of different avenues to go down to celebrate the attendance.
Students want to, I was a bookish kid. I like being in school. They like being there. We want them to be there and be successful. They start to see the fruits of their labor. It just grows.
Excellent presentation. Jen just kind of brought something up that I've kind of always thought. So I'm a dad of 4, and my last one just graduated last year out of high school, so they're a little bit older. But one of the things that I've always thought, or I've always noticed, is like not all of my kids were all honor roll kids or AP kids or anything like that. And I remember one of my sons who's had school wasn't always easy, but he was a good kid. He was a great kid, and he wanted to help, and he wanted to help with like doing mentorships and all of that stuff. And he never got the opportunity that his brother, who was all AP classes, got. So I don't know if that's where you were going, Jen, but that's kind of like when you said it, like good kids don't have to be bookworms or have to be AP kids. Like, good kids are good kids. It doesn't matter what academic level. And I'm not saying that that's what you're doing. I just think systemically, I've been on here for 9 years, and it's always like, oh, the smart kids get to do all of the things. And it's like, well, there's a lot of good kids that aren't super smart. So and I'm sure you guys are. I'm just kind of making that statement because Jen kind of went there, is like mentors can be anybody. So that's kind of it. But excellent job. Like all your initiatives and stuff, excellent work. And I kind of can't wait to see how it like all plays out and like get a report that next year when you're like, oh yeah, remember we did this and this is how it ended up. And I like that part, so excellent job though.
Great. Thanks, Mike.
Thank you for the presentation. What I heard was every student 4 times a year, you're going to reach out and make that positive communication. That's quite an effort with that. What do you have, 850 students around?
641.
Oh my goodness, it was 850 when my kids were there, so I'm really out of touch. That's still a lot of communication in addition to necessary communication, so I commend you with that. And I do like the peer mentorship with the teaching staff as well. And I do think veteran teachers can learn from the new teachers fresh out of college in their teacher ed programs, because they come up with the new innovative ideas, and the old ones sitting here like me get stuck in our ways. So I love when we hire new young people, and then you've got some great ideas going back and forth.
Great.
So thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. All right, thank you.
All right, we're high school, right?
Long time no see. I have to build this stamina. I have to get back into the graduation up and down, so. All right, so good evening and thank you again. Tonight, this is my 3rd school improvement plan that I've presented, but this one's a little different. And I'm going to start, not just because being at the high school, but I'm going to start by giving you the plan right from the jump, and then I'm going to kind of go backwards and explain how we got there, and I hope it makes sense at the end. But as you know, all of our plans, they revolve around the district initiatives, especially the first and second objectives. So this year at BHS, our 4 goals will be to create a safe, orderly, and respectful environment for students and a collegial and collaborative culture amongst teachers, employing intentional practices for improving teacher-specific and student-responsive instruction, establishing a community of practice through leadership, shared responsibility for all students, and professional collaboration. And 4th, we've added a facilities goal to create and implement a long-term facilities plan that will guarantee access and a full continuum of services to every student. So how did we get here? So first, I have to thank the staff. I could not have wrote this plan without all of the staff, past and present. So I just want to send kudos where kudos are deserved. So thank you to all the staff for this. We started with the creation of our high school steering committee and visionary team, and this was essential in hearing from multiple perspectives as to what we really need to focus on at the high school, hearing from multiple facets of the building, staff, students, community members, kind of gives us that universal perspective from all avenues to really hit home on the areas of concerns. From there, our teams partnered with the Bar Foundation during the 23-24 school year. They completed a Meeting the Moment grant work, which in essence was an opportunity to understand our students' needs more deeply, challenge assumptions about our high school and the community, and move towards a vision of excellence, or more so a vision of a graduate that students deserve. We then participated in an accelerated process of the New England Association of School and Colleges, you hear NEASC, which include a collaborative conference site visit in April of 2024. I am very familiar with NEASC. When I was at Randolph High School, we went through the accreditation process. Really, NEASC is about empowering students, promoting excellence. And when you're accredited, it means you're doing the right thing or you're on the right path of doing the right things. We just received acknowledgement that we are on the right path of doing right things, but I think we all can agree that much more is needed. So that would be our next steps. With the help of NEASC, we've identified 4 priority areas for growth, and we wrote related goals. The NEASC Collaborative Conference visiting team, they concurred with all 4 priority goals. I learned in my young years as an administrator, when NEASC tells you to do something, you do it. It's just that simple. You don't ask questions, you do what NEASC says. Our high school visioning team then identified 3 focus areas for growth and discussed actions that could be taken at the individual, school, and district levels to create change, which you will see in the next slide, and how they intertwine with the school improvement goals. We then conducted a faculty survey in May, which as a result came up with 6 commitments that intertwine with the 3 focus areas for growth. And finally, in June, the administration conducted a faculty survey that identified staff concerns. And what that was PD for our multilingual learners, attendance, and our cell phone policies. So because of that, you will see in this next slide, these are the focus areas for the school year. A focus on belonging, a focus on learning opportunities, and a focus on systems and structures. Throughout the year, at our faculty meetings, department meetings, this is on our agenda. And I say this because if we are talking about something that doesn't fall in one of these 3 buckets, I'm going to ask the question, why are we talking about it? This year, our focus is belonging, learning opportunities, systems and structures, and you will see everything falls under one of those 3 buckets, aside from facilities. But really, if you don't have facilities, none of this happens. So we go back to our goals now. Now you kind of understand where all this information came from. Our first goal is creating a safe, orderly, and respectful environment for students and a collegial and collaborative culture among teachers. This falls under that first focus area of belonging. And what we found in our research, in our surveys, not all members of our school community feel they belong. That's a problem. That's a big problem. So we have to figure out how we can include all of our 1,800 students, all of our 350-plus staff, all the community to feel a sense of belonging. So our initiatives are going to be to increase positive student behaviors, increase positive staff-to-student relationships, create opportunities among our staff and students to really just to get to know one another, to create those positive connections. We can use circle groups. We can use survey data, such as our Youth Truth survey, to really address people's feelings of belonging and a feel of value at the high school. Our second initiative is to create opportunities for students to act as equal partners in their learning. I'll establish discussion groups with selected groups of students, some of our student council that you heard of, but I'm just going to pull random students that I meet right from the hallways and just have some conversations with them, right? I want to identify the challenges. I want to explore solutions that are related to the school and the student body. I want to try to get someone from everywhere. So if I'm just hitting selective groups, I'm only hitting a small population of our students. I want to go after every individual, especially the ones that are going to try to hide from my groups, because really those are the ones that you also want to hear from as well, you know? And the last one is to connect with surrounding schools to observe their attendance and mobile device policies. We sent teams to Brockton High School. We're going to go to Randolph High School. We're still going to go to Normanton Middle School. I really want to see how that works. Dr. Kennard does fantastic work. I don't know if you've met Dr. Kennard yet, but he's a legend. And really, we're the best state in Massachusetts, in our country when it comes to education. I don't know why I would go elsewhere to see kind of what's going on. That's just kind of my 2 cents. Let's stay where the best is. So we're going to hit those schools. We're going to hit those schools hard. Our second strategic school objective revolves around employing intentional practices for improving teacher-specific and student-responsive instruction. This falls right into learning opportunities. It's very, very important. We realize that relevant and purposeful learning opportunities aren't known, or they're not accessible, or they're not consistently available for all. You heard Assistant Superintendent Kristen Harmon talk about the new teacher program, project, TNTP. And really a lot of our objectives fall under our connection with TNTP. Our first objective is just our monthly PD, supporting and focusing on the adoption of these instructional strategies according to kind of what that criteria is for teaching those very well-rounded lessons. Once a month, we have staff that are going to grow their understanding of what we can offer. They're going to gain tools, and they're going to be able to enhance their own practice. Our second objective is to utilize a common learning walk template in conjunction with TNTP to provide and help create rigorous standard-based lessons that use language-focused best practices. We need to be in the classrooms. We need to see what's going on. We don't know what's going on if we don't observe it firsthand. The more classes we can get into to receive that quantitative and qualitative data, we really know what's going on in our classrooms, but more specifically, we can outline the things that we're doing well, but really hit home on the things that need improvement. Getting into classrooms to see it firsthand is extremely, extremely important. And the third is to create a document or some type of resource that outlines teachers' current subjects and topics, enabling them to identify and pursue cross-curricular opportunities for projects, units, activities, etc. We kind of started this work at the intermediate school and high school last year. Some of our PD, we had schools kind of come together and work amongst one another. We have a wealth of knowledge in our building. I don't know why we dig into it and really see what's going on and really have our staff see what's going on from their prospective colleagues, mentors, protege, exposing our staff, our novice staff, to really our veterans that have a grasp of what to do in the classroom, I think goes a long way. And it really helps preserve and support our teachers who are still developing. Our third strategic objective is about establishing a community of practice through leadership, shared responsibilities for all students, and professional collaboration. This falls under the systems and structure aspect, that focus area. In last year, when we went through the process, we realized that not all Barnstable systems and structures fully support teaching, learning, well-being, and the school's core values. I read that as, are we really hitting home to the 1,800 students? And I'm sorry if I offend anyone when I say this. Right now, the answer would be no. Our first objective would be to create a common scope and sequence for common courses. If departments haven't started this work yet, this will be the first step towards the plan. We will also review and work towards a calibrated grading system that is content aligned. And in addition, and this is what we talked about in late October, going down to Silver Lake, we want to visit a school in the area that looks at the structures that are in place when we're discussing our CTE programs, our career technical education programs. So there will be a team coming down October 30th. I believe you volunteered yourself again, so thank you, Mr. Gitt. I appreciate it. Mr. Elliot Glass, I've had the pleasure of working with him when I was at Silver Lake for 4 years. He's done a fantastic job. I'm going to reference a little bit of his work in the fourth objective, but we've already made plans to not only go and look at their attendance policy, look at their day-to-day procedures, look at their cell phone policy, but we really want to look at their CTE program and see what can we do to really make our program more robust and accessible to all. Our second objective, we want to enhance the various ways in which we enable students and families to explore the opportunities provided at BHS, some of which are having student showcases, better marketing of our programs to reach all students, and enhancing the website to make information more accessible. And the last objective is developing clear and easy to understand visual representation of the high school's organizational structure and the relationship between its various parts. We need an org chart. People need to know who is on our building, who is doing what, and it's not only to name to a face to a name. I never get that right. People need to know who is who in the building, but it's also the accountability piece. You need to know who is in the building. You need to know who you can report to any questions or concerns. But that should also align with our program of studies to show our community, show our students. If you are taking a pathway, you know the educators and the staff members that are involved in that pathway, and you have a place to go if you have any questions or concerns. I'm a very visual person. I'm a math teacher. I need an org chart. I crave an org chart. I started July 1st. I'm getting emails for people I had no idea who they were, what they do. Create an org chart so we can show who we are at BHS. I think it's very, very important. And the last objective is about facilities. This was discussed over the summer. I know there was discussion about facilities here at the school committee, but this is a topic of discussion that we started since July 1st. We had a fire. We've had fire alarms. We've had leaks. Clearly, you have to make sure that you know what's going on in your building at all time. I myself, facilities is something that I'm just entrenched in. I love facilities. I love parts about it. People think I must be crazy. I find that most educators, especially administrators, are more involved in the instructional aspect of it. I love the operations. I love the building. I love knowing how things work, how roofs work. It's very important because if you don't have a functioning building, you don't have school. So I really want to make sure that we're finding ways to preserve our building, short-term and long-term. So our fourth and final goal is to create and implement a long-term facilities plan that will guarantee access and a full continuum of services to every student. Our objectives, the first is going to create schedules that show and explain events during and after school that informs administration as to who will be site supervisors, in hopes that this will improve the cleanliness, the orderliness, and the safety of Barnstable High School facilities. The second objective is to create, monitor, and support the start and finish of the culinary classroom renovations and build of the BHS Culinary Bistro. This will intertwine with the work that we have planned for October 30th. Silver Lake does a fantastic job with their culinary. A lot of the community members come in, they have it down to a science. So I think we could really learn from that site visit. And again, Elliott Glass has done tremendous work in that community. So I think we'll learn a lot in that visit and stuff like that. And then the last objective is to identify and implement short and long-term items specific to our school. Water filtration systems, resurfacing and re-imaging of the field house, the gymnasium, HVAC, you name it. This will help reduce the operational costs and life cycle costs of our building and identify facilities, priorities, and be proactive rather than reactive to extend the useful life of our building. So that's the plan. Any questions?
Wow. That's great. Thank you. I mean, it's very circumspect. You mentioned surveys that you gave to the faculty. I wondered, and one of them was about commitment. I would love to know what those 6 commitments were. Because, as a parent and as a school committee member, I'm frustrated by the absenteeism on the part of faculty.
Sure.
Big problem when we're trying to build a new culture, right? And we've got the Red Hawks going all the way down now to BUES. It would be really good if we could focus on that.
Absolutely.
I'm wondering if that was one of the commitments, if there was maybe a commitment to recording on Aspen more for parents as opposed to just Google Classroom, because that's another issue as a parent that I have. I don't know,
So the 6 commitments were created with, and again, I hope I'm saying this correctly, this was before I arrived. They were created with NEASC, and they were sent out to the staff that kind of outlined where those 6 commitments were, one of which was the circle discussions and bringing all the community mentors together and stuff. I don't have it memorized right now, but I know it would be embedded in these 4 goals, but I'm more than happy to share that document with you.
I'd love to see that document.
Yeah, it's part of the NEASC report. It's a very long report. I am happy to share that report with you all, and you'll see it's embedded right there. And it's even ranked by what the staff believed was the top priority versus number 6. And I think there were more that were talked about, but those 6 were really the outline of what staff want. And that number 1, you'll see, is really embedded in that plan.
Can I jump in for a
Yes,
second, just to
please.
give you a little bit?
I hope I said that correctly.
You did. The 6 commitments, I'm not going to be able to rattle them off entirely, but they are embedded in these goals. So some of them included the idea of learning from each other and peer observations and getting into each other's classrooms. One of the commitments was that they wanted to make sure passed along to the new principal was this idea of connecting with students on really informal ways and making sure that there's sort of broad outreach towards belonging. Another one is around the course scope and sequence. So that came out of NEASC in terms of a curricular really recommendation coming out of the NEASC report was another one of them. And so there were 3 other ones, but I think when Jason shares that with you, you'll see that they're
right
embedded right in this plan, which I think is a real huge strength. Normally you have a new principal coming in and there's the entry plan and you're having to bring people along to that shared vision, and a lot of groundwork was done both through NEASC and the Meeting the Moment grant. And it was very, very powerful in June to see the faculty kind of all rallying around the same vision.
That's great. I mean,
And I couldn't create this plan without the work that happened prior, so I have to give kudos to where kudos
yeah, we all build off what's before us, right? That's how it works. I love the commitment to the community and community engagement. I think most people in our community don't understand what the school committee does, what the power is, what the power of the superintendent is, when the hell they can go on the field at Barnstable High School. You know, they don't understand any of this. So I think the more we can get out into the community, the better we are. And that's also something that Andre and I had talked about when we were talking about goals for the school committee, was getting more entrenched. So we're definitely aligned on that. And I would love to help however I can on that. And then the facilities discussion is absolutely crucial with every building we operate. Has been for 30 years. Hopefully we'll finally get on the radar and stay there. I hope we never build another building without thinking about what it's going to cost to keep the building up. And so I really think that's an awesome thing to embrace. So thank you very much. I think you're doing a great job.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great presentation. I kind of like the backwards approach you did. I enjoyed it. And I know I've said this privately to you, but I'll say it publicly, that I've only heard great things about your leadership at Barnstable High School. And I still, I was a teacher there. I retired in 2019, I believe. So I know a lot of people there. And I haven't heard one negative comment so far. I'm not, going out every day looking for them, but I'll tell you, you're off to a great start. I'll just try to be brief. Maybe it's a little story. You don't even have to comment if you don't want to. I think there was a way to go to improve the school culture and the climate and a respectful environment. Like a year after I retired, I got elected to the school committee, and there were some issues at Barnstable, and I went in to talk to the principal about some of the behaviors and stuff, and I was shocked at what I saw. I had just retired a year and a half or so ago, and walking down the halls, visiting some staff, kids with hoods, kids with iPads, and actually one of them bumped into me, and I said, "You should say excuse me," and the kid kept walking. And so, being the jerk that I am, I followed the kid, and I finally got in front of him. I said, "You just bumped into me. You should say excuse me." He's like, "What?" And I was really stunned at what I saw. I addressed this with the principal, and I said, school, to me, I mean, I have two kids, one who is a teacher at Barnstable High now, one who was a former teacher at Barnstable High, Barnstable Middle School. Both graduated from Barnstable. We love Barnstable schools. I love Barnstable schools. And I felt so crappy after I left the school that day. It changed in such a short time, and it looked lousy. It didn't look like school was important in any way, shape, or form. I know you're different, and you don't have to comment on what I just said. And I hope we continue to improve our climate, our school culture, that Barnstable High School is a great place, and it's an important place to go.
Thank you.
Yeah, Jason, just to add, and my colleague said something that was notable. So you're doing your start and the relationship that you're establishing and the growth that we're seeing, that's tremendous. You have the vision for facilities, that's also good. But my colleague just noted that, we want to see this culture move down. You started at the intermediate school. We want to see this culture, this positive relationship-based culture, move down to the other schools. And first of all, I mean, it starts with the relationships. You, the students knowing you, the different things that you're doing. When we get into those kind of buzzwords, about behavior and about discipline, it's certainly there, and it certainly has to be addressed. But as a teacher, someone that didn't have to give a lot of those referrals, it's because we had that relationship that was already established, and that then, that goodwill kind of lends itself. We talk about the community mentors and what they're doing, and then we talk about further things that can add to that, like having staff that reflects the community. But this idea of we want to, we have it at the high school, we wanted to get it to the intermediate school, we want to get it to the United School, and that being kind of tied to our mascot was news to me, that we want to see the Red Hawks start here, and we're going to push it down to the intermediate school, and we're going to have it at the United School. If that's going on, that's great, but it needs to take place with a recognition and a respect for our athletic traditions and our previous mascot. And I know that at the football game a couple weeks ago, we had the 1999 Red Raiders returning and being honored and being recognized. And so this doesn't necessarily fall on you. You're establishing a culture, and it's great. But this might be something we'll be talking about in our goals subcommittee, that we're pushing the Red Hawks at the high school, at the intermediate school, at the United School. We want to get that mascot out there. That's wonderful. It's going to and should very well be taking place with a recognition and a respect for our previous mascot, and an understanding that a lot of community members want to know that their time in Barnstable is not kind of being swept under the rug. So, this is starting at the high school, good. But I want to see how we're recognizing our traditions as well, and that not feeling that those things are being swept under the rug.
Absolutely.
Excellent job.
Thank you.
Like I said to you before, I'm hearing nothing but great things. I'm hearing about the culture changing. This is one thing I like is the facilities. I'm a facilities person too. I like going out and doing visits and stuff like that. So one of the things with the school committee is we look at it like globally, right? Like the 30,000 foot or whatever they say. And I've always told people being on the school committees, I only know what people tell me. I'm not in every school, and I'm not on the ground, and that's why I like to talk to kids and parents and staff, because they're in the building. So the fact that you're doing a facilities subcommittee for your school, I think that's awesome. Because I think maybe that should kind of be something that happens at every school, because you folks are the ones that are in that building every day, and your folks and you are in your building, and Mike, you're in your building, and we don't know what's going on unless we are told. So the fact that maybe that's a thing of, I don't know, before we do the capital improvement, you guys kind of give us what you think, because we're having a thing tonight about what we think is important in the school district. If we could get a report from each of the principals or each of the folks in that building saying these are the top 3 things, that would make our job easier about what we need to prioritize to get stuff done. You know what I mean? So that's kind of different, and I kind of like that. I think that may be able to grow because, like I said, maybe you've informed us of what you need, you know?
Sure.
But excellent report and excellent presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. You have a large chunk to tackle. That's a big plan, but well thought out, and I appreciate everything you're doing, and I concur with my colleagues. I've had people stop me and comment on the respectfulness in the school, so your efforts are paying off. Thank you.
Thank you, and I just have to say again, I appreciate it, but it's really the staff. The staff has stepped up, and it's the students as well. So kudos need to go to everyone that walks into that building each and every day. So thank you to everyone. Great job. Thank you. Go Red Hawks. Nope.
Item 5.2, Superintendent Evaluation Evidence, 2023-24.
Great. So tonight I have a brief presentation to sort of frame evidence for you. I'm sure you'll spend the next month or so digesting it. If you have any questions or want to meet individually, I'd be happy to follow up. Kathy, I'm sure we'll talk a little bit about the process from here, but this kicks off the annual evaluation for me. We are heading towards the summative evaluation, after which I'll complete a self-assessment and the cycle starts all over again for the 24-25 year. And this evaluation comes at this point in time because we do include student learning data from MCAS as it relates to the goals. My evaluation is centered on the same model that the educators across the district are, wherein I set a student learning goal, a professional practice goal. We have 4 district improvement goals, and then I supply some additional evidence. There's a lot of evidence for the goals that apply to the standards in the superintendent rubric, but there will be some additional bullet points to share with you. And superintendents are advised by the Department of Education to select 4 to 6 focus indicators. We also do that with our educators and administrators in the district to sort of select focus indicators that make the most sense for the current year. And then we've had an agreement that should concern arise in other indicators or standards other than what we have agreed as focus areas. School committee members raise their concerns during the year, and I appreciate that ongoing feedback. So in terms of the student learning goal was centered around accountability data, and Kristen, and I'll jump in as well, but Kristen will share some MCAS data with you tonight. We have not yet included all of the accountability information, but the accountability data that was set as part of the goal was to improve or sustain in 4 out of 5 accountability areas as it relates to English language arts. We remained static in the English language arts achievement for non-high school grades and high school grades, as well as growth. And then progress towards attaining language proficiency, we remained at a 3. So I would self-assess that we've made some progress in the area, predominantly around action steps that support literacy gains. The GLEAM evaluation and pilot last year occurred. And I do think that it does take a couple of years to start to see increased achievement scores. So I had a hard time saying that it was met, even though I did sustain the accountability areas. The goal was to improve more than we had. So I didn't feel comfortable just saying that we were okay with the status quo. In terms of professional practice, my professional practice was around professional learning as it relates to facilities. And as you know, this is an enormous area that requires a tremendous amount of attention, both in the immediate moments as well as long term. So my self-assessment of work towards this goal, which you certainly will have your own ratings as you write your individual reports. I attended 2 formal professional development sessions on school facilities with MSBA and have been ongoing informal professional development through my daily activities with the facilities department. Kind of echo what Mr. Wojciechowski said about all of the learning that occurs related to facilities, just in terms of how these systems work and what they need. As you know, we had a facility subcommittee and collaborated with the director and other stakeholders in that work to address short-term capacity and maintenance needs. The facilities subcommittee was instrumental in working together, researching the Osterville School and portable options for additional space, making the recommendation to the school committee, and we should have an update for you soon regarding where that stands. And we have successfully installed the portables at High West and BCIS, which required some significant investment on my part to connect the dots and coordinate and push, because that has been a very delayed project. We still have some punch list items. I do continue to work with the director of facilities and push where it needs to be pushed, which is often not internal necessarily, to get things completed, but they are mostly operational and running. And I think Jen has reached out because of your request to be on site to tour them. And then beginning a process with key stakeholders to address long-term facilities planning. So that occurred through the subcommittee. We had a school committee workshop where we presented, and I continue to keep the town informed through communications with the town manager's office, meeting with the planning department to understand the bigger picture there as well. And I continue to communicate with our resource at Colliers around guidance regarding time frame. A lot of activities occurred as part of the action steps around the first goal. We completed, all of these goals are multi-year goals. You've seen the district improvement plan come forward with multiple goals and several initiatives. Completing the vision of a Barnstable graduate last year. We started some work, but then slowed it down on the vision of a Barnstable educator by imagining what execution of the vision looks like in the classroom. I think a lot of the curriculum work that's being done and being developed will help flesh out qualities and skills that we're looking for in our educators. We developed baseline data and have begun working towards improvements of feelings of belonging. You heard a lot of that this evening through school improvement plans, and I did ask our principals to include the Youth Truth Survey in some capacity as a measurement towards outcomes and success in this area. And there's a link for supplemental documents, and I can provide you with additional artifacts if you request, but some highlights from that data that showed sort of at the district level, at the highest level, where some strengths and weaknesses and opportunities are, but each building has very, very specific data and feedback that is much more actionable. I think from our perspective, things like safety and things like professional development emerged as two key areas at the district level to be focusing on. So you'll see PD and safety continuing to be focused on in 24-25. We reaffirmed practices in the area of bullying, harassment, and discrimination. We had 2 trainings for our leadership team with Attorney Michael Joyce to make sure that we were calibrated and consistent with implementing things like our bullying plan. A lot of this is happening in the office of Mary Beth Taylor, and she has really led the district in implementation of the civil rights and Title IX grievance procedures. We enhanced our mandated training for faculty and staff with a new training video, which I think is more informative than clicking through a PowerPoint, and implemented new tools to complete investigations and provide notifications of outcomes. We're continuing to calibrate responses to student behavior. We have provided professional development for school leaders, emphasizing the process for principals to review discipline data regularly, identify disproportionality, and address practices, and built the community mentor program as preventative and culture building. And I hope you're seeing the connection between the district improvement plan and some of the initial school improvement goals that you're seeing. Developing and enhancing wraparound services, wonderful celebration for the Red Hawks food pantry and the ribbon cutting ceremony in the fall. Initiating the Hope Squad at the high school, which is a mental health awareness and suicide prevention peer program. The Hope Squad is kicking off at the intermediate school this year as well. And we conducted planning for a new research-based tool on threat assessment, which I'm looking forward to an opportunity to share this with you, share it with faculty and staff. We have our leadership, we have our counselors trained in using this tool and using this protocol. It's a way to assess something as simple as a comment that a student might make that sounds alarming, but you go through the threat assessment protocol and you might find that they were talking about a video game. And then that is deemed not a threat versus something that might be a little more serious and then very significantly serious, and then what the steps are through that. Collaborating with families and community organizations. You've heard a lot, and we're really proud of the Community Mentor Program, which was initiated last year and just continues to blossom, and really appreciate their creativity and support in ways in which they can work within our schools. Sharing Kindness was the group that brought the Hope Squad to us. We had multiple superintendent CPAC working groups where we focused on specific topics over the course of last year, including GLEAM and GLEAM Family Outreach. We refreshed district-wide practices with our district leadership team and school buildings on our safety practices with the Barnstable Police Department and SROs. We actually invited the fire departments to that as well, so it was a big multi-agency meeting. We had sent staff from the school department with police and fire representatives to a training on reunification. And so plans are underway in 24-25 to operationalize that. And we have started some physical safety upgrades, and there are more planned. I should note, and I didn't do this at the beginning, but I think it's important to recognize my work as a superintendent happens with and through others. And so this is a shared report of outcomes from the district. And I think one of the principals mentioned the strength of having a great team, but this includes the central office team, the principals, union leadership is in here. This really reflects work that is done together and not singularly. So it's always a little uncomfortable, but I have to give them accolades. We're in a great spot with our outcomes from GLEAM, having done pilots successfully with a nearly unanimous adoption of CKLA. I don't think I've ever seen that in a curriculum adoption where there's been so much support in one direction. And sustaining professional development for 24 and 25 for implementation. I do want to give Kristen, Carrie, and Jen Perry a ton of credit for that. I was on the side supporting them. We sort of divided and conquered, and meeting the moment and bar work with the high school was something that I did invest more in, which is this second bullet. I participated with the high school steering committee, attended 3 convenings of the cohort throughout the year, which were off-site, supported the high school to bring coherence between their NEASC accreditation and meeting the moment, spent a short week, I don't think it was an entire week, visiting schools in Vermont to see some of their community schools, which actually I think is potentially what I learned there not only relates to the high school, but these were often K-12 schools, and in my mind also is informing some of the work at BCIS this year around their renewal, their innovation renewal. And supported I said 3 commitments. It was 3 commitments from Meeting the Moment, and I think 3 commitments from NEASC merged to 6 commitments that you heard Jason talk about on continuous improvement. In terms of the MTSS model, the biggest outcome there was the Barnstable Curriculum Accommodation Plan, and then the school accommodation plans, which you heard about tonight, being implemented as part of school improvement goals. And I do think that we did a good job protecting ESSER-funded interventions as part of the FY25 budget process. And I appreciate the school committee's support in using savings in a step-down fashion in order to maintain those. The Office of Teaching and Learning developed a multi-year curriculum review, which we've linked in there for you. It's all based on the very successful GLEAM framework and builds a rotation among content areas to make sure that we're continually updating our curriculum and making sure that it's culturally responsive and relevant and engaging for students. And that's been incorporated into the operating budget for sustainability. The review of the ILC, NEC, and transition specialized programs has been completed, and the recommendations are being incorporated into this year and the subsequent years for areas of improvement. And we supported sustained professional development for Crossroads staff all through last year. Initiatives related to recruiting, retaining, and developing our skilled, engaged, and diverse workforce. We continued our efforts on recruiting and retaining, and there's a link in there that gives you some data for the past 3 years, which I did share with the school committee in an email, but this is data related to administration, licensed educators, and paraprofessionals. The task force was a challenge to have take off. It was an initiative that I was hoping the diversity, equity, and inclusion director that was expected to be hired last year and working through the human resources department would kind of help coalesce around, but that position was not filled. And so we did piece together a couple action steps related to this nonetheless. So we had representatives attending DESE workshops and expectations and the responsibilities were communicated to hiring managers with support from human resources. Recruitment, we grew or continued our Massachusetts Diversity and Education Partnership relationship. sent a representative to their job fair. In doing so, we developed promotional materials, expanded our digital advertising, and an outcome that is hard to capture quantitatively without going through each individual hire, but I do want to do it, is expanding the linguistic diversity of our staff. That is an area that we are seeing some growth. Retention and feedback and support. Kristen has shared with you the outcome of the stay interviews that she had with new staff mid-year and the plans going forward to continue this practice with various cohorts of educators. For growth, we have a strong mentoring and induction program. We provided professional development on bystander interventions when faculty and staff see something among students and how to respond. We had a book study with authors for central office leaders and principals called Belonging Through a Culture of Dignity, Effective Equity Implementation. And I know that there are principals who are implementing their learning from that book series this year in their school improvement plans. And Khalees Warnham providing professional development on what it means to be a culturally responsive educational leader, which was not just for leaders in the very formal sense, but was open to all staff. We took the opportunity with 4Cs to communicate about Mass Reconnect, particularly for our paraprofessionals who may be seeking additional college courses, and hosted an information session related to opportunities to develop further, which gets into the career ladders piece. Appreciate the school committee's support in developing additional paraprofessional positions to support growth with a vision towards growing potential new teachers. I'm going to jump out of order for a second to the second to last bullet there because it ties to negotiations. So one, I think, critical outcome of our negotiations was that we will have a joint labor management team this year to study what types of formal support we can give to paras in collaboration with the union to help support them grow into the teaching profession. And I think that speaks a bit more to another avenue of grow your own, paraprofessionals growing into teachers, and then focusing on teachers growing into administrators. I think that is going to be critical to our success for all of the reasons we've been talking about in terms of housing and just very, very hard for people to relocate. And we want to support great people who are here in the district. We provided MTEL reimbursements through a teacher diversification grant. We made investments into teacher preparation pathways, including curriculum development, and hosted the first annual, but not the last, Future Teacher Signing Day celebration in order to really elevate and celebrate those going into the profession. Supported emergency license educators in extending and advancing their licenses. 16 educators were provided with mentored internships towards licensure. We supported the development of dual licensure, which I think is huge for our preschool teachers. So by the end of this year, all of our preschool teachers will be both early childhood education certified and special ed certified. We created career opportunities for SLP assistants and appreciate the school committee's support in creating those positions. And as a result, we have an SLP coordinator, but that created a great opportunity to fill a gap while also providing additional coaching potentially for those who might want to grow into licensed SLPs. And we were successful in hiring some IAs from contracted services. So that's been an area that we've had some vacancies in, and so we contracted with NEC for IAs, and several of those folks have stayed with us. So I think that that's a great win for our special education department. We engaged in some advanced planning for sustained professional development. So this year, PD looks very different than sort of this hodgepodge that we've had previously, and I think it's going to really yield some results in the classroom. You'll also see in educator evaluation, standard 2 teaching of all students, the development of DCAP and SCAPs, and implemented the community mentor program as role models and to promote positive school culture. And then in terms of facilities, This is a little bit of a repeat. Some of these things I had talked about previously, but working with the facilities subcommittee and the school committee in general, as well as the facilities department. I think we've done a nice job prioritizing capital improvement projects. I think I really appreciate the school committee's commentary related to connecting with buildings and making sure that there's good communication about not only the ongoing maintenance, but also capital needs, so filing that away. We installed the portables, we researched the Osterville School, and began longer-term facilities planning. In terms of the rubric, there are 4 standards. The first one's instructional leadership. And within instructional leadership, one of the focus indicators is on instruction. And this is a window, I think, a little bit into some of my practices and habits. The school committee would have seen some of this last year, but also for the community. I conduct regular school visits throughout the year. The structure of that is I go in, I confer with the principal for a few minutes, we walk through classrooms and workspaces, and then we debrief. I leave a note for the faculty and staff, and I have new postcards this year, so I can do it tangibly rather than in an email. We have spent our time at the district leadership team meetings focused on calibrating instructional feedback to staff as a team for the past 2 years. And again, I need to give Kristen Harmon a huge amount of accolades for that. I take my responsibilities of supervising and evaluating the principals very seriously. And part of that is on their instructional leadership and providing them with feedback there. I had the opportunity to visit Gleam pilot classrooms and debrief with team members when they were evaluating the 2 different programs. And then a lot of the meeting the moment work was focused on instruction. I shadowed a high school student for a day along with many members of that steering committee. I attended the Spring Point visit at BHS where they came in. They made some instructional observations and we debriefed. Going to the visit in Vermont, participating in the NEASC accreditation process and meeting during the collaborative conference, and also participating in a Spring Point visit at BIS. In terms of evaluation, again, regular school visits throughout the year with the principal, BDLT meetings, my supervision and evaluation of the leadership team. And one of the things that I had referred to previously was also how we take time in June and during a mini retreat to set focus indicators for the year. Management and operations, a couple additional bullets in terms of the environment, focusing on facilities as a professional practice goal. Creating additional opportunities for contracted services for facilities. So I think we've seen some positives there in terms of the work. Impact bargained a new BHS schedule for this current year, which I think is going well. I think we heard some good feedback from students on that. Reunification training and initial plans with safety partners, addressing moments of crisis. The 2 that came to mind when I was putting this together were external events to the schools, but ones that we had to respond to. Supporting a budget to retain the ESSER positions is another area. In terms of human resource management, I would say all of the evidence I associated with the 3rd district improvement goal supported Jason as principal at BIS last year with his implementation of an instructional leadership team through stipends and kind of helping to support that by working with him in his budget to see where he could find some stipended, repurpose some stipends. The mid-year check-in review with new staff that Kristen had conducted. And then I put in here, this was a significant amount of time. So when I say I did regular visits to schools, it was not with the frequency that I would typically like, nor was attending various events, but contract negotiations with all of the units, including AFSCME last year, was a big area of focus. Family and community engagement. I attended all the back-to-school nights last year to collect input on the vision of a graduate, sending regular newsletters. I am really thrilled, though, to have the new Some More platform that seems to be getting a lot of views, and I have some data to track that. Instituting the Youth Truth Survey and having principals follow up on that this year. Supporting the Family and Community Engagement Center and the Executive Director of Social Emotional Learning and Student Services in their work. And the Community Mentor Program. And then in terms of managing conflict, building consensus is the opposite of managing conflict, but it is part of this standard in bringing together the community around the vision of a graduate. My collaboration with community groups and organizations. I meet regularly with Barnstable No Place for Hate, for example, but that also the business district here in Hyannis is another group that I meet with on a regular basis. Supporting BCIS School Innovation Plan renewal and the research and data gathering for facilities. With that, I will conclude.
Questions, comments, Jen?
That's a lot of material.
It is.
Holy moly. I'm going to need some time to look over that, pour over that, and check it out. But, you know, I know that to be true of you. You're diligent and you work hard. And so I appreciate you putting all that together. And I'll leave it to Peter.
Yeah, fabulous presentation, Sarah. So much information on what you have completed and what you have done and what you will continue to do. We may still disagree a little bit on the word rigorous, and I didn't see anything specifically rigorous, but that might be my problem more than yours. But you will continually have my support in all the work you do. Thank you.
Hey, Dr. Ahern, a lot of information that you've noted in the report, and we do have some time that we've spent on this meeting. Again, in terms of district goal number 3, recruiting and retaining a diverse staff, you listed a number of task forces that you're convening and groups that you're meeting with, which is great. But at the end of the day, it's about hiring and giving an opportunity to the full scope of talent that we have in the Commonwealth. Dr. Ahern, at our last meeting, we noted the percentage of talent that we have, the educators of color in the Commonwealth. Did you remember what we spoke about the last meeting? That percentage of staff members that we have currently in the Commonwealth, over 20,000?
I do remember that conversation.
Yes. So again, Dr. Ahern, it's great that you're convening task forces, and there's a lot of talking, and there's much accumulation of data. But as the individual who does the hiring, it would ultimately need to result in implementing staff that represent the community at all levels. Would you agree?
And we're working towards it. There's evidence in there to support some additional diversity, particularly I would note in our paraprofessional cohort and in our linguistic diversity. And so I do think that given some of the challenges with recruitment in general, some of the challenges with hiring, particularly when we're talking about educators across the entire Commonwealth and the difficulty of relocating. I do think that it's a long-term goal to be pushing towards, and there's also evidence I'm putting forward related to career ladders about growing your own and including supporting our student pathway.
Again, Dr. Ahern, you used the term, you said long-term. When we have 20,000 educators currently, I don't understand why it's a long-term goal, and I'll just conclude it. I know you noted housing. The educators and administrators that you hired in the last cycle were able to find housing so that they could be here, Dr. Ahern. So for me, and I know other people have a right to look at this in the way that they look at it, but if the staff members that you hired going into this school year, teachers, administrators, were able to find housing and be here, I don't believe that that is a valid impediment towards reaching district goal number 3.
So can I do a point of information on that? Because I feel like the 20,000 people you're talking about, and you know we're on the same page about diversity, equity, and inclusion. But I got to say that the 20,000 educators that you're talking about are employed. right? So they're not lining up inside Barnstable trying to get a job here, first of all. Second of all, if you don't think housing is an absolute crushing problem when it comes to hiring teachers, you're dead wrong. I worked for years in that whole aspect, and it is absolutely one of the number one things that we have. You get 10 teachers apply for a job, you rank them 1 through 10, you end up with number 9 because her aunt owns a winterized cottage in Chatham. And that's just how it goes. So these steps, these building steps are for the future. This whole thing is for the future. Everything we do today is for the future. So, you know.
If I can add a little detail around what pattern and trends we are seeing, the people we're hiring who can afford to live here or who are relocating to live here are on the higher end of the pay scale. It's just not necessarily the diverse workforce that we're looking for. They can afford the high cost of living. Maybe they're moving into a second home that they already own. And people tend to also be reluctant to leave the jobs, especially when there's things like professional teaching status at play. So I think that recruiting outside is really hard. So when we're talking about the licensed educators in the entire state, it's not something that we're not willing to do or try to do, but there are some definite barriers and challenges there.
Yeah, Dr. Ahern, again, for me, it doesn't appear to be exceedingly difficult or hard when these staff members are right here, and the staff members that you've hired that fit a certain demographic composition were able to achieve it. So again, we keep coming, and again, thank you for noting that. But just to speak to my colleague's point, and I know that we're on the same page, the staff members, how do I want to say kind of what you're talking about? You did hire in the last cycle staff members that were employed somewhere else that chose to come to Barnstable, correct?
Yes. I don't have a number, but we did have people that were employed and came here. Again, the pattern that I'm seeing is that there's a huge affordability factor, and a number of people that we hired in the last round were also people that were let go during the end of the FY24 into the FY25 budget
But
season.
some, I would say a majority.
I don't know.
Continue.
I don't know.
I would think that that's the case again. So long story, not so long. It's been a long meeting, but sometimes we have to have these long meetings. That's just the way that it goes. District goal number 3, we can, as far as I'm concerned, X out housing as a reason that that's not being achieved.
So if I may take the podium. So my question is, I wasn't born here. I'm a wash ashore. I did have to relocate here. My wife and I relocated here 25, almost 26 years ago. I wasn't born here. I didn't get housing here. I had to find it. My wife and I had to find it. And I can tell you that even 25 years ago, I came from central Massachusetts in a little suburb town. So I came from the suburbs, and I didn't know what expensive housing was until I moved to Cape Cod. Having children who are at the age of buying houses, who are looking at houses, who I'm going out with and looking at the houses that are out there and the prices they're getting. Housing is, and we all have our own opinions, and I'm not trying to persuade you. I'm not trying to persuade you at all. We have our own opinions, and we can give our own opinions. So I think you're doing the best you can for recruitment and retention. I think we've talked about this for years. I think you're definitely moving. I think we kind of all agree that we want to grow. I believe the catchphrase is grow our own. And I think that we all kind of agree with that. And I think you're doing a fantastic job with doing that. As far as your presentation, it's excellent. You always have my support. We don't always agree on everything, and that's okay. But I think overall you're doing a fantastic job. And as far as what were some of the other things, there's so much there. I would actually I'm kind of overwhelmed, and this is like been going on for years. I would ask Kathy, just a question for you, is the process, I know Sarah said, can you just kind of talk a little bit about the process, about like where we're going from here? And like, I know we've kind of always had our own individual meetings. Are we doing that, or how's that? What do you envision?
So that was on my my notes to address it. So as far as the timeline goes, we need to, I think Sarah offered, if you want individual meetings, we tended to do individual meetings at midterm, informal. This is the formal evaluation. So you certainly are welcome to meet with Sarah individually. We need to each fill out our own evaluation, and then we turn them into over to Jen, who will compile all 5 into one comprehensive evaluation. And so I would say, how much time do we need for that? About 3 weeks, maybe?
I think we usually always, Jen, do you remember, do we always used to do it try to meet with her in the next 3 weeks? Because we kind of wanted it together, probably the next 2 weeks. I think it was 2 weeks because you wanted the week to compile everything and get it together for the November meeting, right?
Right.
Does that make sense?
Well, I'm going to need to get out the evaluations to you.
Mhm.
You're going to have to do them, return them to me. And then do you want to have individual meetings with her?
I would say,
That's been the process before she does her evaluation.
I think we need to meet before you fill out your evaluation, I would think.
Yeah, that's kind of what I've always done. I've
Right.
always done it where I've met and then I've kind of, because I have questions in order to do the to fill out the paperwork. I may have more questions and then, so we'll kind of have that conversation and then I'd fill out the evaluation.
So I'll get out the paper evaluation so you see what it looks like. And then you want meetings in October?
I think we need to have the meetings in October so that the evaluation can be done in November.
And get it to me for our November 13th meeting.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Any questions on the process? All right. The only thing that I did look at this, it was posted the other day, and looked at some of the links, and I think we've seen most of the link material in the past. There were no surprises there.
That's the goal.
Right,
Is
right.
that this is naturally occurring evidence and artifacts. It's not, sort of the dog and pony show at the end, but this is stuff that's been happening all along and that you see it living in the schools too.
Right. So, and then the only other thing that I want to say is to piggyback on some of the comments about the hiring. School committee is not involved with the hiring of personnel at all, except for a couple of key individuals. And in such, we never even see what that applicant pool is. So as I listen to remarks or criticisms, I feel compelled to speak out just to say, we know that the goal in Barnstable is to hire people who are going to be qualified and who are going to meet the needs of our student body in many different ways. And I feel confident that that is occurring. Because I see and hear of search committees at work. These decisions for hiring are not made in vacuums. And there are committees putting forth names for key leadership positions. The principals do not work in a vacuum. They hire for their buildings. Yes, Superintendent Ahern is the final person for doing the hiring, but I'm sure that I feel confident she's using good judgment with the pool of candidates who apply to Barnstable, and has certainly done a lot for outreach and inside mentoring. So, I'm a little discouraged when I hear people criticizing, because I feel as though I couldn't even evaluate on that, nor should I, because personnel is not our issue, but we have no idea who's applying for these jobs. And so you can only, having sat on many search committees, even recently, you only have a pool of candidates for who applies to your school district. And you evaluate those. And we have had searches that have not yielded a candidate. So In that respect, I think we're always putting students first. We have a very diverse student body that does not necessarily center around color, and I think that there have been strides, and I think there will continue to be strides. So with that said,
A point of information. Again, I just want to clarify that there, in terms of my commentary, it was all empirical, looking at the data and the outcomes. And this is a district goal for which the superintendent is responsible. This is the individual that makes the final decision. And empirically speaking, we are not close to making the strides that the state has recommended, and that is possible given what is there. So again, as a point of information, it was not to discourage, but to look empirically and at the actual data and what's happening in relation to district goal number 3 with the availability of current educators of color. What I'm seeing is that we are behind, and I'm not understanding, given what we have access to, why that's the case. So it's not any discouragement. It's an empirical look at what is taking place.
all right, well, I'd like to move personally on to the next. I'm done with that subject. So moving on, if nobody else has anything related, I'll continue. So 5.3, we have MCAS results 2024. Is that Kristen? Thank you.
Okay, so there are, if you've seen in the school committee packet, a number of slides. I will try to move through them fairly quickly. I'll say that this information is fairly hot off the presses as well. The state just released, the data just became public September 24th. That was, we had just seen the state results, so we've had our preliminary results up to that time. So these are our final results, and we also had access to the state data was new information for us. So you'll see some comparisons, you'll see similar slides to what I had shared last year, but we will be looking at MCAS. We'll look at trends, we'll look at aggregate data, we'll look at subgroup data, MCAS alt, access data, and then I'll share next steps. A lot of what you have heard actually through the school improvement plans and some foreshadowing that Sarah has shared through her goals or through the evaluation. So I don't think there'll be any surprises there either. So starting with state and district trends. So the state trends are in the larger font. At the state level, ELA results showed lower achievement in all grades. So across all tested grade levels, the MCAS results trended lower. At the district, grades 3 and 4, the achievement was the same as 2023. So we didn't see the decline, it was flat. And all other grades mirrored the state in terms of showing that lower achievement. In terms of math, the state, they showed improvement in 3rd grade and relatively flat results in most other grades. The district actually, and I'll say surprisingly, grade 3, actually we saw a decrease. It was the first time that we'd really seen a decline in our math achievement in grade 3, as did grades 5, 8, and 10, but grades 4 and 6, along with grade 7, saw some slight improvements. And then the science results from the state, improved achievement in grades 5 and 10 with lower achievement in grade 8. The district mirrored grade 5 results with the state. We saw improvement, but had lower achievement in grades 8 and 10. So that's the state snapshot with just a high-level overview of the district trends in comparison. So when we start looking at our own data, starting with grade 3, so we're looking at proficiency, so the percent of students meeting or exceeding. So for grade 3 ELA, 44% of our students were meeting or exceeding. As I said, we were flat from the previous year, but we also, you can see that we were 2% above the state average. So we saw that improvement over the state. In math, I'm not sure why my things aren't lining up on this, but for math, at grade 3, 40% of our students were meeting exceeding. This was, as I mentioned, a decline for us from the previous year and also below the state average. For the school-based comparison, for ELA, you can see that Centerville Elementary, so they had, again, meeting and exceeding. 60% of students at Centerville Elementary were meeting and exceeding expectations, followed by West Villages, the Barnstable Community Innovation School, West Barnstable, and Hyannis West Elementary. The state average was, I think I jotted it down. Yes, the state average was 42%, so that's the vertical dotted line. So you can see we had 3 of our elementary schools outperforming the state in ELA. And again, math, for some reason, hidden behind the box. So our school comparison, you can see that West Village at 54%, meeting and exceeding, followed by Barnstable Community Innovation School, and then Centerville Elementary, with Barnstable, West Barnstable, and Hyannis West. The state average was 44%, so we had 3 of our elementary schools outperforming the state. And then just to give a multi-year look, again, overall, for grade 3, as I had said, our grade 3 overall, we had flatlined, staying at 44%. For meeting and exceeding, and then you can see the school comparison from the prior year. So you can see some were held steady. We had some that improved performance, and we had others that their performance declined. So I'll give you a second to look at that, and please slow me down, speed me up. I'm happy to move along at a different pace, and feel free to ask any questions. Same view for math, and so again, overall for grade 3, 40%, and then you can see the individual schools and then their comparison with the prior year. I will mention, and I think I said this last year, so these are all from the data is pulled out of Open Architect, which is a data platform that the state has made available to states for free. So it's really a great tool. So these, a slightly different look from what we had in previous years, but just wanted to remind you of that. So moving on to grade 4, ELA, 30% of our students meeting or exceeding. This was the same as last year, but 7% below the state average. Whereas in math, we actually had an increase of 1 percentage point, but still well below the state average. And then looking over time for both ELA and math. So comparison to ourself. And then the same view for grade 5. ELA seeing a drop over the prior year of 11% and also below the state average. Math, while we saw a drop, it was less significant, but still below the state average. And your multi-year look. Looking at sixth grade proficiency, so for ELA, 22% meeting or exceeding, reduced, the district dropped over last year and performing below the state average by 18 percentage points. And math, we actually saw a 2% increase in our percent of students meeting or exceeding, but still performing below the state. And then the multi-year look. And then for 7th grade, again, proficiency, ELA dropping 6% from the prior year, and our math improving by 2 percentage points, but in both cases still performing below the state and the multi-year look. And then with 8th and 10th grade, just looking at proficiency levels in 8th grade, ELA, 25% meeting or exceeding, a drop of 7%, and math at 18%, down by 2 percentage points. And grade 10. So ELA and math, again, seen a decrease over the prior year. As I had shared, that does mirror the state trend. However, as you can see, we're still below the state average. Science, so you are 3 grade levels where we are assessing students in the science MCAS. Science grade 5, as I'd indicated, and mirroring the state. We did see an increase in performance or in proficiency with, but still performing below the state, but both grade 8 and 9 or 10, depending on when students are taking the science MCAS, we did see a decline in their proficiencies, the performance. And I know in the past we've had the question about the assessments that students are taking. So the blue is the biology, which the majority of our students take that, and physics is the red. These are percentages. Just looking to the left, the number of assessments is on the left. So biology, we have 254 students taking the biology MCAS and only 32 taking the physics MCAS. So that's the performance based on the different science assessments. Shifting to growth, as we always do, we take a look at our students' growth percentile. So you can see for ELA, our students, if you recall, moderate growth is between the 40th percentile and 60, but 59th percentile is moderate growth. That is a year's worth of growth for students. Below 40 is low growth, and then anything above 60 or above is considered high growth. So students are, their growth is equivalent to more than a year's worth of instruction. And so this is for grades 4 through 10 growth. You need 2 assessments in order to have this growth SGP. And so that's why you don't see grade 3 on this table. And so this is for ELA and across student groups. And then for math, just repeating that, for grades 5 through 10, you can see that we saw moderate growth for all student groups in math, grade 4, low growth. And I'm going to pause there for a second and before I move into subgroups.
So I just want to clarify so that when we're talking about the student growth, so percentile, so you're tracking the growth from the grade 3 scores to the grade 4 scores. So this is where you're able to see the progress of a graduation year, so that students who may not have met expectations could have risen to meeting expectations. So this is really the key for individual students.
Yes, well, not only that, this is also the way in which they're looking at it is it's the score patterns of students, so they're comparing it to another cohort of students with the same score patterns. And so then it's putting them in that same group and how they're able to compare with students and how they are growing compared with that cohort group.
And I do think the results are a bit disappointing. However, they are what they are. But I do think that it supports the need that we need to get moving on this math program. And I know at the 4-5 building, they have been advocating very strongly for a good number of years. And, doing from the ground up, just like was done for the ELA, and letting those educators choose their program would be key. And I hope that gets done.
So, what was I going to ask? I don't remember. My old age is kicking in here at 10, quarter past 10. I'm already in bed. What was I going to ask? Oh, I know what I was going to ask. So the yellow is low growth, the green is moderate growth, and the blue one on the last page is high. You don't have to go back, but that's high growth.
Yes, yep.
In order to, like Kathy was saying, close the gap, does moderate close the gap? Or does it, I mean, obviously, if it was high, it would close the gap quicker. But does low growth close the gap or kind of maintain more or less? And like moderate starts to close the gap over time?
So within moderate, there's a
Yeah, well, it's 40 to 50,
There's
so,
a
yeah.
low and higher moderate growth.
Okay.
So obviously, the higher you are in that range of
But if you're at
moderate
40,
growth.
is 40 a significant amount, a number to close the growth, or is that kind of more or less maintaining year after year?
I think that's more maintaining. That's
Okay.
a year's worth. That's a typical growth. would
Okay,
be,
so that's the
again,
normal
very
growth.
similar. Yep.
If you want to start closing it, you have to be probably over, obviously, the higher, the quicker you're going to close it. But 40 is kind of maintaining.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, as we start to get into the upper 50s, and definitely when you see the 60
Okay.
here, when we get to the higher growth, that's when we're really making those.
Okay, but
that's
the 40 is
showing that
more or
we're
less what
making
you were
those
expecting to
changes.
see just going from fourth to fifth.
Yep.
And learning stuff in fifth grade, that's 40 is kind of that
growth.
representation.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
I think that 60 in that EL group is fantastic. So it does show that the efforts that are being put into the EL group certainly seem to be working. And again, going back to math, I know I'm jumping around, but it was shocking to me when I looked at this because we did put a lot in with those acceleration academies and all that extra work that was being done. And I really expected to see more growth as a result because it was such a positive experience for the students. So again, just from 1 year, one academic year to the next academic year, as with everything else, I think it's just going to take more time over more years in order to get this back on track.
And not to, come to the last slide, but really it's like, what are we doing and what have we been doing? And as these, again, start to take hold, yes, I agree. Okay, so I'm going to move through our subgroup data. So starting with English learners. And so we're looking at, again, and this is where we look at the achievement gap. So what is we're looking at the scaled score for our English language learners. And so if you can see on, I'm not sure how visible it is, it's a little fuzzy, but you have a circle that is bluish, greenish, teal. That is representing our group of EL students, and then the gray is our non-EL. So it's really taking two separate, distinct groups. And so just using Centerville as the example, this is the average scaled score of our EL students would be represented by that blue dot on the left. And then the average scaled score of our non-EL students is represented by the gray dot on the right. And that is showing this gap between the scaled score of that particular subgroup of students. West Villages Elementary, again, similar where we have the gap. Looking at Barnstable Community Innovation School, you can see that there's a lesser gap, and I will also say, the risk you run is that you close the gap, but it's because you're really bringing the right-hand side down. And while the average scaled score of our non-EL students might be lower than Centerville Elementary's, it's still, we're at just over 500. So that's in a place where I'm happy to see that. And we can see that gap is narrower. And then at the high school, you can see a larger gap. Continuing, and again, I don't think I had mentioned this is ELA. And so West Barnstable Elementary, BUE, High West, and the intermediate school are represented on this. So again, you can see the gap between EL and non-EL at the various schools. And we'll look at the same thing for math. West Villages, BCIS, Centerville, and Barnstable United. So again, seeing some, and interesting, so we're looking at our math, and we're seeing those gaps shorter. And again, looking at the scale across the bottom, you can see that even our scaled scores that we're looking at for these groups are even higher than with the ELA. And now looking at BWB, the high school, BIS, and High West for math. Now taking that same look, but looking at the SGP, so the student growth percentile that we saw in the grid. So now we're transferring that into what is the gap that we're seeing in the growth percentile. So just picking out the high school just as a talking point. So we have our gray is our non-ELs, and so their average SGP was, I'll say, around 52, and our EL students, their average SGP was around 58.5. And so again, that's that gap between, so we're seeing that is moderate growth for that group at the high school. Similarly, if you look at the intermediate school, just to point that out, you notice that your teal point is on the right-hand side. So that's our EL students, which we saw the high growth of 60 on the table is represented here. You can see that their growth, their growth is higher than their non-EL counterparts. And then for math, again, the intermediate school, the high school, there's no gap, but again, we have our EL students, both the high school and BUE, green representing our EL subgroup, has the higher growth. And just as a reminder, we're only seeing 3 schools on these graphs because the elementary schools, again, don't have SGP. Shifting our subgroup data, looking at students with disabilities, you will see the same series of graphs. So again, gray represents the non-students with disabilities group. The teal dot is the student with disabilities group. And so again, you can see this is the average scaled score. We have, varying degrees of gap between students with disabilities and non. And finishing with the ELA. And then I will shift to math. So again, looking at the scaled score and the varying degrees of the gap and the gap closing that's happening at different schools. Which then brings us to SGP again. Again, you can see the high school, BIS, this is ELA, and Barnstable United. Again, I'll just point out with Barnstable United, the growth of our students with disabilities, they had higher growth than their non-students with disabilities counterparts. And then looking at math. Again, looking at the SGP and the gap of SGP at the intermediate school, the high school, and Barnstable United. So again, as that example, just to point out, Barnstable United has a lesser of a gap, but again, our growth is lower. So that's not, we want to see the higher growth and the gap closing all at the same time. And then we typically have a question about the MCAS Alt. So just with MCAS Alt, students who do not take the traditional MCAS, and it is a portfolio assessment, students are scored as progressing, emerging, awareness, and incomplete. And so ELA being math, so 65% of our students whose portfolios were submitted were scored progressing for ELA and 75% for math. So that would be the read on this table. which then brings me to access tests. We have not looked at the access scores as part of this presentation before, so we wanted to make sure we added that for a number of reasons. But again, I can pause or I can continue. Okay. So our access scores, we all know that our our numbers of EL students entering the district has increased exponentially, almost. So you can see here's our visual from 2020 to 2024, representing the number of students that are, you can see just the number of ESL students that are being tested, taking the access test. And then the color coding, you can even see, if we look at 2024, we have 237 students who were in Massachusetts 0 to 1 years. So that's the other gradation here. So the number of students taking the access test and then how their number of years within Massachusetts. Within the access test, so students that were tested this past year, the way that you would look at this graph, so I'll just select the vertical line of plus 0.2. So that is showing us that we had, of all of the students who took the access test, they increased their overall access score by 0.2 points over the previous year. So you can see that we have a significant number of students who increased in their overall access level by those various amounts along the horizontal axis. And that translates into that 82.7% of our students who took the access test last year improved. They saw increases in their level over the prior year. We did have about 46 students whose level did not change. That would be the 0. And then we had a number of students that whose scores also dropped from last year, from the prior year to this year's assessment. When we talk about access and proficiency levels, so those are the defined levels, 1 through 6. In order to exit a student from EL services, they would need an overall score of 4.2 and a literacy score, which is a combination of reading and writing, of 3.9. The literacy score is 50% of the contributing to that 3.9, 50% is reading, 50% is writing. So those are equally weighted in terms of that. And then just to take a look at overall by year, and I'll just focus on 2024, but this past year, 22% of our students were scored at a level 1, 24% at a level 2, and so on. I think the piece to point out, and again, focusing on 2024, 46% of our students are at the beginner or newcomer level. So just so you know that we're often, during budgetary discussions, looking at staffing to support our ELs. And so you can see between the increase in our EL population and the needs that we do talk about for our EL students, this would certainly provide that kind of backup. Drilling down just a little bit into the scores, really exciting little chart from Open Architect. But this just shows the breakdown of the scores. So on the spider web, the overall on the left, upper left, so that average score is a 3.0. And so again, that's we're looking at, on average, our students are at the developing level. Yet their listening scores on average are 4.1, and that is expanding defined in terms of the levels. Speaking is 2.9, writing 2.8, and reading 3.1. And if you recall, reading and writing in combination, we're looking for an average of 3.9, and that is one of the criteria for exiting out of EL services. And then again, just another piece of data, when we look at who is taking the access test, oftentimes we just generalize and we say our ESL students, but who are they? We have a significant number that are Hispanic, but we also have students who are classified by race as white, black, Asian, or multi-race. So just to give a sense of the students who make up our ESL, 1,023 students that were assessed this past year. And then again, finally looking at, we know that we have students that are arriving all of the time. In our access tests, we test students even their first year in Massachusetts. And so last year we had 286 students who were first year in Massachusetts, and their overall score was a 2.23. So again, looking at our students and our needs, I hope you can see how this work is so important and your support is so important as we continue to support our students. Which then brings me to our current work and next steps. We are, as you know, and as you heard from my comments at the start of the meeting, implementing high-quality instructional materials across K-5 in literacy, which, well, I think Sarah also alluded to, we're not necessarily going to see the change immediately. It will take some time. However, we should start to see those strides and those gains made through the use of the high-quality instructional materials. Paired with that, I would say the intentional year-long professional development of K-5 supporting the implementation of literacy, the new literacy curriculum materials, again, will help to accelerate that work and make sure that our educators are supported in implementing the new materials and feel comfortable with the use of those. As we look at our grades 4 and 5 math performance, that's an area we started focusing on last year and supporting our grades 4 and 5 math educators with targeted math PD around supporting math instruction, and that is continuing over the course of this year. And then you heard from our principals earlier today at grades 6 through 12. We have a year-long PD series on Tier 1 instruction to support multilingual learners. This is professional development, not just for our educators. It is also professional development for our administrators so that we are able to really fully support our educators as they support our multilingual learners. And so we have our in-service days, but we also have our monthly leadership meetings, and we are providing professional development to leaders through that as well. So again, I see these 3 key areas of professional development as another way to leverage growth and of our students, that we'll see evidence of through MCAS. As mentioned previously, we do have the curriculum review underway. This year's, we are looking at the secondary math, so that's 6 through 12. This year, we will be piloting for implementation next year. And then just as a foreshadowing of the curriculum review cycle, we will begin looking at secondary English at the end of the year to start that cycle again, and then we will get into our elementary math. We are trying to make sure that as we were really thoughtful about building out the curriculum review cycle, because we do have to think about our educators. They are really immersed in our new literacy program, and to expect them to then shift and start to take on a new math program would be counterproductive. That's my word. I think it'd be very challenging. So we were very strategic in thinking about what would how are we going to be able to support our staff and make sure that we are giving people time to work with the new curriculum, learn it and implement it, and really dig into it with their students. And then finally, as we do each year, is we do spend a lot of time reviewing the item analysis and standard level data with our school-based stakeholders. That would be our principals, our assistant principals, our reading specialists, our reading interventionists, to really start looking at our data and what it's telling us about our curriculum, about our instruction, and about and our interventions. And questions?
Questions?
So what happens in November if MCAS are done away with?
It'll be done away with as a graduation.
As a graduation requirement. So does that change, but does that change our approach at all, or are we still going to continue with all of it?
Do you want to tackle that?
I can talk a little bit about it. So it has the potential of going away as a graduation requirement. There probably would need to be some legislation change either way, depending upon how the question goes. I think one detail, but the students would still need to take it at the high school level, and students would still need to take it grades 3 and up. One additional point of information is that it would still count towards accountability, and accountability has some consequences for the district as it relates to comparisons in communities, as well as potential charter cap being lifted if you're kind of in the kind of lower tier of that comparison, and then also sort of districts in need of intervention from the state. Those accountability pieces and some of that would also still be left intact. So in terms of our approach, I think we're taking a wait and see approach at this time to consider it. If the MCAS is, that being said, MCAS is tied to standards, and if our instruction and the curriculum work that you heard about is also tied to those standards, we should be teaching the curriculum, we should be teaching the standards, and then MCAS assesses that. Or our own assessments assess that, so it's not necessarily driving the ship.
Sure.
Our MCAS scores in Barnstable are not great and really sobering to me. So in our recent 2024 scores, we scored, now this is the state average. We scored below the state average in grade 3 math, grade 4 English and LA, grade 4 math. We scored below the state average in grade 5 math, grade 5 English and language arts, grade 5 science. We scored below the state average in grade 6 math, grade 6 English and language arts. We scored below the state average in grade 7 math, grade 7 English and language arts, grade 8 math, grade 8 English and language arts, grade 8 science and tech, and then in grade 10 math, English and language arts, and science and tech. These are categories that we scored below the state average. And some of the scores were considerably below the state average. I think the only category I didn't mention was grade 3 English and language arts, where we scored above the state average, so congrats to all involved in that group. But when it comes to MCAS scores, I sometimes think I'm the last remaining dinosaur who's about to become extinct, who cares about these scores. Why are they important to me? And I hope I'm not the only one on this committee who thinks the scores are important. I believe MCAS is a big part of why Massachusetts leads the nation in education in many metrics. I've also been a believer that raising standards raises expectations. Maybe most importantly, the MCAS provides comparable evidence to other communities. And we are clearly in need of raising our scores when we compare ourselves to other communities. So I don't have the magic wand. I know we're working on it, but these scores were disappointing.
Andre?
Yeah, scores are what they are, and I we have to get better. That's really, I was stunned just to see that we have, when you look at from, I believe it was 18 or 19 to the present, we've lost considerable ground. Obviously, we had the pandemic, sure, but we lost too much ground. It's been a long meeting. Just to be concise, I believe this test and being able to take the test and prepare for the test. I mean, it's October. That's one of the things that I kind of want to look at, how our students are preparing to take these tests going forward. We're not going to get there, but it's an important indicator. We need to do better. You made a very important point, Dr. Ahern, in terms of whatever happens on election day, whether it's a graduation requirement or not, people feel different ways about it. We'll see what the state decides and kind of go from there. But specific to us in Barnstable, the fact that it counts towards our accountability, and those seniors now, it doesn't count towards graduation, so I can just mail it in. That's an important point to kind of hammer home, that you may be able to graduate and then you're fine, but for those upperclassmen, if you punt that test, that's a big concern, along with our test scores that need much improvement.
I know we do STAR testing in the lower grades. And I know that has always kind of like shown how the pre-indicator, right? So how did last year, did it do that again? I always get worried that we're using something that's not guiding us in the right direction.
I don't have that data in front of me, but I will definitely get that
I'm
for
just
you.
kind of
But yes,
curious. I know how
no.
that's always been kind of the indicator of where we're going.
Yep.
And I was just wondering because we give that 4 times a year versus this 1 time a year, so 3 times a year. So I'm just kind of curious as to if it's still accurate.
Yes. Yep. No, great question. Thank you for that.
Yeah, we're going in the wrong direction. That's not good. I agree with Peter. I'd be kind of curious to know, and not at this late hour, but I'd be kind of curious to have a conversation about and I understand we're doing initiatives. I get that. But what's wrong? I mean, it's just a simple question, what? And I'm sure you two have thought about this a lot since you've seen the numbers. So I would like to kind of hear your thoughts on why we going in the wrong direction. You know what I mean? What have we tried and it didn't? I'm sure there's things we've tried, obviously, that didn't work, and we're changing what we're doing, and I get that. But I would be kind of curious to hear about what is kind of why we're going in the wrong. What's your thoughts on why we're going in the wrong direction? Just because what we've done obviously didn't work from one year to the other. So what are we changing? And I know we get a lot of stuff meeting after meeting about, we're doing this initiative, we're doing that. But at the end of the day, it's kind of why?
So I'll just jump in quickly. I think there's multiple whys that we could be talking about and looking at. And one is, for example, we're moving in this big direction towards a core literacy program that I think is super important to have the high quality instructional materials. But even sort of quicker and more simpler than that, one of the things that the state has been talking about and has done some analysis, and I just made a note because I'd like to do some more related to attendance. So you heard some of the principals talk about reducing chronic absenteeism. We had a meeting with the principals yesterday about attendance procedures and follow-up and interventions, and I think that while our accountability scores are showing that we're making some good gains with respect to reducing chronic absenteeism and improving attendance, I think attendance is very highly correlated with scores here and at the state level.
One other thing I would just like to point out, and I understand that we did a reading program, and I get that. I understand that we just implemented it, and I get it that teachers are trying to figure something out new, and I get it. It's almost like everybody's year one of being a reading teacher in the K-5 level. I get it because it's all new. But I would be interested to see. I'm big about surveys, and I'd be kind of curious if the staff in the K-5 level would be interested in kind of doing a back-to-back reading program implementation and a math one within like the next year. Because these are the folks that are in the trenches day in and day out. And if they're, I understand what you're saying, but if they're like, no, we're willing to do it, then I don't understand why we're holding them back. Because I'm very concerned about, I believe we had two problems with two programs, and we fixed one, but now we're going to wait for 4 years, and the kids in the K through 5 level are going to continue falling in math because we don't want to do that. I have a problem with that, and I also believe that it all starts at the beginning. And I say this about discipline, I say this about everything, but you were a math teacher, one thing's based, the next thing is based on what we learned last week, and it kind of is always like moving forward. So I would really be interested in seeing the people, the boots on the ground, if they would be willing to or interested in kind of doing it, a math program. Because when Joe and Kathy got on 4 years ago, teachers were screaming and hollering about that was one of Joe's big things, is about the math program and how we need a new math program in K through 3. And here we are, Joe is come and gone, and we still haven't done a math program. And now we're not doing a math program because we did a reading program. Well, that's been going on for 4 years, and we just did a reading program this year. So I'd be really interested in seeing if the staff would be interested in kind of like this year is the year to pilot them or kind of figure out what they want to do, and then next year we implement it, if they would be interested in doing that, because that's who I really want to hear about if they want to do something like that, because it's going to be their workload. But that's my concern, because every year that goes by is just another year that our scores are going down, and we need to do something. So that's all I got to say.
And I agree with Mike. I think at the K to 3, those teachers definitely need to weigh in. I know 4 or 5 wants this math taken care of, and they tend to have the pods where one teacher's doing ELA social studies and the pod teacher's doing the math and the science. So the burden for implementing in 2 areas is lower at that school. My perspective, and also what I hear from teachers who have reached out, is when students enter that high school, and I'm sure that it's similar, or I would guess it's similar at BIS, when they're entering and they don't have 7th grade skills mastered for the math, and they're going into the 8th grade, at what math level? Pre-algebra, algebra, is instruction and direct instruction available at the high school? Is it pre-algebra, or do they start with algebra 1 in 8th grade?
We have pre-algebra. At 8th grade, students can take pre-algebra or algebra.
Or algebra. So what do you do when a student isn't ready for pre-algebra? Because if they're coming, this is what I hear. I hear students at the 4th grade saying, I have students who can't do 1st and 2nd grade math, and they're sitting in my 4th grade class, and I have to differentiate, and that's nearly impossible if you're trying to teach a math concept that requires solidity of multiplication, for example. So again, the hours late, I think what I would like to see is to put this on the agenda for the math, maybe have some preliminary surveying and work done, and then perhaps bring the curriculum coordinators in or the math department head and have a conversation during one of the next school committee meetings to see where it's at. Because I agree, everything is tied together, right? People wanting to come to our district to work, people wanting to come to our town to live in, and people do pay attention to these scores. And Peter, I'm with you. I think you need some base to compare yourself to. I can't say I was 100% on board with the way MCAS was implemented. I taught in New York my early years and kept wondering, why didn't they follow the Regents model? Which seemed to me less, it accomplished the end result of providing comparison data, but it didn't seem as labor intensive during the year. So I'm just going to stop with that so that we can move on for tonight's agenda. We're now on Item 5.4. So this is our facilities subcommittee and membership. As we all know, Mike had to, it's all on Mike. Mike had to resign from the facilities subcommittee. And so it's on tonight's agenda. I think it's a good time for us to revisit the charge and determine its direction, and then, figure out what to do. So when I was framing this in my head, I figure, the discussion can center around three scenarios. One, we keep the subcommittee charge as is and either replace the second school committee member or not, revise the subcommittee charge and determine the necessary composition and then move forward. And the third option would be, and I'm not saying I'm in favor of these, but I'm just saying the third option would be to disband the subcommittee. So I asked Jen to display the subcommittee charge, which was establish a facility subcommittee to evaluate options and recommend budgetary and policy-related recommendations related to 1, inadequate space, and 2, aging facilities with significant maintenance needs. So the reason I brought up revise the charge is I think that the district has done the space study. They have worked towards some of the space issues. They're not resolved by any means, but I'm wondering if the charge of the committee should be discussed and what people's thoughts are and how to proceed. So I'm going to just leave it wide open. Maybe start with Jen because you're on.
I'm the sole survivor of a once great fleet. Everybody keeps jumping ship. I got a new guy, though. Poor thing. I think inadequate space is secondary now to our problem with aging facilities and all the infrastructure issues we're having. So I would take inadequate space out and just do aging facilities with significant maintenance needs and possibly add kind of like investigating options moving forward for a new school.
Peter, do you want to weigh in on any of this?
No, I think what Jen just said, inadequate space, I'm looking at that as well. I think we can eliminate that. Tonight's meeting certainly points out that we need to address aging facilities, although it's our newest facility that's aging very quickly. I think that's our main charge.
Andre?
For me, I don't have an issue with leaving it as is. The inadequate spacing to me relates to the different way that the buildings are formulated, meaning the space that certain programs needs far exceeds what that space needed a generation ago. When, again, quote unquote, in my day, you got 25 students in a class, everybody's in that general education class, the building is formatted differently. I think inadequate space, when you have a certain growing populations, high needs, special education, whatever the case may be, that does put space constraints, that are real, that need to kind of be consistently monitored, and for us to think about ways to do that different. So I don't have any problem with the charter the way it is. If you want to remove adequate spacing, fine. We need a facility subcommittee, as far as I'm concerned, and if the membership, based on what we need, all hands on deck when it comes to facilities. So I'm not in favor of disbanding this, and if in anything, we need to kind of ramp this up more.
Mike?
I kind of agree with Andre. I would just keep it as is because inadequate space, okay, we did those for what we know now, but who knows what's going to, this is it's supposed to be for a year, so who knows what's going to happen between now and next September. So I would keep it more broad and why not keep inadequate space? Just because, like Andre said, we remember the ROTC, we didn't know if we could put that in the high school. So there's always changing and evolving, so it doesn't harm to keep it there. I would just keep it the way it is, just because it gives a little more latitude to the subcommittee. If something all of a sudden comes up, then they can have that conversation.
So then I would entertain a motion related to having the subcommittee and what its charge is.
So I would move to maintain the charge of the subcommittee, and then now we have to populate said committee. You would need 2 members.
That's separate.
So,
Okay, is there a second to,
I'll second that.
okay, so all in favor?
aye.
Aye.
All right, motion carries unanimously. And then, Jen, do you feel like you need a second person on there?
Well, I love my opinion. It's up to you guys. I mean, I get along great with myself. So, I would appreciate a foil, as I've said, to Peter, who's not going to do it.
I know I have enough
And,
committees.
But I can, I'm sure with the level heads of Sarah and Chris and Derek, I think we could come up with something. But I think the more the merrier. But I want to meet a lot. I don't want to meet once a month. I want to meet like once a week until we hammer out some ideas. It's taking too long. We're filling this room with people. This is the last, I think, 3 meetings. We're filling the room with people. It's ridiculous. I want to get some traction and get some ideas out there so people start feeling like we're working for them, or that I'm working for them, or whatever. I just don't feel comfortable with like meeting once every 5 weeks. It's not going to work for me. So,
All right, so Andre, are you interested?
The committee can exist with 1 person. We don't have to have 2.
You don't need to have 2, but sometimes it's a good idea to have 2 in case someone's not able to make an individual meeting. You can still run the meeting because it adds numbers so that you have a quorum. You still need a quorum to run the subcommittee
still need a
meeting.
quorum, yeah. But it's also, the meetings are Zoom. It's not going to be incredibly onerous. I don't know what time you can do it, but I get up at 4:30 or 5, so whatever. I want to get something on the ground. I want to start solving these problems and start looking at the finances that we're requiring every year to dump into these buildings that are absolutely falling apart. It's time to talk about it and get something on paper and show people that we're looking at it. So if you want to be a part of it, then right on, and if not, I'll go forward on my own.
Good, sign me up.
All right, so I need a motion then.
Move to update the facility subcommittee membership to Andre King, Jen Cullum, Sarah Hearn, Doug Belanger, and Chris Dwelly.
Second.
All right, having a motion made and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
And motion carries unanimously. Item 5.5, approve.
Do you want to name a chair?
Oh, Chair. Is there a motion?
I'll make
for-
a motion to name Jen Cullum as chair.
Second.
And having a motion made and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Item 5.5, approve adjusted 2024-2025 school calendar for the Barnstable United Elementary School. Sarah?
In your packet is a draft calendar. This would be a school committee vote to adjust the calendar for Barnstable United Elementary School. Last year or the year before? The year before, we had a day of closure at BWB, and it was made up as a half school day for students and a full day for staff on Good Friday. I did reach out to the Barnstable United Elementary staff to look at some various options to see what sort of commitments they had over the 2-week winter break, the Good Friday holiday, which leads into April vacation, as well as February vacation, because we are ending school a little bit later in June. And there were a fair number of staff who thought that April 18th and a day in June was a good idea. However, there's a 24% have a current fixed plan that would prohibit them from working. So looking at this very operationally, they also reminded me that we had done a survey last year about the 2-week winter break and about April vacation, and people have made plans. So my recommendation is to bump the end of the BUE school year to June 23rd. So the 18th becomes a full day, the 20th would be a full day, and then the 23rd would be a half day for students and a full day for staff. That still leaves That still leaves a few days before July 1st if we had any inclement weather or any other emergencies.
Discussion? Motion?
Move to approve the adjusted 24-25 school calendar as presented in tonight's material.
Second.
Having a motion made and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. All right, we are at item 5.6, approve revised family and community engagement coordinator job description.
So this revision is coming to you with input from Mary Beth Taylor, who oversees Maura Bunchu in the Family and Community Engagement Center. There has been some sort of slight changes and shifts since the position was originally conceived, and we have updated it for your review.
Move to approve,
Any discussion?
Move to approve the revised Family and Community Engagement Coordinator job description as presented in tonight's materials.
Second.
Having a motion made and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Item 5.7, approve revised licensed practical nurse LPN job description.
Thank you. So working with the Special Education Department and Health Services Director, we revised this LPN job description. It coincides with a request that comes a little bit later related to a one-to-one LPN for working with a student. And so we just added a little bit of clarification at the health director's request.
Discussion?
Move to approve the revised licensed practical nurse job description as presented in tonight's materials.
Second.
Having a motion made and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Item 6.1, approve licensed practical nurse, .5 full-time equivalent position at Enoch Cobb Early Learning Center.
So this is in response to a mandated service through a student's IEP that we need to provide. And so looking for your approval for a half-time LPN at the Enoch Cobb Early Learning Center in a one-to-one role.
Okay, a discussion? I have a question. So I'm assuming this is a new student who moved into the district, and that child, will that position need to be increased to full-time?
I think it would have the potential in subsequent years.
And we have the funding.
I think because it's a mandated service, we're going to have to find the funding in the budget in order to
Special
cover
ed
it
budget.
From special ed.
Okay. Go ahead, Mike.
Move to approve a .5 FTE position for a licensed practical nurse at the Enoch Cobb Early Learning Center.
Second.
Having a motion made and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Item 6.2, fiscal year 26, capital improvement plan. Mr. Bollinger.
How is everyone?
Tired.
Past my bedtime.
Pass.
All right, what we have in front of you, I think you have it. Everything in green at the top 15 of them that are here, move over the mic, are funded CIPs that you guys all reviewed and approved, and they were funded. A lot of these are underway. When I say underway, that there are basically with engineers, with architects. We're going out to bid on several of them, so things are starting to move along with them. And I'm meeting with more engineers on the BUE unit vent replacement project, so that'll come to fruition. Again, a lot of these things take time. Take, for instance, the Night Hall chiller. I mean, that just got kicked off. That contract is signed, but we're looking at 28 weeks before we even see that chiller on property. So that's putting us into like March, April before it's installed. So those are those top 15. And then the next 17 were basically Director of Facilities, CIP FY26 recommendations that I reviewed. A lot of them were brought up from my predecessor, and I kind of put them in a little bit of a priority. I'll just go through the first couple of them. The interior shell at the BHS, the PAC upgrades, sound system and safety. I think what was carried in there was light, and we're looking at, for this year, adding another 1,800. The lighting is bad in there. The sound system needs to be upgraded. It needs to be brought into the 21st century. It needs to be brought into we're using that PAC for a lot of events, and the equipment in there and everything with that room and that facility that is needed to be upgraded. The gym floor replacement at BWB, they had it carried at $70,000 for fiscal year '25. I'm asking for another 100. I had that looked at. That gym floor is, first of all, it's in really rough shape. It's been patched, matched. But right now, there's a buckle in the floor, and just to fix the buckle is like over $60,000. So to get into it, it'd be better just to replace the whole entire floor. So that's what we're recommending on that. Of course, mechanical upgrades, the HVAC is ongoing. That really relates to the furnaces and boilers and pumps in a lot of the existing buildings. And then, of course, I'm going to jump to number 4, the NOSIT portables. And if that is to go forward, moving it to BPS, moving it here from NOSIT, and we're negotiating with that, just to move it and to set it up. And I think we're looking at 2 schools would be at least $4 million. And then the next one is custodial equipment end-of-life replacement. I'm being told there's a lot of equipment throughout the district that is end-of-life. We're limping it along, keeping it alive, but some of it is not working at all, and we're just working without it. So to make sure that the custodial staff have what the equipment they need to do their job, this is what it came up, and that's completely across the district. BIS, the interior shell, of course, that's the gym floor. That is an old rubber floor. It should be upgraded and replaced. That's, again, $140,000. The library carpet at BIS, again, it was carried at $62,700. I'm adding another $100,000 to it because just to repair it, I mean, carpet is a lot more expensive than $62,000. Of course, some of that he carried up, repainting or replacing interior doors at the high school, mason repairs that just kind of keep putting pushed off, bringing that back on. Field house improvements and mechanical equipment upgrades, and that one, that's carrying it at $273 for this year. And then I'm bringing this back, the demolition of the old portables. There's one down by the facilities office. There's one up by the high school, by culinary. There's even one over, of course, at Centerville. These are becoming a hazard. The one up by culinary at the high school was broken into this summer. Now we're boarding it up with plywood. I mean, these portables need to go. It's not something that we could, they're actually embarrassing to have them on property. I'd like to try and find even money this year to take care of it, but I'm putting it in there for next year's fiscal budget. Exhaust fans at the high school, bringing this one back up. There are 100 fans that exist in that school. Exhaust fans contributed a big part of the problem at BUE, so I don't want to wait until it's a problem. These exhaust fans need to be upgraded. They're all way past their lifespan. They need to be replaced. Then back to BUE, the DDC controls. That's the whole controlling system that goes hand in hand. And then I'm throwing the high school interior, the locker rooms, the renovations. If you notice, up in fiscal year 25, I think we have the restrooms, the bathrooms at the high school being redone. It would be smart to kind of group that into the same project for next summer, to include locker room renovations and upgrades. And then we had the BUE interior shell, of course, acoustical ceilings throughout. I think my predecessor had this on even actually further, like FY27. We brought it into FY26. We've replaced a lot of ceiling tiles at BUE, but the remainder should be replaced. I mean, at some point. I mean, I guess this would have been like a 3 to 5 year plan he was doing with that school. So I'm bringing it forward. We've dumped, and we've I think with the amount that we did was close to $300,000, and just the tile replacement that we did with this current event that happened. And these last two, infrastructure. There's network equipment that needs to be replaced. These are the switches that run the network. It allows us to have connectivity and remote connectivity. But anyways, this is something that they're looking at over almost a 5-year plan, and that they would do 10 per year. And just doing 10 switches per year is about $160,000. I'm assuming the price is going to go up, and that's why you see it at 160, 165, 170, 175. And then last is the IT infrastructure for the security camera upgrades and maintenance. They were updated about a couple years ago, but there's still a lot of cameras in the district that need some attention. There's new cameras that are needed. So I don't want this to go, I don't want this to wait until it becomes a problem and then we're addressing it. These cameras should be, we should be staying on top of them. We should be, changing them out when we need to, and we should make sure that the software and the hardware are up to speed and up to stuff. I think what we had here was totaling up some of the ads that I had from the fiscal year 25 into 26. You'll see that at the top at 877, some change. And then adding it with the FY25, if these are approved, and the ones that I'm recommending, plus the FY26. Bottom line is, total recommendation and total request ask is $12,580,000. 12 million, sorry. I tried to solve it. It's getting late. I know. I saw that extra 5 in there. And then the bottom of the sheet, as you see going forward, were additional CIP requested. That was basically my predecessor. He had those in there. And then last but not least, and you're noticing a lot of them I'm pushing on to FY26, 27. But last but not least is the additional items that they're not forgotten. They're still here, but we're prioritizing them on where they belong. And that was from the facilities condition assessment plan that we received. So, and again, as I wrap my head more around more of these, the priority will start moving, especially with the subcommittee, when we talk about the aging buildings. A lot of these can, move up in priority. So, any questions?
Can I jump in
Yep, of
before
course.
questions? Just to point one thing out. At the top in green, in the green area, there's a cell that's shaded pink, and that's the BHS roof at nearly $14 million. So I think the previous director's intention was to kind of put that and fold that into the FY26 ask potentially, but Doug has pulled it out and it's not included here. There are 2 kind of alternative funding sources that we think that the district should pursue or have available to us. One is a new grant that has come through the town related to some sustainability efforts. It's a very large grant, and BHS and BIS are part of it, and that could include the roof or some capacity of the roof. There is also roofing projects that are part of the MSBA's accelerated repair program. So this would be a good example of something that the district might want to apply to the MSBA for state funding for. So so that's not included, but is on our radar screen in a different way.
Questions?
Well, I'm looking forward to kind of triaging, and getting some discussions going on these facilities and how we can consolidate and what the ideas are that come out of it. Because I think once we shuffle the deck and figure out what's too expensive, then we can start to come up with some ideas about how to reallocate money and find different ways. It's a huge discussion, but I'm excited to get started with it, that's for sure.
Thank you.
Mike?
So with the current situation at BUES, at the bottom of the part you just read, it says BUE upgrade to 4-pipe system.
What's that?
Does that have anything to do with the heating system, the AC, or anything that we've talked about tonight?
Yeah, it does, and I'm understanding.
I guess what is it?
It's an old. They're saying that it's a 2-pipe system now. It basically going to a 4-pipe system would be putting all the units on the roof. I didn't want to bring that up until I talked to engineers, got more involved with what the exact. If we were to change everything at BU, what would that consist of? But changing it to a 4-pipe system is basically putting all the units on the roof and then reducting the whole building.
Is that what we have at like the high school and all that, where all the units
Some
are
of
on
the high
roof?
school has that.
With the units on the roof?
Some of the units are on the roof, and then you still have your unit vents in some of the high school.
Okay.
So you have a lot of unit vents at BUE, and then you have some RTUs that are up on the roof. But to change it to a four-pipe system, it's basically going all rooftop units and nothing in the classrooms. I mean, I know that there was talk about doing split systems. We heard from a couple of engineers and consultants that have talked to us and said, no, a split system doesn't circulate the air. It just basically pushes it in, pushes it out. It wouldn't really be helping the problem there. So yeah, we have been investigating. We have been reaching
That's
out
what
to
I'm
third
kinda asking.
parties. I
I'm
mean,
just kinda curious
Yeah,
what
no,
that means.
especially at BUE. I mean, it's. I've been hearing it all, a lot tonight that, we're not on it. We're not doing things fast enough. I mean, aside from what we could paint the building and make people realize, oh, look, something new's done. But we are working on it. I mean, we've been talking to third party engineers, and we've been talking to these consultants and and the doctor that we just talked with this morning that came in, and her answers were right in line with everything we're doing. So I mean, we're taking every bit of advice they give us and jumping on it, but it's going to take time. And the HVAC,
Yeah, no, I get that. I'm more, as I said earlier, my thing is not about what we're doing now. Mine's about curing it forever.
Correct.
So that's why I was asking about the four-pipe system, if that is, like, what was that, and if that's kind
I
of...
think that might have been an assessment plan recommendation.
Okay.
And he threw it in there because if you look through here, there's like 3 different options for that school. And,
Yep.
and I'm with you. I'm not just going to throw it, as we said, throw money at it and say, oh yeah, this is the
Well,
fix.
let's just fix it,
No,
period,
let's
whatever that
make it-
is.
Fix it and fix it right and fix
Yep.
it correctly.
Yep.
And that's why, I mean, there was even talk about removing a chiller and moving it to the high school. Looking more into that's not the way to go. So yeah, I'm researching each and every one of those and making sure we're not doing just throwing money at it.
Yep, sounds good, thank you.
Yes, thank you for the presentation and giving a perspective. I like what you're talking about in terms of removing some of the portables that have just been there since time immemorial and just kind of getting them out of there. To the point that you make about the work that's going on at BUES, I don't disagree with that. I'm confident that this has been something that's been worked on since July, and people are working very hard. Where I would just kind of step in is that the public needs to see in a certain verifiable way what's going on. So that's why I disagreed firmly with Dr. Brock's recommendation not to test, because the public needs to see evidence of what you are communicating that I have no doubt is what's going on. We're working exceedingly hard. Progress is being made. There are things for the future, but in terms of the right now, we need a verifiable way for the public to be reassured, and if testing seems to be appropriate to me.
Okay. All right. So what happens if we approve this tonight and we need to do something with BUES? Is there a reason why it needs to be approved tonight? Or I'm concerned about approving a capital improvement plan, sending it over to the town to go to the next step, and then having to adjust it because we've got to make BUES a priority once a solution is figured out? Or would that be a totally separate appropriation?
Chris might want to weigh in on this. I wonder that the solution is a big ticket item similar to the roof at the high school. I think we need to assess. I don't think we have enough clarity or enough information about exactly what BUE needs, and the capital improvement plan is coming to you tonight to keep in line with the town's budget calendar and some of the next deadlines that come up, because then Doug has to take all of these and put it into the correct format and have the supplemental documentation to go through the process. So that's
we need to act on it tonight. But, so I don't want to get off topic because it is late, we have more to go. I just was curious, I'm assuming that when a solution is determined, that would end up being a separate ask. Okay. Anybody else? All right.
Sorry. Move to approve the FY26 capital improvement plan as presented in tonight's material.
Second.
Having a motion made and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Next item is, gotta get my agenda up. Item 6.3, approve school choice appropriation.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi. Our costs to date for the mold remediation that we've heard about have exceeded $656,000 to date. That cannot be absorbed within the operating budget or within our related revolving funds. So we're seeking authorization this evening to spend up to $500,000 out of your school choice revolving fund for remediation efforts that facilities is spearheading. If appropriated, it would leave the school choice fund with a balance of $155,000 approximately.
Discussion? Motion.
Move to approve a school choice appropriation in the amount of $500,000.
Second.
Having a motion made and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Item 6.4, student activity account approvals. Chris?
This is something moving forward in future years, can likely go on the consent agenda if the chair decides, but given that it's the first year, I figured we'd just say a few words on it. As you know, we did a student activity audit last year. Two of the findings, or two of the recommendations that came out of that, one was that the school committee each year approve student activities at schools. We have student activities at the high school and at the intermediate school. So we're presenting that recommendation to you this evening. In your packet is a list of the student activities that collect and disperse funds at both of the schools that I mentioned, and we're just looking for the school committee's approval for those. They are active, they're currently underway. The policy for a school to create a new committee, or activity, I should say, would be first through the superintendent for her approval, and then would bring it to the school committee. But at the beginning of the year, having the full list at least lets you take a look at what's out there and kind of set the tone, of student activities throughout the district moving forward. So that's one piece. That is a vote we're seeking tonight. The second piece is just an informational item. This is in line with the school committee's new policy related to student activities, and it's just the requirement of bonded individuals in the district. So those individuals are listed in your materials tonight. They're folks that have a hand in student activities, either authorizing things or actually dispersing funds. So anyone who wants a copy of those bonds can come to my office and request a copy. So.
Any discussion? Chris, I just have one question on that. So after that audit was done, I'm assuming that we've got procedures in place for all the buildings that have the student activity funds so that the individual who's in charge of the club or organization or class year is aware of how to handle and process all the inflows and outflows of cash.
Yep, so that came out of the audit findings, and that is one thing that we're continuing to work on. We contracted with the Collins Center out of UMass Boston to put together those best practice procedure and policy manual. They're wrapping up their work, and we hope to be able to present that to you in the next month or so. And that'll be a great resource for staff moving forward. And once we have it, we plan to go out to all the advisors and everyone involved and actually walk through the new procedures and policies. So it'll be a nice kind of training opportunity, refresher for folks.
Okay, yeah, that's great. Thank you for doing that.
Yep.
It was an important piece of work that really needed to be done.
Yep.
All right, Mike?
Move to approve all student activity accounts as presented in tonight's material.
Second.
And having a motion made and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Item 6.5, approve accounts payable warrant fiscal year 25, warrant number 14.
Move to approve accounts payable warrant number FY25 warrant number 14 in the amount of $1,150,291.34.
Second.
Having a motion made and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
And I abstain. I haven't looked at it yet. Okay. And the consent agenda, we have items 7.1, 7.2, 7.3, which have been posted for a while. Which are, I should read what they are. So the agenda includes approval of the school committee workshop minutes of September 4, 2024, the meeting minutes of September 4, 2024, and the fiscal year 25 grants, gifts, and donations.
Move to approve the items in consent agenda as presented in tonight's material.
Second.
Having a motion made and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Executive session. Move to go into executive session to reconvene in open session to approve the school committee executive session minutes of September 4, 2024, to discuss strategy and preparation for negotiations with the Barnstable Administrators Organization, to discuss strategy and preparation for negotiations with the Barnstable Teachers Association Administrative Assistance Unit, and a strategy session in preparation for negotiations with non-union personnel and/or contract negotiations with non-union personnel. Maura Bunchwick.
Second.
Having a motion
Sorry.
made and seconded, roll call vote. Jen? Peter? Andre?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
All right, we're now moving into executive session.
Dante has 2 alarms, his alarm and me.
Um,
9.1. Yeah, you want to read it? Yeah, right here. Just read it.
Okay. All right, so we're now back in open session. Item 9.1, approve the employment contract for the Family and Community Engagement Center Coordinator.
Move to approve the employment contract for the Family and Community Engagement Center Coordinator, Maura Bunchu, from July 1, 2024 to June 30th, 2027, with a base salary of $80,000 and other terms as presented in tonight's material.
Second.
Having a motion made and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Andre, did you want to make your presentation?
Kathy, in the interest of time, we can put it in the agenda.
Okay. Motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn the school committee meeting of October 2nd, 2024.
Second.
All right, motion's made and seconded. Jen? Andre?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Motion, meeting's now adjourned. Thank you.